Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I found a USB labeled "Do not watch alone in a public library" is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that went wrong was small enough to ignore. A library receipt, one of those thin, slick strips that always curls like it's trying to escape, was taped to the inside of the glass entry door. Not on the community board, not in the lost and found binder. On the door itself, right at eye level, where it couldn't be missed unless you were rushing. Please do not use the public computers alone after 6 p.m. Ask staff to assist. Thank you. No letterhead, no logo, no signature. Just black ink that had smudged at the edges like someone had written it fast and pressed too hard, then torn it off a roll with angry fingers. I stood there with my hand on the cold metal handle, reading it twice. The glass reflected my face back at me in a faint overlay with the lobby lights and the gray-blue street behind. A rain bead slid down the pane and wobbled where it hit the tape, like even the water didn't know what to do with this. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a warning about a gas leak. It was procedural, a rule, like please don't leave your coffee on the shelves or no phone calls in the stacks. But the phrasing snagged. Do not use the public computers alone. You'd think the library would want people to use the computers alone. It was half the point. A man in a damp hooded jacket squeezed past me, smelling like wet wool and bus seat vinyl, and pushed the door open with his shoulder. That new, he muttered, not really to me. I don't know, I said, and heard myself default to polite Midwestern uncertainty, even though I wasn't in the Midwest. I was in Portland, Oregon, and people here had their own flavor of uncertainty, more artisanal. He snorted softly and went in. I followed. The Multnomah County Library's Central Library, downtown, always made me feel like I had accidentally wandered into a courthouse on a day I wasn't supposed to be there. The lobby was high-ceilinged and echoey in a way that made your footsteps sound more important than they were. The air had that specific library mix: paper, dust, someone's lavender hand lotion, and the faint ozone clean scent of whatever industrial floor cleaner they used in the mornings. Somewhere deeper inside, a printer chattered like a small animal. My phone buzzed. I glanced down and saw Mara's name. I answered before the second ring even finished. Hey, please tell me you're there, she said, breathless like she'd been jogging, which would have been ridiculous because Mara didn't jog unless someone was chasing her, and even then she'd negotiate. I'm here, I said, moving toward the main desk. Why? Because I'm at the kiosk, and it's doing that thing where it pretends it can't read my card. Again. And she paused, then dropped her voice. I just watched a guy try to put a fork in the coin slot. A literal fork. Like stainless steel. Like he stole it from a diner. I smiled despite myself. I'm coming. Where are you? Second floor. Computers. Near the windows. Hurry before I commit a felony. I told her 2 minutes, hung up, and started up the stairs. I'm Ethan Mercer, 29 male, and I was supposed to be doing something responsible tonight, like finishing the grant write-up that had been sitting in my drafts folder for 2 weeks, or at least responding to my landlord's email about the gentle reminder that rent isn't a suggestion. But my laptop had decided, yesterday, in the middle of a perfectly normal spreadsheet, that it no longer wanted to recognize its own hard drive. The repair shop guy had said maybe, a lot in a way that made me feel poor. So I'd done what I always did when my life felt like it was slipping toward chaos. I came to the library. The library was the closest thing I had to a controlled environment. The rules were visible. The lighting was consistent. The chairs were uncomfortable in predictable ways. If you asked the staff for help, they didn't look at you like you failed at being an adult. They looked at you like you were a person who needed a thing. And because I'm me, I had also promised Mara I'd help her print documents for a job interview. My flaw, if you want to call it that, which I didn't, not out loud, was that I said yes too easily. I liked being the person people could count on. I liked it too much. It made me slow to admit when something felt off, because off was inconvenient, and I was always trying to keep things smooth. Private fear that if I started making a fuss about every weird thing, I'd become the kind of person everyone quietly avoided. Second floor smelled warmer, more human. More perfume, more fabric, more stale coffee hidden in travel mugs. The computer area was a long row of terminals, each one boxed in by low dividers like office cubicles, pretending they were. The clicking of keyboards came in waves. A kid was watching something with headphones that didn't fully seal, leaking tinny bass. A printer near the wall whined and fed out paper in juddery increments. Mara waved at me from the far end, her hand raised like she just spotted rescue. She looked like she always did when she was stressed, too put together in a way that didn't match her internal state. Hair pinned back, gold hoop earrings, black coat that probably cost more than my rent. She had a folder tucked under her arm like it was part of her skeleton. Mara Ellison, 31, female, my friend, my occasional co-conspirator in bad decisions, and the only person I knew who could make a public library feel like a place where she belonged just by standing there. You came, she said, like she'd half expected me to evaporate. I said I would. Don't say it like that. She glanced at the screen in front of her. This thing hates me. I leaned in. The kiosk screen was frozen on a cheerful blue prompt that read, "Please scan your library card." Beneath it, a little animated icon of a card moving in and out of a slot. Mara held up her card like it was evidence. I scanned it multiple times. It made a sound. It acknowledged me. Then it did nothing. I reached for the scanner and waved my own card under it. The machine beeped, then hesitated. A spinning icon appeared. A progress bar crawled to maybe 10% and stopped. The kiosk gave a soft, embarrassed ding like it had forgotten what it was doing. Okay, I said. Oh, it's not personal. Everything is personal, she said. Then she leaned closer and lowered her voice. Did you see the sign downstairs? The one about not using the computers alone after 6, I asked. Yes. She flicked her eyes toward the row of terminals, then to the staff desk at the far end, where a librarian in a green cardigan was helping a man with a USB cable. That's not normal, right? No, I said. But it could be, I don't know. Harassment thing. Someone bothering people. Or stealing, Mara made a face. You always do that. You always try to make it reasonable. It usually is reasonable. She pointed subtly with her chin. Then explain him. A man sat 2 terminals down from us, maybe late 40s, thin enough that his jacket hung on him like it belonged to someone else. A baseball cap pulled low. He wasn't typing. He was just staring at the monitor with an intensity that made the muscles in his jaw twitch. One hand was in his pocket. The other rested on the desk, fingers splayed like he was grounding himself. On the desk beside him was a cheap plastic grocery bag. Something in it was rectangular, and the outline looked like a hard case, like a portable drive case. "Maybe he's just tired," I said, though the words came out thin. Mara's eyes narrowed. "I don't like that you noticed his jaw." "I didn't. You did." I let my gaze drift away before it turned into a stare. "Let's just print your stuff. We don't need to make up a story about strangers." "Fine," she exhaled through her nose, the way she did when she was letting me have a point without admitting it. "But the kiosk is dead, and I need paper, real paper. The interview is tomorrow morning, and I'm not showing up with my resume on my phone like I'm 12. "Okay." I looked down the row. A few terminals were open. 2 had out-of-order signs taped to the top in the same smudgy handwriting as the sign downstairs. That detail, same ink, same pressure, made my scalp tighten a little, like someone had gently tugged my hair. I approached the staff desk and waited for the librarian to finish explaining something to the man with the cable. "And then you eject it properly," she was saying, patient but firm. "You don't just pull it out while it's writing. That's how files get corrupted." The man nodded like a scolded teenager and shuffled away. The librarian turned to me. She had a face that looked like it belonged in a children's book, round cheeks, sharp eyes, hair in a loose bun that was trying to escape. Her name tag said June. June Park, 40, female. "Hi," I said. "Sorry, our kiosk isn't responding to library cards. Is there a workaround?" June's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Yeah, the kiosk has been temperamental. If you're printing, you can log in at any terminal and send it to print release. Then you pay at the printer station." Mara stepped up beside me and held up her folder like a shield. "Can we do that without a library card? Because apparently the machines are on strike." June glanced at Mara's card and then at the row of computers like she was counting people. "You can use a guest pass for one session," she said, but she hesitated, then looked directly at me. "If you're going to use a USB drive, just don't plug in anything you didn't bring yourself. Okay?" It wasn't a scolding. It was a request that carried weight. Mara blinked. "Is that a new policy?" June's jaw tightened in a way that made me think of the man 2 terminals down. "It's just good practice," she said. "And we're asking people not to work alone after 6, especially at the public computers." "It's 5:40, I said automatically, as if time was a loophole. June's expression softened by a fraction. "I know. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to keep everybody safe." Her hand moved to a small stack of yellow slips. "Here, guest pass. It's good for 60 minutes. Mara took it, but her eyes stayed on June. "Safe from what?" June didn't answer right away. The printer behind her whined and spat out a page with a squeaky roller sound. Somewhere, someone laughed too loud and then cut it off like they'd remembered where they were. June leaned in slightly and lowered her voice. "We had a situation last week," she said. "Someone left a drive in one of the terminals. People found it, plugged it in. It caused problems. Like a virus?" I asked. June's gaze flicked to my hands, then to Mara's folder, then back to my face. "Like people got upset," she said carefully. "We called security. We called the police. It became bigger than it needed to be." Mara's fingers tightened around the guest pass. "What was on it?" June's eyes held mine, and for a second she looked older than 40, tired in a way that felt earned. "I can't talk about it," she said. "Officially." Unofficially, she exhaled. "Just don't watch things alone. Not here, not anywhere. That phrasing, watch things, landed heavier than plug-in drives. It was specific. It wasn't about documents. It wasn't about someone's tax forms. Mara's mouth opened, and I could see the next question forming. June straightened abruptly. Her professional face snapped back into place. Terminal 12 is open, she said louder. If you need help uploading files to print, wave me over. Thanked her, because that's what you do when someone gives you a warning you didn't ask for, and walked toward Terminal 12. As we passed the out-of-order computers, I saw that the tape on one sign had been peeled back and restuck, like someone had tried to look underneath. The paper was wrinkled where fingers had pressed it. At Terminal 12, Mara dropped her folder on the desk with a sigh. I hate when adults do the "I can't talk about it" thing, she said, logging in with the guest code. It makes me want to talk about it more. You want to talk about everything more, I said, but gently. She clicked through the print interface, muttering under her breath about file formats. I sat in the chair beside her and glanced around without meaning to. The man with the cap was gone. In his place, on the desk where he'd been sitting, was the cheap grocery bag, abandoned, slumped like an animal that had died mid-step. No one was moving toward it. People either hadn't noticed or had noticed and decided noticing was enough. Mara followed my gaze and went still. Did he just leave that? Looks like it, I said, and my voice came out flatter than I intended. The bag sat there with a quiet audacity. Under the fluorescent lights, the thin plastic shone. The rectangular object inside pushed against the side, sharp corners making the bag look stretched and vulnerable. We were 30 feet away. Between us and it was a line of occupied terminals, and a woman quietly tapping on a keyboard with one finger, her lips moving as she read. You're thinking about it, Mara said. I'm not. You are, she insisted. Your brain is doing that thing where it tries to solve it. It could be someone's lunch, I said, though even I didn't believe it. Or like documents. A hard drive. Someone forgot it. Mara leaned back in her chair. Or it's the thing June was talking about, she said, and her voice dropped into a register that made it sound like she was trying to convince herself as much as me. The drive. The situation. I looked toward June at the desk. She was helping someone with the copier, her back turned. There was also a security guard by the elevator, older guy, bored posture, eyes scanning without urgency. Mara's cursor blinked on the screen beside me, ready for her resume file. She hadn't clicked it yet. She was watching the bag like it might move on its own. It didn't. It just sat there, plastic crinkling softly whenever the HVAC breathed. You know what we should do, Mara said. What? We should tell June, she said, and then not touch it, like adults. That's probably the right thing, I said, and then I heard myself add, quieter. But if it's someone's stuff, Mara's eyes narrowed. Ethan. I'm just saying, I murmured. If someone forgot it, it's the library. People lose things all the time. We could just take it to the desk. Mara looked at the printer station, then back at the bag. Her jaw worked as if she was chewing on a decision. And then, as if the building wanted to make it worse, the screen at Terminal 12 flickered. Not fully off. Not a power cut. Just a brief shimmer, like a skipped frame in a video, followed by a line of text that shouldn't have been there. For less than a second, the login screen flashed a message in plain black letters. Do not watch alone. Then it was gone, replaced by the normal print interface, cursor blinking like nothing happened. Mara's fingers froze above the mouse. My skin tightened along my forearms, a physical reaction that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the brain recognizing a pattern it didn't want. Mara whispered, "Did you see that?" "Yes," I said, because lying would have been useless. The normal sounds of the library kept going. Keyboards, printer rollers, a muffled cough, somebody's headphone bass. Life continuing as if the building hadn't just winked at us. Mara swallowed. "Okay," she said. "So, choice time." I stared at the abandoned bag, then at June's desk, then at the terminal in front of us like it might produce another message if I stared hard enough. "What do you want to do?" I asked, even though I could already feel where the evening was tilting. Mara's eyes flicked toward the bag again. "We can act like nothing happened," she said softly. "Print my stuff. Leave. Go get ramen and pretend we're not curious people." "And the other option?" I asked. Mara lifted her chin a fraction. "We tell June about the bag," she said. "And we ask." "Ask what?" Her mouth twitched, almost a smile, except her eyes weren't smiling. "Ask what the situation was," she said. "Ask why the computer just told us not to watch something alone." I looked at the clock on the wall. 5:47 p.m. I looked at the sign taped to the out-of-order terminal again, that same smeared ink, and I realized the choice wasn't really between curiosity and caution. It was between staying in the safe, boring version of the evening, or stepping toward the edge of whatever June was trying, unsuccessfully, to keep contained. Mara's hand hovered over the mouse like she was waiting for me to be the sensible one. I took a breath, tasted dust and old paper. Said, "Let's go talk to June." We didn't make it 3 steps toward June before the security guard's radio crackled. It wasn't loud, just that dry burst of static that cuts through everything because it doesn't belong to the room. Conversations didn't stop, but they thinned. People glanced up without meaning to. "Copy," the guard said into his shoulder mic, voice low and bored in the way of someone trying to keep it that way. "Second floor, I see it." Mara's fingers brushed my sleeve. "See what?" I followed his gaze. He wasn't looking at us. He was looking at the abandoned grocery bag. The guard, tall, late 50s, gray mustache trimmed with care, the kind of man who probably kept a thermos in his car year-round, walked toward the terminals with measured steps. Gerald Jerry Nolan, 58 male. He didn't rush. He didn't draw attention. But the radio had already done that. June noticed him moving. Her posture shifted, shoulders squared, smile gone, and she stepped out from behind the desk. Mara whispered, "We should have just printed." "We still can," I said, though I didn't believe it. Something had shifted in the air, subtle but real. Like when a storm is still an hour away, but the pressure changes and your ears pop. Jerry reached the bag and stopped a few feet away from it. He didn't touch it. He crouched slightly, reading the situation the way someone might read a dog they don't know. "Anyone see who left this?" he asked, not loudly, but clearly enough that the nearby terminals heard. No one answered. The woman who'd been tapping with one finger kept tapping. June approached from the other side. "We think it was a man in a cap," she said quietly. Mid-40s, thin. He was on Terminal 9. "Camera?" Jerry asked. June nodded. "Already flagged." He straightened. "Okay, let's not touch it yet." That was when the first printer on the floor started spitting out paper. Not in its normal rhythm. Not the polite, staggered whine of someone printing 5 pages. This was continuous. A rapid mechanical chatter, sheet after sheet feeding out, dropping into the tray, sliding to the floor when the tray filled. Heads turned in unison. The printer was 3 rows over, near Terminal 9. The same terminal the man had been using. Mara's nails pressed into my wrist. "That's not us," she said unnecessarily. Jerry pivoted toward the printer. "Who's printing?" he called. No one claimed it. The printer kept going. June moved faster now, weaving between chairs. Jerry followed. I stayed where I was, but my body leaned forward, like I could see better if I wanted it enough. The first few pages hit the carpet. They weren't text-heavy. From a distance, I could see blocks of black, large dark shapes, photos. A man at Terminal 7 pulled off his headphones and stood, frowning. "Is that mine?" he asked, confused. "It's not under your login," June said, glancing at the small display screen on the printer station. "It says," she stopped. "What?" Jerry asked. June's hand hovered over the emergency cancel button. "It says do not watch alone." The printer did not care. Paper kept coming. Jerry pressed the cancel button hard. The machine whined in protest and slowed, then stopped mid-feed, leaving a page half exposed like a tongue. Silence didn't fall. It shifted. It got heavier. June crouched and picked up one of the pages that had fallen. She didn't mean to, I think. It was reflex. Paper on the floor in a library is like a cry for help. Her eyes moved across the image. I watched her face change. Not horror, not shock, recognition. She folded the page in half without comment. Jerry's jaw tightened. "We need to clear this area," he said quietly. That did it. Conversations died. People stood, awkward, confused. "Is there a problem?" someone asked. "Teen maintenance," June said automatically, her voice smooth but too fast. "If you could just take your belongings and head downstairs for a few minutes." Mara leaned in close to me. "That's the same phrase." "What phrase?" "Do not watch alone." That's what flashed on the screen. My mouth felt dry. "Yeah, the woman at Terminal 9, no, not 9. The bag had been at 9. The woman was at 8. She was older, maybe early 60s. Silver hair in a low ponytail, cardigan with tiny embroidered birds. She hadn't stood. She was staring at the printer, her screen. Her hands were resting on the keyboard like she'd forgotten how to use them. "Ma'am," Jerry said gently, stepping toward her. She didn't respond. June moved to her other side. "Ma'am, we need to clear the area." The woman blinked once, slowly, like she was waking up from anesthesia. "I didn't print that," she said, her voice thin. "We know," June said. The woman looked at the half-fed page, still hanging from the printer. "It just started," she whispered. "It just," her voice cracked. Mara made a small sound in her throat. "Ethan," she murmured, "this is bad." The printer display still read, "Do not watch alone, 47 pages. 47. I did the math without meaning to. That's not an accident. That's not someone leaning on a key. Jerry gently guided the older woman away from the terminal. "Let's get you some water," he said. His voice had changed, firmer now. June looked around the room, counting bodies. "We need to check the other terminals," she said under her breath to Jerry. He nodded. That was when Terminal 12 flickered again. Mara and I both saw it. The print interface vanished for half a second. Black screen, white text. "You shouldn't have come back." Then the login screen reappeared. Mara inhaled sharply. "Okay," she said, voice tight. "Okay, that's not normal. That's not a virus that just does that." "Could be a prank," I said, though my stomach had dropped in a way that felt personal. "You shouldn't have come back. I came here all the time." Mara grabbed my forearm fully now. "We need to leave." I didn't argue, but we didn't move, because Jerry was now standing at Terminal 9, and he had finally decided to look inside the grocery bag. He didn't touch it with bare hands. He pulled a pair of nitrile gloves from his belt pouch. Who carries those? and slid them on with slow care. June hovered beside him. The bag crinkled as he lifted it. Inside was a clear plastic hard case. Inside, that was a USB flash drive. White, unbranded, the kind you get in bulk online. A piece of masking tape had been wrapped around it, in thick black marker, pressed hard enough to leave grooves in the plastic beneath. "Do not watch alone." The words were slightly smeared. I felt something in my chest shift from abstract unease to something sharper. Mara whispered, "Oh my God." Jerry held the case up slightly, turning it so June could see. "Same as last week?" he asked. June swallowed. "Looks like it." Mara looked at me. "Same as last week." My brain latched onto that. There wasn't just one. There had been another. How many? I heard myself ask too loudly. Jerry's head snapped toward me. I hadn't realized I'd stepped closer. "Sir," he said, measured, "I'm going to need you to step back." "I'm just asking, step back." His tone wasn't angry. It was controlled. And that made it worse. Mara tugged me away, her nails digging in. "Ethan, stop." My private fear that I'd become the person who made a scene pressed against my ribs. But there was another fear under it now. "You shouldn't have come back." "Back from what?" June straightened. "We need to call it," she said to Jerry. "And probably PPB again. Portland Police Bureau." The older woman with the bird cardigan was now sitting in a chair near the stairwell, sipping from a paper cup. Her hands shook slightly. She wasn't crying. She looked embarrassed. "Ma'am," June said softly, kneeling in front of her. "Did anything appear on your screen before the printer started?" The woman nodded once. "It was a video," she said. "I didn't click anything. It just," she stopped, swallowed. "It was someone in a room." "What kind of room?" Jerry asked, his voice still calm. Like this," she said, gesturing weakly at the computer area. Rows of computers. Mara's grip on me tightened. "And," June prompted. The woman shook her head. "I don't want to say." June didn't push. Jerry turned back to the bag. "We're bagging this," he said. "Nobody plugs this into anything." The words hung in the air. Nobody plugs this into anything. But the printer had already printed something, which meant something had already been plugged in. "Wait," I said, my voice quieter now. "If that's in the bag, how did the printer?" June looked at me. And for a second, I saw the answer land between us. Terminal 9 had a USB port on the front panel. If the man in the cap had used it, he must have left something behind in the system, I said. "Or scheduled it," Mara added. "Like a timed print job." Jerry's eyes flicked to us. He didn't like that we were thinking. "It needs to check the network," June said quickly. "Right now." She pulled out her phone. The security guard's radio crackled again. "Nolan, we've got a call from downstairs. Someone says their screen just went black." Jerry closed his eyes briefly. "How many?" he asked. "Two so far." Mara let out a small, disbelieving laugh. "Oh, this is coordinated." I could feel the room tilting. Not physically, logically. Time-sensitive problem. Clear the area before whatever this was spread. But spread how? June spoke rapidly into her phone, explaining the situation in clipped sentences. "Yes, again. No, we haven't plugged it in. We think he accessed Terminal 9's front port. Yes, printing already occurred. No, we haven't reviewed the content." Her voice was steady, but I could hear the strain. Jerry looked at the clock. 5:56 p.m. 4 minutes until the arbitrary 6 o'clock deadline from the sign downstairs. "Everyone needs to log out," he said loudly now. "Now, save your work and log out." The room shifted into motion. Chairs scraped. Keys clacked faster. Someone cursed under their breath. Mara turned to me. "My resume," she said. I didn't send it. You can email it later, I said. My laptop is at home. I don't have it on my phone. Then we come back tomorrow. Her jaw tightened. You heard what the screen said. You shouldn't have come back. She wasn't just thinking about tonight. She was thinking about the pattern, about the fact that she'd been here last week too, to use the computers when her office internet had gone out. You think it's random? She asked me quietly. You think that message is just coincidence? My chest felt tight. I don't know, I said, and for once I didn't try to make it reasonable. June ended her call. It says shut down the entire floor, she told Jerry. Hard power if we have to. Okay. The lights flickered once, not dramatically, just a quick stutter. A murmur rippled through the room. Was that them? Someone asked. Jerry moved toward the breaker panel near the staff desk. And then, from downstairs, a scream. Not loud, not cinematic, short, sharp, cut off halfway through. Everyone froze. Mara's fingers dug into my arm hard enough to hurt. Jerry stopped mid-step. June's face went pale. The radio crackled again, louder this time. Nolan, we've got a patron on the first floor. Says a video just popped up on every terminal at once. Jerry swore under his breath. And, he asked. There was a pause, static, and it's live. The word landed like a dropped plate. Live. My mind snapped to the older woman's description. A room like this. Rows of computers. My skin prickled. Mara whispered, Ethan. We were no longer dealing with a forgotten drive and a prank print job. We were dealing with something that was happening in real time. Jerry looked at June. We have to cut the network. June nodded, already moving toward the back office. The radio crackled again. Nolan, the video. It's showing the second floor. Every eye in the room turned upward, as if expecting to see a camera staring back. Jerry's face went tight in a way that wasn't about procedure anymore. It's showing you, the voice on the radio continued. It's showing everyone on too. Mara's breath hitched. I felt suddenly exposed, like the ceiling had dissolved. The terminals around us flickered. One by one. Black screen, white text, don't watch alone. And beneath it, smaller, you're not. The screens shifted. And there we were. A grainy, slightly elevated angle of the second floor computer area. Not pre-recorded, not old, live. Mara's face was visible on Terminal 12. My own just behind her shoulder. June near the desk, Jerry in mid-turn. The older woman sitting in the chair. The image was shaky, like it was being streamed from somewhere not quite stable. Where is that camera? Someone shouted. There aren't cameras up here like that, June said, her voice tight. Jerry grabbed his radio. Where is the feed coming from? Static, then. We don't know. My brain tried to find the angle, the vantage point. It wasn't from the ceiling. It was eye level. Somewhere in the room. Mara's grip on me was painful now. Ethan, she said, the bag. I looked. The grocery bag was still on the desk. The clear case was still in Jerry's gloved hand. But the USB drive was gone. The case was empty. Jerry stared at it, confusion flashing across his face before hardening into something else. No one moved, he said. No one had. The terminals kept showing the live feed. And then the camera angle shifted. It moved through the room, as if someone was walking with it toward us. The complication wasn't subtle. Whatever this was, it wasn't confined to a forgotten drive anymore. It was inside the building, and it was watching. The first thing Jerry did was yank the Ethernet cable out of Terminal 9. He didn't hesitate. He crouched, reached behind the CPU tower bolted under the desk, and pulled. The plastic clip snapped with a sharp, decisive tick. monitor flickered. The live feed didn't stop. It stuttered for half a second, pixelated, blocky, and then smoothed out again. Same angle, same second floor. Not local, June said, too quickly. She was already moving toward the staff office at the back of the floor, the one behind the half-height counter near the copier station. It's on the network. The geography of the second floor suddenly felt important in a way it hadn't before. At the top of the main staircase, the circulation desk and copier station. To the right, long rows of public computers facing inward, windows lining the far wall looking down onto SW 10th Avenue. To the left, the elevator bank and restrooms. Behind the desk, a locked office with the network cabinet and breaker panel. The live feed on the screens shifted again. It moved past Terminal 12, past Mara and me. The image tilted slightly, catching the fluorescent light glare for a second, then correcting. Someone was walking. Everybody downstairs. Now, Jerry said louder. His voice had lost the bored quality. It had weight now, authority sharpened by adrenaline. People didn't argue this time. Chairs scraped. Backpacks were slung over shoulders. A guy in a beanie nearly tripped over a fallen stack of the printed pages, his foot skidding on glossy paper. I grabbed one without thinking. It showed a still frame from the same live feed. Second floor, Terminal 9. Time stamp in the bottom right corner, 1752-14. It wasn't just streaming, it was recording. Ethan, Mara hissed. What are you doing? I shoved the page into my jacket pocket. Evidence, I said, though the word felt dramatic in my mouth. We moved toward the stairwell with the others. The older woman with the bird cardigan stumbled as she stood. I caught her elbow before she went down. Her skin was papery and warm. I didn't click anything, she kept repeating. I didn't click. I know, I said, downstairs. The first floor felt wrong. Too bright, too open. The atrium ceiling rose above us in a grid of lights and skylights, casting everything in a pale wash. The circulation desk was directly ahead. Beyond it, more rows of computers, study tables, and the large windows facing the street. And on every visible monitor, black screen, white text, "Don't watch alone." Then the live feed, not the second floor this time. The first floor, us, from near the entrance. Someone had moved the camera. Where? Mara whispered. I scanned the room. Near the entrance doors, above the security gate sensors, there were standard library cameras, dome-shaped, fixed, clearly visible. But the angle on the screens was too low, too close to eye level. It was coming from inside the floor. A scream cut through the space again. This time, we saw why. On one of the screens near the front tables, the feed had split into two panels. Left, the first floor where we stood. Right, a narrow hallway, concrete walls, exposed pipes, no windows. The basement level, the IT room. June saw it too. She went still. That's the server hallway, she said. Her voice was flat. That's behind the locked door. How would they? Mara started. Jerry's radio crackled. Nolan, basement doors ajar. I'm not sure who opened it. Who's down there? Jerry demanded. Maintenance was earlier. They left at 4. June's face drained of color. The network hub is down there. Attempt 1. Cut the network at the source. The front doors, Jerry said into the radio. No one in, no one out. A murmur rippled through the patrons clustered near the circulation desk. You can't lock us in, someone protested. Temporary, Jerry snapped. Until we assess. Assess what? Mara's nails were biting into my sleeve again. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. June looked at Jerry. We have to go down. He hesitated. That hesitation mattered. Security protocol said you don't chase a potential intruder alone. But the live feed on the screens shifted again. The basement hallway view zoomed in slightly. On the heavy gray door at the end, the one with the keypad lock, the keypad light was green, unlocked. You have keys? Jerry asked June. Yes. Then we go together. They moved toward the elevator. I stepped forward without thinking. No, Jerry said, holding up a hand. Patrons stay here. You think we're safer up here? I shot back before I could stop myself. My voice echoed more than I intended. Mara stared at me. Ethan, but she didn't tell me to stop. Jerry looked at me for a long second. Then he jerked his head toward the elevator. You stay behind me. Mara didn't ask permission. She followed. We crowded into the elevator, Jerry, June, Mara, and me. The doors slid shut with a soft mechanical sigh. The ride down to the basement took maybe 12 seconds. It felt longer. In the mirrored panel above the buttons, I saw our reflections. 4 faces, all of us looking slightly upward, as if the camera might be in the ceiling. The elevator dinged. Basement. The doors slid open onto a narrow corridor that smelled like old concrete and electrical dust. The hallway from the screen was to the right, and it looked exactly like it had on the monitors. Exposed pipes, fluorescent strips buzzing faintly overhead, a faint hum from deeper inside. The heavy gray door at the end stood slightly ajar. The keypad's green light glowed steadily. Jerry drew his baton not extended, just in his hand, and moved forward. June's keycard trembled slightly as she held it. Mara's breathing was shallow. I could hear it. I became hyper-aware of sound. Our footsteps on the concrete, the faint drip of something in the distance, the hum of servers behind the door. The live feed on the first floor screens had shown this hallway in real time, which meant someone had been here recently. Jerry reached the door and pushed it open with his foot. Inside, racks of servers, black metal frames filled with blinking lights, cables snaking like roots from floor to ceiling, and nothing else. No person, no obvious camera. The hum of the machines was louder here, a constant, vibrating presence that made it hard to think. Clear, Jerry said, but his voice wasn't convinced. June moved to the network cabinet near the wall. If someone's streaming, it's coming through here. She opened the cabinet door. Inside were routers, switches, a mess of Ethernet cables, all labeled with tiny white tags. And tucked into one of the front USB ports of the main server, a white flash drive. Masking tape, black marker, do not watch alone. My stomach dropped. That's not supposed to be there, June said unnecessarily. Don't touch it, Jerry said. I have to, June replied. If it's broadcasting, it said don't. They're not here. That was the argument in a nutshell. Wait for protocol. Stop the bleeding now. The servers hummed. On June's phone, still in her hand, a notification popped up. A live video alert from the library's own internal monitoring app. She opened it. The feed showed the server room. Us from above. A small black device was mounted to the underside of one of the server racks, no bigger than a deck of cards, a camera. That wasn't there, June said. Misdirection hit me hard. For half a second, I thought, it moved. It followed us. Then my brain caught up. Hadn't moved. It had been here. We just hadn't looked up. Someone planted that, Mara said. Obviously, I snapped, more sharply than I meant to. She flinched. I immediately felt the sting of it. My flaw jumping to fix things was turning into something uglier. June pulled a pair of gloves from a drawer and slid them on. If I pull this, the stream should cut. Should, Jerry repeated. Attempt 1, remove the physical source. June gripped the USB drive and pulled. The server lights flickered. Hum dipped, then surged. The live feed on her phone froze. Black screen, white text, "You're not alone," then static. The hum in the room shifted, a higher pitch. "June," Jerry said. She stepped back from the rack. One of the server units beeped loudly, then another. On June's phone, error messages cascaded. Network failure, connection lost, reboot required. Upstairs, faintly, we heard something. A collective gasp. Through the open door to the hallway, I could hear voices rising. "Did you cut it?" Mara asked. "I cut something," June said. Jerry moved toward the hallway. "We need to get back up." We hurried out. The hallway lights flickered once as we passed. That flicker almost made my heart stop. For a split second, the overhead lights dimmed and the emergency lights along the floor kicked on. Then everything returned to normal. Electrical load shift, I told myself. Servers rebooting, not something else. We reached the elevator, pressed the button, waited. The seconds felt wrong. Too long. "Come on," Mara whispered. The elevator dinged. Doors opened, first floor. We stepped out into noise. Patrons were clustered near the front doors, which were now locked. Some were filming with their phones. Others were shouting at the security desk. On the monitors, no live feed, just black screens, white text, network error. A small cheer rose from somewhere. "You did it," Mara breathed. June didn't smile. She scanned the room. "Where's the older woman?" she asked. My chest tightened. The chair near the stairwell was empty. "She was right here," I said. Jerry swore softly. A staff member ran up from the lower stacks. "The emergency exit by the west stairwell is open," she said. "Alarm's been triggered." The alarm hadn't sounded. That was the problem. It should have. Jerry's radio crackled again. "Nolan, we've got a 911 call from inside the building." Caller hung up. "Location," he demanded. "Pinged near the children's section." The children's section was on the first floor, toward the back, past the nonfiction stacks, and near the west stairwell. Right where the emergency exit was. June's face went pale. "She said she didn't click anything," she murmured. She was shaking. My pocket felt heavy with the printed page I'd grabbed. Mara looked at me, eyes wide. "If she thought it was live, I said. Attempt 2. Lock down the building. Find the person behind it." But the trap tightened. We moved toward the children's section. The geography mattered. From the front desk, you pass the main nonfiction stacks, tall shelves that block sightlines, then the low tables and colorful rug of the kids' area near the back wall. As we rounded the shelves, I heard something that made my stomach drop. A voice, not in the room, from a speaker, thin, tinny, familiar, the older woman's voice. "I didn't click anything," it said, looped, playing from one of the children's computers. Misdirection again. For one awful second, I thought she was in there, saying it again, trapped somewhere. Then I realized it was a recording, pulled from the live feed, broadcast back into the room. Someone was using her fear as audio. Mara gagged softly. Jerry moved faster now. The emergency exit door at the far end stood open a few inches. Cold air from outside crept in, carrying the smell of rain and traffic. The alarm panel above the door was dark. No flashing light. Disabled. On the carpet near the door, a white USB flash drive. Masking tape. Black marker. "Do not watch alone." And next to it, The older woman's bird-embroidered cardigan. Folded carefully, my vision narrowed. She didn't just leave that, Mara said, her voice shaking. Jerry crouched near the door, scanning the alley outside through the crack. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance. Portland police. Close. But not here yet. June looked at the USB on the carpet. It's not plugged in, she said. No, I said, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Unknown number, local area code. I looked at Mara. She shook her head. I answered. Hello, silence. Then a breath close to the mic, and a voice, calm male. You shouldn't have come back, Ethan. My knees went weak. Mara saw my face change. What? She whispered. The line clicked dead. Point of no return. This wasn't random. It wasn't just the library. It was me. And whoever was behind it was still inside the building. My phone felt heavier than it should have. Mara stared at me like she could force the truth out through my face. Ethan, she said again, sharper. What did he say? Jerry was still crouched by the cracked emergency exit, looking into the alley. June stood frozen over the USB and the cardigan, like if she looked away, the objects might rearrange themselves. I swallowed, throat dry. He said he knows me. Mara's eyes widened. How? I don't know. That was a lie, or at least it was me refusing to connect dots fast enough. Because the phrase wasn't new. Not really. You shouldn't have come back to the library. Back after last week. Back after I'd done the thing I always do, tried to be helpful, tried to keep it smooth. I remembered the smell of burnt plastic from a terminal near the windows 5 days ago. A screen frozen on a weird pop-up. June's face tight with panic. Me leaning in, saying, Do you want me to call someone? Do you want me to report it? Me giving a statement to a board officer by the front desk, while patrons watched like it was a show. Me thinking I'd done the right thing. Maybe I'd done the triggering thing. Ethan, Mara said, softer now, because she heard the shame under my voice. What did you do last week? Jerry looked over, suspicious. You were here last week. I nodded once. June's gaze snapped to me, not angry. Just a fast recalibration, like she'd suddenly realized the story had a center, and it wasn't the USB. I filed a report, I admitted, about a drive, a video. You were there. You told me not to watch it, and I didn't. I swear I didn't. June's mouth tightened. But you reported it. Yes, Mara exhaled like she was trying not to panic. So he's blaming you. Or he's obsessed, June said quietly. Jerry's radio crackled. Nolan, PPB is 2 minutes out. Jerry didn't relax. He didn't move away from the door. Do we go out there? Mara asked, voice trembling. She could be in the alley. June shook her head fast. That alley runs behind the building. If he's there with her and we go out, he already disabled the alarm, Jerry said. His gaze flicked to the dark panel above the door. He's thought this through. The recording of the older woman's voice kept looping from the children's computer behind us. Thin, tinny, like a ghost, except ghosts don't need speakers. Didn't click anything, it said again. Mara flinched every time. Jerry looked at me. Your phone, he called you. What number? I pulled up the call log with shaking fingers. Unknown, no number displayed. He blocked it, I said. Of course he did. Jerry shifted his weight. His baton was in his hand, his other hand on his radio. Listen, we're not splitting up. June's eyes darted to the west stairwell door near the emergency exit. A plain door with a push bar and a small sign. Staff only. He knows the building, June said. He's using staff access. That's why the keypad was green downstairs. That's why the alarm is dead. Mara's voice was tight. So he has keys. June nodded. Or he had them, Or he copied them. Jerry's jaw flexed. We wait for police. And then my phone buzzed again. Unknown. My hands went cold. Mara grabbed my wrist. Don't. I answered anyway, because my flaw didn't just make me helpful. It made me easy to bait. It made me believe if I could just talk to the problem, I could soften it. Hello. My voice cracked. A breath, close then. You brought someone with you this time. Mara's face went white. Put it on speaker, she whispered. I did. The voice was calm, almost conversational, male mid-range. Not young, not old, American. No obvious accent. You're breaking the rules, he said. Jerry's head snapped toward the phone. This is security. Identify yourself. A soft laugh. Security. Like last week. Like you protected anyone last week. June flinched as if struck. Mara leaned close to the phone. Where is she? She demanded. Where's the woman? The voice didn't answer her. It stayed on me. Ethan Mercer, you always show up. You always want to help. You always want to be the good guy. My stomach rolled. How do you know my last name? I whispered. You typed it, he said. Every time you log in. The public computers. The print interface. The library card kiosk. All the little systems I'd trusted because they were boring. You shouldn't have come back, he said again. And this time it wasn't a warning. It was a sentence handed down. Jerry stepped closer, voice hard. Where are you? There was a pause. Then, with a faint click, like someone pressing a key, a new sound filled the corridor. A low, rhythmic thump, not from a speaker. From somewhere behind the staff-only door, 3 knocks. Then 2, then 3 again. Mara's eyes darted to the door. That's, June's face changed. That's the maintenance stairwell signal, she said. They knock like that when their hands are full. Jerry's expression went tight. He's in there. My phone speaker crackled softly. Don't watch alone, the voice murmured, almost tender now. It's not real if nobody sees it with you. And then the call ended. For 1 second, none of us moved. The building's normal sounds, distant voices, the hum of HVAC, the soft roll of a cart somewhere kept going like they didn't know they were in danger. Mara's hand slid into mine without permission. Her palm was damp. June looked at Jerry. If he's in that stairwell, he's got her, Jerry finished. Police are 2 minutes out, Jerry repeated, like saying it could build a wall. But I couldn't unhear the knocks. If the older woman was in there, she'd used the only language available. Sound, time-sensitive problem. Concrete. If we waited, he could move her. Down the stairwell. Out a side exit. Into the alley. Into a car. 2 minutes is a long time when someone is carrying a person. Mara's voice was thin. Jerry, we can't just stand here. Jerry's gaze flicked over us. He did the calculation, policy versus reality, liability versus a human being. Then he swore low. June, you have access. June nodded, already reaching for her keycard. Open it, Jerry said. Ethan, Mara behind me. If you don't do exactly what I say, I will physically throw you out of the way. Understand, Mara nodded. I nodded. June swiped her card at the reader beside the door. The light flashed green. The lock clicked. Jerry pushed the door open. The maintenance stairwell smelled like wet concrete and bleach, and something faintly metallic, like old pipes. It was narrower than the public stairwell, utilitarian, painted cinderblock walls, exposed conduit running along the ceiling. We stepped in, and the door swung shut behind us with a heavy, soft thud. Instantly, the sounds of the library dimmed. The stairwell swallowed noise. Jerry moved down 1 flight, baton in his right hand, radio in his left. Portland police are en route, he said into the stairwell, voice loud, meant to carry. Come out with your hands visible. No answer. We went down another half flight to the landing. There, tucked behind the metal railing, was the older woman, not lying down, sitting slumped against the wall like she'd slid there. Her mouth was taped with a strip of clear packing tape. Her wrists were zip-tied in front of her, tight enough to make her hands puff slightly. Her glasses were askew, one lens cracked. Her eyes were open and wild. Mara made a choking sound. June moved toward her without thinking. Oh my God, June, stop, Jerry snapped. Don't rush. The woman's gaze flicked upward past us, past Jerry, past Mara, past me, to the flight above. And her eyes widened further. Jerry spun. A man was coming down the stairs. No cap now. Close cropped dark hair. Lean. Early 40s maybe. A dark hoodie zipped up high, gloves on his hands. His face had the blankness of someone who'd practiced looking like nothing until it was useful. Caleb Rusk, 42, male. He held a phone in one hand. In the other, a small folding knife, blade out, not huge, but real, bright under the stairwell light. Don't, he said, and his voice was the same as the one from my phone, calm, almost disappointed. Don't make this ugly. Jerry stepped forward. Drop the knife. Caleb's gaze slid to me like we were alone. Ethan, he said, as if greeting a coworker. See, you did come back. My knees felt loose. My breath was too fast. Mara's grip on my hand became pain. You kidnapped her, Mara said, voice shaking with anger. Caleb's eyes didn't even flick to Mara. She watched, he said casually, like explaining a rule. She shouldn't have. Now she understands what it means. The older woman's chest heaved. A muffled sob pushed against the tape. June, pale as paper, whispered, Caleb. He smiled slightly at hearing his name from her. Hi, June. Jerry's posture changed. You know him. June swallowed hard. He was contracted. Last year you got him fired, Mara blurted, looking at June. June flinched. No, he was removed for accessing patron accounts. Caleb's smile didn't change. That's a funny way to say I did my job too well. Jerry's radio crackled. He glanced at it. Caleb's eyes flicked to the motion. Don't call them, Caleb said softly. Jerry didn't answer. Caleb's gaze returned to me. You made it public, he said. Last week, you brought police. You made it into a story. You did what you always do. I found my voice thin. I didn't watch it. Caleb tilted his head. But you wanted to. My stomach clenched because it was true in the most shameful human way. I had wanted to know. I told myself it was about safety, about evidence. But curiosity had been there, hot and bright. Mara's voice cut in. Ethan doesn't owe you anything. Caleb looked at her for the first time. His eyes were flat. You shouldn't be here. I'm here, Mara said, and her voice steadied. And you're not getting out. Caleb's mouth twitched. You think you can stop me? Jerry edged forward, closing distance inch by inch. Drop the knife. Hands visible. You're done. Caleb's eyes tracked Jerry's movement. You won't hit me, he said, almost gently. You can't. Not unless I do something first. Not in front of them. Jerry froze a fraction. Caleb saw it. He smiled wider. Rules, he murmured. Everyone loves rules. Then, without warning, he lunged not at Jerry, but at June. The knife flashed. June screamed as she threw up her arm instinctively. The blade nicked her forearm, a quick, shallow slice, but enough to send blood beating instantly. Jerry reacted then. No hesitation. He swung the baton hard. It connected with Caleb's shoulder with a sickening thunk. Caleb grunted, staggered, but didn't go down. He pivoted, knife arcing toward Jerry. Jerry tried to block. The blade caught Jerry's forearm, A sharp slice, not deep, but real. Blood welled fast. Everything tightened into a tunnel of motion and breath. Mara yanked me backward, dragging me away from the landing as the men grappled. My heel caught the edge of a stair, and I stumbled, my shoulders slamming into the cinder block wall hard enough to see stars. Caleb shoved Jerry against the railing. Metal rang. The older woman made a muffled cry, trying to shrink into the wall. June pressed her bleeding arm against her chest, eyes wide, shock trying to steal her voice. Caleb raised the knife again. Jerry's baton was pinned awkwardly between them, and in that split second, I saw the zip ties on the older woman's wrists, a small detail that became a lifeline. My pocket, the printed page, glossy paper. I tore it out with shaking fingers, unfolded it. The edge was stiff, not a weapon, not really, but a tool. I slid down to the older woman, my body blocking her from the fight. Her eyes latched onto me, begging. "I'm going to cut it," I whispered. "Okay, stay still." I shoved the glossy paper under the zip tie at her wrist and sawed fast, back and forth, the paper edge biting into plastic. It didn't cut cleanly. It heated. It resisted. My fingers cramped. The zip tie dug into her skin. She shook, trying not to. Above us, Caleb and Jerry crashed against the wall again. Mara shouted, "Jerry." Jerry grunted, strained, trying to keep the knife hand away from his throat. June, voice trembling, said, "Caleb, stop." Caleb laughed, breathless. "You're all watching," he said, like that was the point. Together. My hands shook harder, I sawed. The zip tie finally gave with a sharp snap. The older woman's hands sprang free, red and swollen. "Breathe," I whispered. I ripped at the tape on her mouth. It tore away with a harsh sound, leaving her lips raw. She gasped, gulping air. "Run," Mara snapped at her. The older woman tried to stand. Her legs wobbled. She nearly fell. I grabbed her elbow again, steadying her. Caleb saw movement below. His eyes flicked down. That distraction was enough. Jerry drove his knee into Caleb's thigh. Caleb hissed, staggered. Jerry ripped the baton free and swung again, this time at Caleb's wrist. The baton cracked bone. A sound like a branch snapping. Caleb screamed. The knife clattered down the stairs, skittering to a stop near my shoe. For a moment, everything held. Breath. Blood, the hum of the building faint through the walls. Caleb cradled his wrist, face twisted, not with pain alone, but with fury at losing control. Mara grabbed the knife by the handle and kicked it farther down the stairs. Jerry seized Caleb by the hoodie and shoved him against the wall, baton pressed into his chest. On the ground, Jerry snarled, his voice raw now. Caleb panted, eyes wild. "You can't. You're done," Jerry said. And for the first time, his tone wasn't professional. It was human. "You're done." Caleb's gaze snapped to me again, and the calm was gone. "This is your fault," he spat. "You made it real." Footsteps thundered above us. Heavy, multiple voices. Police, Portland police. No sudden saviors, not really. They were arriving after the damage, after the choices. 2 officers came down the stairs fast, guns drawn, but pointed low as they assessed. Jerry bleeding, June bleeding, older woman shaken, Caleb pinned. Officer Daniel Klein, 34, male, and Officer Sophia Martinez, 37, female, moving with the tight, efficient urgency of people who have walked into chaos mid-sentence. "Drop it," Officer Martinez shouted, seeing Jerry's baton pressed to Caleb. "It's my guard," Jerry barked. "He's the suspect." Knife down the stairs. Officer Klein moved quickly, retrieved the knife with a gloved hand, kicked it out of reach, then stepped in to cuff Caleb. Caleb didn't resist at first. He smiled at me through the officers, And then he did something small and awful. He whispered, just loud enough for me to hear, "You'll watch again." My stomach turned. Officer Martinez snapped the cuffs tight. Caleb winced. His broken wrist dangled wrong. The older woman sat down hard on the landing, trembling uncontrollably now that adrenaline had nowhere to go. June leaned against the wall, pressing pressure to her arm, face pale, eyes shining. Jerry's forearm bled steadily. He looked at it like it didn't belong to him. Mara's hand hovered near my shoulder, then touched it gently. "Are you okay?" she whispered. My shoulder throbbed. My head felt thick. My fingers were cramped and stinging from the paper cut and the force of sawing. "I don't know," I admitted. The officers guided Caleb upward, away from us. As he passed, he twisted slightly, trying to look back. Officer Klein shoved his shoulder forward. "Eyes front." Caleb laughed once, small, ugly. And then he was gone up the stairs, leaving behind blood droplets on the concrete like punctuation marks. Jerry sagged against the railing. "June," he said, voice suddenly softer. "You okay?" June nodded, but her eyes were fixed on the older woman. "She's okay," she whispered, like saying it could make it true. Mara crouched beside the older woman. "What's your name?" she asked gently. The woman swallowed. Her voice was hoarse from the tape. "Linda," she said. "Linda Hargrove." Linda Hargrove, 63, female. June's eyes closed briefly. "I'm sorry," June said to Linda, and her voice cracked for the first time. "I'm so sorry." Linda stared at June like she wanted to blame someone but couldn't find the right shape for it. "He made me look," Linda whispered. He said if I didn't, she stopped, breath hitching. "He wanted me to be there. He kept saying, 'Don't watch alone,' like it was a rule." Mara's face hardened. "He streamed it." Linda nodded miserably. "He had a phone. He was filming. He kept asking who I was, where I lived, if I came here a lot. Like he was making a list." My stomach sank deeper. June looked at me, eyes wide with a new kind of fear. "Ethan," she whispered. "He was collecting." That was when the dread shifted from acute to lingering. Because even with Caleb in cuffs, even with police in the stairwell, the library above us still held terminals, still held logs, still held whatever he'd installed. And he'd already demonstrated that resolved didn't mean over. Officer Martinez returned down the stairs, holstering her weapon. "Ambulance is on the way," she said briskly. "We need statements, and we need everyone upstairs out of the building." Jerry nodded, eyes distant. "He had devices in the server room," he said. "Hidden camera, USB in the main rack." Officer Martinez's mouth tightened. Forensic team will handle it." June swallowed, looking like she might be sick. "He knew our layout," she whispered. Mara squeezed my hand again. "He knew you." I stared at the concrete steps, at the faint smear of blood where Caleb's wrist had swung. My flaw had always been simple. I thought if I showed up, if I did the right thing, if I kept things smooth, the world would reward me with normal. Instead, I had stepped into someone else's obsession and given it a name, a report number, a record, made it real. And now, even with the suspect arrested, I couldn't shake the feeling that the real cost wasn't the blood on Jerry's arm or June's sliced forearm or my bruised shoulder. It was the way my own routines, my safe place, my habits, my boring library evenings had been mapped by someone who wanted to turn watching into a weapon. The conflict was resolved. Caleb was in handcuffs. Linda was alive. But something in me had shifted, and I could feel the scar forming already, invisible but tender. A new awareness that helping could make you a target. being seen could be used against you, and that the next time I walked into a place that smelled like paper and floor cleaner, I would hear the echo of his voice anyway. "You'll watch again." They moved us upstairs in small groups, like the building itself was contaminated and had to be emptied without touching the walls. An officer walked ahead, another behind, guiding us out of the staff stairwell and through the first floor. The library looked the same, and also completely wrong bright posters about story time, a display of new releases, the little pencil cup by the children's computers, ordinary objects standing near the edge of a night that had snapped out of shape. The monitors were dark now. Someone, police or staff, had pulled the plugs or hit a hard shutdown. The loop of Linda's recorded voice was gone. The quiet that followed didn't feel peaceful. It felt like the moment after a smoke alarm stops, when your ears keep ringing anyway. Outside, the rain had eased into a thin, stubborn drizzle. The streetlights reflected on the wet pavement in long, broken streaks. A small crowd had gathered behind a yellow tape line on SW 10th, phones up, expressions hungry and unsettled. If you didn't know what had happened, it probably looked like any other downtown scene: an ambulance, police cars, a building being evacuated. But I knew exactly what it was, because it had my name inside it now. Linda was taken first. Paramedics put her in a wheelchair, even though she kept insisting she could walk. She looked like she was trying to regain dignity by stubbornness, which I understood too well. Her wrists were red and swollen, the skin around them raised and angry where the zip ties had bit in. The tape had left raw patches at the corners of her mouth. She didn't cry, not really. She shook. Her whole body trembled in a way that didn't stop when the paramedic wrapped a blanket around her shoulders. Linda Hargrove, 63, female her name, finally had somewhere to land in my head beyond older woman. And that made what happened to her feel worse, not better. Mara stayed close to her until a paramedic gently blocked her path. "Family?" the paramedic asked. Mara hesitated. "No," but Linda looked up at Mara and nodded once, like permission. "She's okay," Linda croaked, voice shredded. "She helped," the paramedic nodded. "Okay, you can ride to the hospital if she wants you to, but we need consent." Linda's gaze flicked to me. Something passed between us, gratitude and shame, and the weird intimacy of surviving something together. "No," Linda said softly. "I want quiet." Mara swallowed hard. Okay. She backed away, hands lifted like she wasn't sure where to put them. The ambulance doors closed with a thick metallic clunk. Jerry was next. He sat on the bumper of an ambulance, forearm wrapped in gauze that was already pinking through. His face had that waxy, faraway look of someone whose adrenaline is still doing the talking while the body tries to catch up. A paramedic checked his pupils with a penlight, then asked him questions: his name, the date, whether he'd lost consciousness. Jerry answered correctly, but slowly, like each word had to pass through water. "Needs stitches," the paramedic said, glancing at the cut. "Maybe tendon check." Jerry grunted, then looked toward the library entrance like he expected Caleb to walk out again, smiling, hands clean. He didn't. Caleb was already gone, transported in a cruiser, cuffed, wrist splinted, a paper bag over his evidence. I caught a glimpse of him when they loaded him in. He turned his head slightly, just enough, not to look at the officers, to look at me. The streetlight hit his face, and for a second I saw the exhaustion under the anger, the thinness of him, way obsession had worn him down to a sharp edge. Then the car door closed. It was so ordinary, a door, a latch, a locked vehicle. And it ended that part of the story, but not the part in my head. June was sitting on the curb, a pressure bandage taped around her forearm. She looked smaller outside the library, like the building had been part of her armor, and now she'd stepped out of it. Her hands were shaking. She kept flexing her fingers, as if testing whether they still belonged to her. I walked over slowly, my shoulder throbbing with every step. Mara followed a half-beat behind, like she didn't trust me not to fall over. June looked up at us. Her eyes were glassy but focused. "I'm sorry," she said immediately. "I'm so sorry." Mara let out a short, harsh laugh, not amused, just pressure escaping. "For what? For being stabbed because some guy's brain broke," June flinched. "For not pushing harder. For not taking it seriously enough last week." "You did take it seriously," I said, and my voice surprised me by sounding normal. June shook her head. "Not enough," she whispered. "We filed incident reports. We reset terminals. We told patrons not to use USBs. We added the sign. We thought that would be enough." My brain replayed her words from earlier. Don't watch things alone. Not here, not anywhere. She had known it was more than a prank. She'd just been forced to keep operating in a world where it could still be treated like one. "Was he still on contract?" Mara asked, voice calmer now, but sharp. June shook her head quickly. "No, he was removed months ago. It thought his access was revoked." But she closed her eyes, swallowing. Clearly not all of it. "Or he got back in," Jerry said from the ambulance bumper. He'd overheard. His voice was hoarse. "You can revoke a badge. You can't revoke knowledge." June pressed her lips together like she might be sick. A police officer approached us with a notepad and a tight, practiced expression. Officer Sophia Martinez, 37, female, the one who'd come down the stairwell earlier, looked at each of us in turn. "I'm going to take statements," she said, separately. "And I need to know if any of you touched the devices, the USBs, the printed pages." I raised my hand slightly, like a kid in class. "I grabbed one of the printed pages," I said earlier, before everything. "I put it in my pocket." Officer Martinez's eyes sharpened. "Where is it now?" "In my jacket," I said. "I used it to cut Linda's zip ties." Her pen paused over the paper. "Okay," she said, and her tone softened by a fraction. "We'll need it, and your jacket might be evidence." I swallowed. "Okay." Mara looked at me like she wanted to protest on my behalf, then didn't, because she understood. Because that was the cost of touching anything in a situation like this. You become part of the paperwork. Officer Martinez stepped aside and called for an evidence tech. Then she looked back at me. "And you said the suspect called you by name?" "Yes," I said. The word felt small for what it carried. "Did you recognize his voice?" I hesitated. If I said yes, it meant something else, that my world had a connection to him beyond the library. If I said no, it meant admitting I could be watched by a stranger and not even know it. "I recognized it as the same voice that was on the line," I said carefully, but I didn't know who it was until the stairwell. Officer Martinez nodded, writing. "And you were here last week?" "Yes." "And you made a report?" "Yes." Her pen slowed. "Did you speak to anyone else about it?" "Friends, social media, coworkers." Mara's head snapped up. "No," I said quickly. "I didn't post. I didn't make it a thing. You told the police," Mara finished, not accusing, just stating it. Officer Martinez held my gaze. "Sometimes that's enough for someone to fixate," she said quietly, like she'd learned it the hard way. The evidence tech arrived, blue gloves, a rolling kit, the calm pace of someone who has trained themselves not to rush in the presence of blood. He asked me to remove my jacket carefully. The fabric stuck slightly where it had gotten damp in the drizzle. My shoulder protested as I slid my arm out. He bagged the jacket in a large, clear plastic evidence bag. It made a faint, crinkling sound that took me right back to the grocery bag on the desk upstairs. Mara saw my face twitch and stepped closer. "Hey," she murmured. "Breathe." I did, shallow, then deeper. A different officer approached Mara and guided her away for her statement. That left me standing alone in a small pocket of space between ambulance lights and the library's stone facade. I realized, with a strange clarity, that I hated being alone. Not in general. I'd lived alone for years. I liked my solitude, but alone like this. Alone in a place where I could be observed. Alone with my thoughts. Don't watch alone. The phrase wasn't mystical. It was practical. It was psychological. It was control. Officer Martinez came back to me after a few minutes. "Okay," she said, "we'll be in touch. Detective will follow up. You may be asked to testify. Testify, court, legal consequences. A chain of events that would keep stretching into my life." "Do you think he got my information from the library system?" I asked. Officer Martinez didn't lie. "It's possible," she said. "We're treating this as a cyber intrusion and an abduction. That's serious. There will be forensics, warrants, digital review." I nodded, feeling my stomach hollow out. She looked at me with something like empathy. "Do you have somewhere safe to go tonight?" I thought of my apartment, thin walls, street-level window that didn't latch properly, the glow of my phone in my hand. Mara returned, eyes red-rimmed but dry. Her statement had been intense, apparently. She slipped her arm through mine without asking. "You're coming to my place," she said. It wasn't a question. I almost protested out of habit, out of pride, out of my reflex to not be a burden. Then I heard Caleb's voice in my head, calm and close. "You brought someone with you this time." And I understood, bitterly, that he'd been right about one thing. Being alone had become a vulnerability. "Okay," I said. June stood up, wincing, and came toward us. "I need to tell you something," she said, voice low. Mara stiffened. "Now," June nodded. "Before you leave, because it matters." Jerry was being guided into the ambulance now, reluctant but compliant. The doors were still open, paramedics moving around him. June glanced toward the police cars, then back at us. "Last week," she said, "when the first USB showed up, it wasn't found in a terminal." Mara's eyes narrowed. "Where was it?" "In the book drop," June said. My stomach tightened. The book drop. The slot people used after hours. The place that bypassed staff, bypassed surveillance if you were careful. "A patron found it mixed in with returns," June continued. "It was taped to the inside of a book jacket." Mara's voice dropped. "What book?" June hesitated, as if saying the title could summon the feeling back. Then she said it anyway. "Meditations," she whispered. "Marcus Aurelius. A book I had checked out 2 weeks ago." My chest went cold in a way that had nothing to do with weather. "That's a common book," Mara said, but her voice didn't sound convinced. June nodded quickly, like she wanted it to be common. "It is. It's popular. It circulates a lot." I couldn't speak for a second, because I remembered the library's self-checkout history page that I'd pulled up once, just to see curiosity again, how often I'd borrowed the same titles over the years, because I liked patterns, because I was the kind of person who left trails without thinking. June watched my face and seemed to regret speaking, but she kept going. "We pulled the circulation history," she said. "We weren't supposed to, but we did. We thought maybe the person who returned it might be the one who planted it." Mara's jaw tightened, and June swallowed. "It had been checked out by you and returned the day before the incident." My mouth went dry. "So he used my return as cover. Or he targeted you," June said, voice breaking slightly. "I don't know. I don't want to know," I said, and it came out too fast. "No, don't make it that. I don't want to believe it's that." But belief wasn't required for facts. The officer's questions about social media suddenly made more sense. The way Caleb had said, "You typed it. Every time you log in." My private fear that I'd become the kind of person everyone avoided for making a fuss shifted into something worse. That my small, well-intentioned actions had put me in someone's scope. Mara's voice cut through. "June," she said, steady now. "Did he have copies of keys? Staff codes? How did he get into the server room?" June shook her head. "We don't know yet. But the keypad logs," she stopped, glancing toward the building. "The keypad logs are digital. If he had access, he could spoof them." Mara exhaled slowly. "So we don't know what else he had access to?" "No," June admitted, "we don't." That was the subtle thread right there. Not a monster, not a curse, just an unsettling gap in the record. A missing piece in the system. A person who had been removed but not erased. A building full of ports and passwords and routines and blind corners. Mara squeezed my arm. "We're leaving," she said gently. "Now," June nodded, eyes shining. I'll call you," she said, and then she looked genuinely ashamed. "I'm sorry, again." I wanted to tell her it wasn't her fault. I wanted to wrap it up in a neat bow, because that's what I did: smooth things, resolve tension, make it reasonable. Instead, I just nodded, because I didn't have the right words. We walked away from the library in the drizzle, heading toward Mara's parked car a block over. My shoulder hurt with every step. The bruise was blooming, deep and hot. My hands felt strange, stiff, scraped, the skin irritated where the glossy paper had cut into my fingers. Mara's car smelled like vanilla air freshener and old coffee cups. The interior was warm from the last time she'd driven it. She didn't turn on music. She just drove. For a while, we didn't talk. Downtown lights slid past. Wet streets. People under umbrellas. Ordinary life continuing, indifferent. At a red light, Mara finally spoke. "Do you think he'll get out?" she asked. I swallowed. "I don't know. Do you think he copied things?" she asked. "Names, addresses, photos, anything?" "I don't know," I said again, and it made me furious. Not at her. At the fact that I don't know had become the dominant fact of the night. Mara tapped the steering wheel once hard. "I hate this," she whispered. "Me too." We reached her apartment complex on the east side. She lived on the 3rd floor. We climbed the stairs in silence. My shoulder protested. Inside, her place looked the way it always did: tidy, curated, warm lighting. It should have felt safe. Instead, the quiet felt like a thin layer over something. Mara locked the door, then locked the deadbolt. Then, after a second, she slid a chair under the doorknob like we were in a motel in a bad neighborhood. She looked at me, embarrassed. "I know. It's stupid." "It's not," I said, because it was. She went to the kitchen and filled 2 glasses of water with shaking hands. The tap ran too long. She didn't notice. We sat on her couch, 2 glasses sweating on the coffee table, both of us staring at the dark TV screen like it might turn on by itself. "I keep hearing her voice," Mara said quietly. Linda's looped plea. I didn't answer because I did too. My phone buzzed on the coffee table. I froze. Mara's eyes snapped to it. The screen lit up with a notification. Not a call, an email. From an address I didn't recognize. No subject line, just an attachment. A small file. The file name, Do Not Watch Alone MP4. My breath caught. Mara's voice was a whisper. Don't. I stared at the screen. My thumb hovered, not over the attachment, over the delete button, the ordinary action, the small control. I deleted it. Then I deleted it from trash. Then I turned my phone off. A small act, not heroic, not dramatic, but it was mine. Mara exhaled shakily, as if she'd been holding her breath the whole time. Good, she said. I sat back and felt my heart keep racing anyway. Because deleting a file doesn't delete the fact that it arrived, doesn't delete the fact that someone still had a way to reach me. A crack in the almost ordinary. I looked around Mara's living room, the lamp's warm pool of light, the bookshelf with neatly stacked novels, the framed print on the wall. I tried to let it feel normal. It almost worked. Then from somewhere outside, maybe a neighbor's apartment, maybe the hallway, came a small, rhythmic sound. 3 knocks. 2, 3. Just someone shutting a cabinet door. Someone moving furniture. A neighbor's life bleeding through walls. Explainable, real. And my body reacted anyway, every muscle tightening as if the stairwell door had just opened. Mara looked at me. I saw it in her face too. We didn't speak. We just sat there, listening to the building settle, waiting for our nervous systems to learn again what was ordinary and what was not. In the end, the horror didn't linger as a mystery. It lingered as a routine that had been poisoned. A place I'd gone to feel stable, turned into a map someone else could use. A sentence that would now live in my mind whenever I saw a USB drive, whenever a screen flickered, whenever I was alone in a public room. And the worst part was how quickly the city outside would forget. Tomorrow the library would reopen, eventually. The carpet would be vacuumed. The computers would be wiped. A new sign would go up, more official, more laminated. People would come in and print resumes. And someone, somewhere, would still have a file with my name on it. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Clean Airplanes After Landing. One seatbelt was buckled tight and warm. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The seatbelt shouldn't have been warm. Not sun-baked plastic from a window seat warm. Not someone sat there 20 minutes ago warm. This was the kind of warmth you feel when you cup your hand around a coffee mug and the heat presses back soft, stubborn, human. I'd leaned in without thinking, knuckles brushing the buckle as I fished for the last crumpled napkin under 14C, and my skin jerked like I'd touched a live wire. I pulled my hand away and stared at it, stupidly, as if the warmth would leave a mark. Hey, I said, keeping my voice low because the cabin still had that just landed hush, like the plane itself was holding its breath. Did you feel that? Over my shoulder, the vacuum whined and then cut out. Footsteps on the jet bridge. Somewhere up front, a flight attendant's laugh echoed once and got swallowed by the carpeted tunnel. What? Said Mia, and then her sneaker squeaked as she stepped into my row. You mean, I pointed, the buckle. Mia didn't touch it right away. She's the kind of person who always takes an extra half second when something's weird, like she wants to see if it'll explain itself. She leaned in, the neon vest catching the overhead LEDs, and hovered her fingers above the latch. "You're being dramatic," she said automatically, but her tone didn't match the words. Then she pressed the back of her fingers to the metal, quick, like checking an iron. Her eyebrows twitched up. "Oh, yeah." We were mid-cabin on an Airbus A320 that had just rolled in from Chicago to Boston Logan. Gate B19, the last flight of the night that wasn't a red-eye. The passengers were long gone, dragging their carry-ons, complaining about connections, texting that they'd landed, and the crew had filed out too, leaving the cabin in that in-between state that always felt wrong to me. Overhead bins open like mouths, seat pockets gaping, the air still smelling faintly of coffee and reheated pasta, but nobody inside to account for it. I straightened and looked down the aisle. The jet bridge door was still open. The gate area beyond was dimmed, those late-night airport lights that make everything look faintly underwater. A janitor's cart rolled by outside the aircraft window, tires whispering over polished concrete. "You think somebody," Mia started. "No," I said. The word came out sharp. I softened it, because snapping at Mia was easier than saying the sentence that tried to form in my head. "No." They all got off. We watched. We always watched. Not in a creepy way, more like a habit. You see enough people leave behind passports and medications, and wedding rings, and stuffed animals, and you start paying attention to the flow. It's also a safety thing. You don't want to be the crew that closes an aircraft with someone still on board, passed out, or hiding, or whatever people imagine. Mia turned her head, listening. The plane's belly was quiet now, the after-landing thumps and groans replaced by the low electric hum of cabin power. The APU outside gave off that steady, distant whir, like a giant box fan. "I swear," she said, "it feels like skin," I finished. She made a face. "Don't." I looked at the seat itself. 14C middle seat. The kind no one picks unless the flight is full or you're traveling with someone you like enough to suffer for. The cushion was slightly indented. Not much. It could have been memory foam being dramatic. It could have been the way the leather held heat. Everything about it had an explanation if you worked hard enough. And still, the belt was buckled tight. Not the loose, someone clipped it to keep it from dangling kind, but cinched all the way down against the seat, as if a person had tightened it over their hips and then stayed there. "Maybe the crew buckled it," Mia said. She didn't sound convinced, but she offered it like a rope you could grab, like turbulence check or something. "They don't," I said, "and not like that." Mia's eyes flicked to the aisle. Rest of our team was up front, moving with that late shift efficiency that comes from wanting to go home and also wanting to not get written up for missing a spill. The vacuum started again, a rising, angry sound. Someone, Reuben, muttered about people leaving gum under armrests. I breathed through my nose. The air had that cold, recirculated edge it always had after a flight, mixed with a sweet chemical note from the lavatory deodorizer. Under it, faintly, there was something else. Not rot, not blood, just warm human, like the smell of a jacket pulled off too quickly. "I'm gonna unbuckle it," Mia said. "Wait." My hand was already up, not touching her, just stopping the motion. I heard my own voice and hated the thin edge in it. "Just wait a second." Mia blinked at me. Her eyes were tired. We were both tired. Late shifts did that, made your brain loud and your patience short. "You okay?" asked, and she meant it in that careful way people do when they already suspect the answer is no. I wasn't sure how to explain that my stomach had been jumpy all week, that I'd been sleeping badly, that every time my phone buzzed I half expected it to be an unknown number calling me back into a memory I didn't want to touch. That wasn't the kind of thing you admitted on an airplane in a fluorescent vest. So I said, "It's just weird." Mia tilted her head. "Yeah, that's why I'm unbuckling it. So it's not weird anymore." She reached down and pressed the release. It didn't pop, not at first. The button depressed and stuck, like there was grit inside. Mia tried again, harder. The buckle clicked faintly, but didn't release. "Are you kidding?" she muttered. I crouched and looked closer. The metal was clean, which wasn't normal. Most buckles had scratches, tiny crumbs, a smear of soda. This one looked handled, polished by use. Mia jiggled the strap, pulling it up and down. The belt didn't give. It was tight, threaded flat, the kind of neat you only get when somebody cares. "Maybe it's jammed," she said, and then she frowned as if the idea annoyed her personally. "Like the latch is stuck." I reached toward it again despite myself. I didn't want to touch it, and I also couldn't not touch it. My fingertips brushed the strap. Warm again, not just the metal. The webbing itself held heat. Mia's gaze snapped to my face. "Okay, that's not normal." I swallowed. My mouth tasted faintly like the cheap mints I'd been sucking on to cover the smell of cleaning solution. I could hear the vacuum up front. I could hear a muffled voice through the open cockpit door, maybe maintenance. The plane felt too still around us, like the rows were watching. "Maybe someone," Mia started and stopped. The sentence died before it got dangerous. I said, "We watched them get off." "Yeah," she said. "We did." We both sat in that for a moment, in the narrow space between explanations. Then from somewhere behind us, a phone buzzed. Not my phone, not Mia's. It was a short vibration, muffled, like it was buried under fabric. It buzzed twice and stopped. Mia and I turned our heads at the same time, scanning the row like startled animals. The sound came from the seat pocket in front of 14C, 13C's seat pocket. Actually, the one usually filled with a safety card and a stale magazine no one reads. Mia moved first. She slipped her fingers into the pocket and pulled out a smartphone with a cracked screen and a case that had been rubbed smooth at the edges. The display lit up automatically, bright against the dim cabin. A notification banner slid across. No service at the top. Then, one new voicemail. Mia stared. How it could be cached, I said too fast. My brain was reaching for logic like it was a life raft. It could show late. But the phone buzzed again, and the screen changed. Not a notification. An incoming call. Unknown number. The phone rang out loud in the cabin, tinny and rude, the kind of sound you never hear up here because everyone's silenced their devices by the time they land. It echoed off the plastic panels. It was wrong in a way that made my skin prickle. Mia looked at me as if I'd brought it with me, as if I'd done this. "It's not mine," I said. I didn't say it was. The ringing stopped. The screen went dark. Then it lit again on its own. The lock screen wallpaper was a blurry photo of someone's dog. The time read 12:18 a.m. Underneath, in small letters, Logan Airport. Mia's thumb hovered over the side button. "Do we answer?" "No," I said, immediate. Too immediate. The idea of talking to whatever was on the other end felt like stepping into a room you'd been warned about. Mia exhaled through her nose. Okay. She slid the phone into her pocket without thinking, like it was evidence, like it was something you kept close, so it couldn't disappear again. Should we tell Reuben? She asked. I glanced up the aisle. Reuben was near row 6, shoulders hunched, tugging trash bags from under seats. He was humming under his breath, a bad habit he did when he was tired. Another cleaner, Tasha, was wiping tray tables with a rag that smelled like lemon disinfectant. Their world was still normal. Ours had a buckle that wouldn't release and a phone that rang with no service. I didn't want to be the person who yells weird thing. Every time something doesn't fit, you get a reputation. You get eyed like you're dramatic. And I needed this job, needed the steady paycheck and the routine. That was the real motive for all of us, if you stripped away the jokes. Rent, bills. A job you could do without a degree as long as you showed up and moved fast. But for me, there was another layer I didn't talk about. Routine had a way of sanding down thoughts until they were dull. Routine kept me from spiraling into the private fear that sat like a pebble in my shoe, that I missed things, that I let something slide because I wanted to be easygoing, because I didn't want to make trouble, because I told myself it was probably fine. A few years ago, in a different job, probably fine had turned into a long night and a police report and a supervisor asking me why I didn't speak up sooner. So now, when something felt off, I felt it in my teeth. Mia watched my face. You're doing that thing, she said. What thing? Where you go quiet and your eyes get all, she waved a hand. Like you're counting exits. I forced a small laugh, but it didn't land. I'm just tired. We're all tired, she said. But this, she tapped the strap with one finger, like it might bite. This is weird tired. I nodded slowly. We should tell the lead. Our shift lead tonight was Dan, a man who'd been doing this long enough that he treated every problem like a math equation. Missing pillow, find it. Broken latch, tag it. Blood, call it in, wear gloves, document. He didn't scare easily, which could be comforting or infuriating depending on the situation. Mia hesitated. If we call Dan over, he's gonna make it a whole thing. Maybe it should be, I said. We stared at the buckle again. The strap lay flat, too neat, too warm. On the floor under 14C, a small object caught the light, something dark and glossy, half tucked under the seat frame. I reached down and pinched it between my fingers. A button, not from a shirt like a cheap plastic disc. This was thick matte, with 4 holes and a faint engraved pattern on one side. It smelled faintly like cologne, the kind that tries too hard. Mia leaned close. That's not airline issue. No, I said. A thought came and went so fast, I almost missed it. If the belt was buckled tight like someone had been sitting there, and the buckle was warm, and there was a phone in the pocket, and now a button on the floor, then what else was left behind that we weren't seeing? Mia pulled out her radio from her vest and thumbed it, then stopped. She looked up the aisle again, to where Dan would be finishing the forward galley checks. If we tell him, she said quietly, he'll want us to stay on board until airport ops or security comes. We'll miss the shuttle. We'll be here another hour. I know, I said. And if it's nothing, she added, not looking at me, we'll look like idiots. The vacuum cut out again. Reuben's laugh drifted down the aisle. Someone knocked a cart into the doorframe. Normal sounds. Ordinary night. But in our row, there was a warm buckle that wouldn't release, a phone with an unknown caller, and a button that didn't belong. Mia met my eyes. So what do we do? It was a choice that wasn't really about the buckle. It was about who you decided to be when you had the chance to pretend you didn't notice. I looked at the open jet bridge door, the gate lights, the empty space beyond. The fact that if we walked off right now and said nothing, the plane would be turned overnight, and whatever was wrong about 14C would get buried under the next day's mess. Or we could pull Dan in, make it official, make it inconvenient, make it real. My throat felt tight. Call him, I said. Mia's thumb hovered over the radio button, and for a beat she didn't move, like she was listening for something else in the cabin. Another buzz, another ring, another sign that we were already too late. Then she pressed the button and lifted the radio to her mouth. Dan, she said, can you come back to row 14? We found something. Dan didn't hurry. That was the first thing that made my pulse tick harder than it should have. He walked down the aisle with his clipboard tucked against his vest, pen clipped to the spiral like always, shoulders loose. Dan was 41, broad in a way that comes from lifting things for years, thinning hair combed back with careful indifference. He'd been at Logan long enough to remember when Terminal B still had carpet that swallowed sound. Nothing rattled him. That was the point of him. What'd we find? He asked, voice low, professional. Mia pointed without theatrics. Seat 14C belts buckled tight. It's warm. Dan gave her a look that said he was humoring us. Then he crouched. I watched his hand hover, then settle on the metal. He didn't flinch, but he didn't smile either. Huh, he said. Right, Mia breathed. Dan pressed the release button. It stuck. He tried again, harder, thumb whitening at the knuckle. A faint click, no release. Latch could be gummed up, he said. Happens. It's clean, I said before I could stop myself. He glanced up at me, pen already tapping the clipboard like he was preparing to categorize this. You're sure everyone deplaned? We were at the back, Mia said. Last one's off. Dan leaned closer, inspecting the buckle seam. Heat from the cabin lingers. Metal holds it. It's the strap too, I said. He looked at the webbing, then pressed his palm flat against the seat cushion, like he was checking a child's forehead. His brow creased. Okay, he said quietly. Behind us, Ruben's vacuum cut out. What's the holdup? He called, not annoyed yet, just tired. Give us a minute, Dan said without raising his voice. He stood and scanned the row, methodical. Seat pocket, tray table, under seat area. That's when Mia pulled the phone from her pocket and held it out. Found this in 13C, she said. Dan took it, thumb grazing the cracked screen. Passenger left it. It rang, I said. He paused. Just now. Unknown number, Mia added. Said no service at the top. Dan didn't react. He pressed the side button. The screen lit up, lock screen, dog wallpaper, time still 12, 8, and even though I knew it had been a few minutes since. The carrier bar flickered between one ghostly bar and nothing. Airplane mode, he muttered. Mia shook her head. It rang. As if on cue, the phone buzzed in his hand. Not a call this time. A notification banner slid down and stayed there long enough for all three of us to read it. Emergency alert. Missing person, Massachusetts State Police. The text preview cut off, but the bolded name was clear. Evan L. Mercer, 32. Last seen boarding flight 482 from Chicago to Boston. If seen, call 911 immediately. Dan didn't say anything for a full second. Then he said very softly, okay. The air in the cabin felt thinner. Flight 482, I said. That's this one. Mia's mouth parted, but no sound came out. The alert expanded on its own, as if the phone sensed we were watching. Male, 32, white, 511, brown hair, wearing navy blazer, gray button down, reported missing by spouse after text message stating, "I'm still here." My stomach tightened around that last sentence. "I'm still here." Dan inhaled slowly through his nose. He didn't look panicked. He looked calculating. "Could be coincidence," he said. "Phones get mixed up." "On the same flight," Mia said. Dan's jaw shifted. "It happens." The phone buzzed again. This time, a voicemail notification popped up. One new voicemail, 12:07 a.m. Dan hesitated only a second before tapping it. The speaker crackled. There was a hiss of background noise, low, steady, mechanical. Then a man's voice, strained and tight. "Hi, if anyone hears this, I'm on the plane. I think something's wrong with the door. I can't get," a metallic thud, a breath, sharp, close to the mic. "I'm still here." The voicemail cut off. No music, no automated sign-off, just the faint whir of whatever was recording when the line died. Mia covered her mouth. Ruben was walking toward us now, vacuum trailing behind him like a stubborn dog. "Guys, what's..." Dan held up a hand. "Not yet." My brain was moving too fast, trying to line up facts like puzzle pieces that didn't want to fit. We watched passengers leave. We did, but we didn't count them. We weren't paid to count. We weren't the gate agents scanning tickets. We were the last sweep. If someone had been in the lavatory when we started boarding our cleaning gear, no. The lav doors had been open. If someone had fallen asleep under a blanket, we checked under seats. We always did, unless they hadn't been in a seat. "Cargo hold," Mia whispered. Dan's head snapped toward her. "No, if he got stuck, passengers don't access the hold." "But crew," Dan cut her off. "We're not speculating." Ruben reached us, frowning. "You're making that face," he said to Dan. "The paperwork face." Dan handed him the phone without explanation. Ruben listened to the voicemail. His shoulders, always slightly hunched from years of lifting trash bags, straightened inch by inch. That's not a joke," he said. "No," Dan agreed. The plane creaked faintly as the external power adjusted. Outside, a tug vehicle beeped in reverse, distant and ordinary. "We call airport ops," Mia said. Dan nodded once. "And state police." He reached for his radio. Static, then dispatch. As he spoke, calm, clear, no drama, I looked back at 14C, the belt. If Evan Mercer had been sitting there, belt buckled tight, why was it still warm? And why hadn't we seen him leave? The idea that we might have walked past someone who needed help, someone who said, "I'm still here," pressed against my ribs until breathing felt mechanical. This was the private fear I didn't talk about. Missing something obvious, choosing convenience over confrontation, letting a detail slide because it was easier. Dan finished the call. "Ops is sending a supervisor. State police are already on site because of the alert. They'll be here in 5. 5, Mia said. "That's it." "Missing person on active flight," Dan said. "They don't wait." Ruben looked down the aisle. "Do we lock the door?" Dan nodded. "Yeah, no one on, no one off." Ruben jogged to the jet bridge and swung the aircraft door partially closed, leaving it latched but not sealed. The gate area beyond dimmed as the automatic lights adjusted. The cabin felt smaller instantly. I stepped back from the row, scanning overhead bins. "Check them," I said. Dan glanced at me. "We already did." Again. Studied my face for a beat, maybe seeing the thing Mia had named earlier, counting exits. Then he nodded. We split up without more words. Mia took the back rows. Ruben started mid-cabin. Dan and I moved forward. Overhead, bins thudded open and closed. The hinges groaned. We peered inside at jackets, at forgotten neck pillows, at empty compartments that smelled faintly of perfume and stale air. Nothing. Lav, I said. Dan headed for the rear lavatory. I took the forward one near the galley. I knocked first. It felt ridiculous, but I knocked. No answer. I slid the latch and opened the door. The smell hit me, blue chemical cleaner and something else underneath. Not decay, not yet, just dense air. The sink was dry. The toilet lid closed. No feet visible. I crouched and checked behind the door, behind the trash bin, under the small metal fold-down changing table. Nothing. Clear, Dan called from the back. Clear, I echoed. Mia rejoined us near row 14, breathing a little harder than before. Nothing. The phone buzzed again in Ruben's hand. Another voicemail. 12:11 a.m. He looked at Dan for permission. Dan gave a tight nod. Ruben hit play. The same hiss of background noise. Louder now. The man's breathing ragged. I can hear them out there, he whispered. They're cleaning. I'm banging, but no one, a series of dull thumps. Like fists against something insulated. Please, he said. I'm still here. The message ended with a scraping sound. Mia's eyes were wet now, but she blinked it away angrily. We didn't hear banging, she said. We would have heard banging, would we? The vacuum had been running, carts rolling, our own footsteps. And if someone had been banging from somewhere not obvious. Dan's radio crackled. Airport ops on approach, a voice said. State police en route from Terminal C. How long? Dan asked. 3 minutes. 3 minutes felt like a countdown. I moved back to 14C. Help me, I said to Dan. He crouched beside me. Together, we pulled at the strap, trying to see if the belt was snagged on something beneath the cushion. The metal bracket that anchored it to the seat frame was visible solid, bolted. Knife, Mia asked. Dan shook his head. We don't cut airline equipment without authorization. Authorization is 3 minutes away, she snapped. Dan met her gaze evenly. And if we cut it and it's nothing, that's on us. It was such a small thing to argue about. A strap, a rule. But under it was the bigger argument. Do we act now or wait for someone with a badge to tell us what to do? The phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a voicemail. It was a text message preview. From unknown, I can see you. The three of us froze. Ruben looked slowly over his shoulder, as if someone might be standing in the aisle. The cabin lights hummed overhead. Is that? Mia began. The message expanded. Row 14. Hurry. My scalp prickled. This could be a prank, Dan said quickly, but his voice had lost some of its certainty. From who? I demanded. He's missing. The alert. Dan stood abruptly and scanned the ceiling panels, the air vents, the small seams along the cabin walls. Could be someone on the ground, he said. Someone who knows his phone's here. Knows it's here, Mia repeated. The jet bridge door handle rattled. All four of us jumped. A firm knock sounded against the aircraft door. Airport ops, a voice called. Open up. Dan exhaled sharply, tension breaking just enough to move. He gestured to Ruben. Get it. Ruben hurried down the aisle. As he reached the door, the phone in his hand vibrated one more time. A final message flashed before the screen dimmed. They're closing it. Ruben opened the aircraft door. 2 airport operations supervisors stepped inside in reflective jackets, followed by a Massachusetts state police trooper in dark uniform, hand resting near his belt. Behind them, the jet bridge seemed darker than before. And somewhere beneath our feet, deep in the belly of the aircraft, there was a heavy metallic thud, not loud, but deliberate. Every head in the cabin turned downward at the same time. The trooper's eyes narrowed. "What was that?" he asked. Dan swallowed. "I think," he said carefully, "we might need to check the cargo hold." Another thud. Closer this time. The trooper stepped fully inside. "Everybody off the floor," he ordered. And the plane, which had felt empty minutes ago, suddenly didn't. The trooper didn't waste time. "Who heard it?" he asked. "All of us," Dan said. His voice had that measured tone he used when he knew paperwork was coming. "Came from below, mid-cabin." Another thud rolled up through the floor panels, dull and insulated, like someone striking padded metal. The trooper, his nameplate read K. Donnelly, tilted his head, listening. His mid-30s, compact build, buzz cut, the kind of guy who'd learned to measure rooms in half seconds. He stepped into the aisle and stomped once with his heel. The echo answered from below. "Cargo," he said. Airport ops exchanged a look. One of them, a woman in her 40s with a radio clipped high on her shoulder, shook her head slightly. "The forward hold S been unloaded. Bags are off. Rear hold 2. Checked," Donnelly asked. "Ground crew clears it before we get the call to clean," Dan said. Standard turnaround. The trooper looked at the four of us like we were part of the math now. "You got access?" he asked. Dan hesitated. External latch, ground level on the tarmac. Another thud, louder, closer to row 14 this time. Mia flinched. "He's down there." The trooper's jaw tightened. "Or something is." He turned to ops. "Call ground control. Freeze any movement around this aircraft. No pushback, no cargo doors cycling." The ops supervisor was already on her radio, voice clipped and fast. Reuben swallowed audibly. "What if the environmental system kicks in? Doesn't the hold pressurize weird?" Dan nodded once. "Temp regulation. It's off now. But if they power down external, it can spike." "Meaning," Mia pressed. "Meaning if someone's in there," I said, "it won't be comfortable." That was an understatement. I'd read the manuals when I first started, board on break. The cargo holds on the A320 were climate controlled for animals sometimes, but only if configured. Otherwise, they could get cold, or stale, or worse if systems cycled. Donnelly pointed down the aisle. "Show me the closest access." We moved as a group, boots thudding softly on the thin carpet runner, past row 14, past the overwing exits. The geography of the plane felt sharper now. 30 rows, 2 galleys, forward lav on the right, rear lav left. Under our feet, 2 main cargo compartments, forward under rows 1-8, aft under roughly 15-30. Row 14 sat just ahead of the wing, which meant whatever we heard was probably in the aft cargo hold. We reached the rear galley. The floor panel near the jump seat had a small maintenance hatch not for cargo access, but for wiring and hydraulics. Donnelly crouched and pressed his ear to it. Silence. Then 3 rapid bangs. Mia made a choked sound. Donnelly lifted his head slowly. "That's not random." He stood. "We go outside." Dan looked at us. "You 3 stay here." "No," I said too fast. The word hung there. Donnelly's eyes flicked to me. "Excuse me." "I know where the latch is," I said. My throat felt dry. "Left side of the fuselage, behind the wing." Dan opened his mouth, probably to shut me down, but I didn't look at him. I couldn't. If I stayed in the cabin listening to those thuds, imagining them, I'd unravel. The trooper studied me for a beat, then nodded once. "You come, the rest stay." Mia grabbed my sleeve briefly. "Don't do anything stupid." "Story of my life," I muttered, trying for lightness. It didn't land. We stepped through the jet bridge and out into the night. The air on the tarmac was colder than the cabin, sharp with jet fuel and damp concrete. Sodium lights cast everything in amber. The plane loomed above us, silver skin reflecting distorted shadows. Ground crew had already cleared the immediate area. Cones ringed the aircraft now. A baggage cart idled 20 yards away, engine ticking softly. We walked along the left side of the fuselage, the wings stretching overhead like a metal ceiling. I'd been out here hundreds of times, but tonight every rivet looked like a watchful eye. "There," I said, pointing. The aft cargo door sat flush against the belly, rectangular, about chest height from the ground. A manual latch handle was recessed into the panel. Donnelly motioned for me to step back. He tried the handle. "Locked. Ground crew seals it after unloading," I said. "Needs a key." "Who has it?" "Ramp supervisor." The ops supervisor was already jogging over, breath fogging. She fished a key ring from her pocket and handed it to Donnelly. He inserted the key, turned. The latch released with a heavy clunk. We all froze. No immediate sound from inside. Donnelly gripped the handle and pulled. The cargo door swung upward on hydraulic arms, revealing darkness inside deep, padded, segmented space lined with metal rollers for luggage. The smell hit first. Not rot, not yet, but air that hadn't moved in a while. Stale, warm. Donnelly clicked on his flashlight and stepped closer. "Evan Mercer," he called. His voice echoed strangely against the metal interior. Silence. Then a scraping noise. From the far left corner of the hold. Mia would have screamed. I felt it crawl up my spine like a cold hand. Donnelly raised the beam. A shape shifted, and then a small, frantic body bolted forward into the light. I flinched backward hard enough to bump the fuselage. A raccoon. It scrambled across the rollers, claws clicking, eyes bright in the flashlight beam. It must have crawled in through an open hatch earlier, attracted by the smell of food waste. It darted toward the opening, hesitated at the drop, then leapt to the tarmac and vanished under a service vehicle. For a second, nobody said anything. Then the ops supervisor let out a shaky laugh that died halfway through. "Jesus," she breathed. Donnelly didn't laugh. He scanned the hold carefully, methodical. "That explains the movement," he said, "not the voicemails." I exhaled slowly, heart still hammering. My body felt like it had sprinted a mile. False alarm. Partial answer. New problem. "If the raccoon S in there," Dan said from the jet bridge behind us, "that means the door wasn't sealed tight earlier." The ops supervisor stiffened. "It was sealed." "Clearly not," Dan replied. Donnelly climbed halfway into the hold, boots on the rollers. He swept the flashlight beam across every corner. Empty. No person, no navy blazer, no gray shirt. Just a stray luggage tag and a crushed soda can. He climbed back down. "Clear," he said. Mia's voice floated down from the aircraft door. "So what the hell was that banging?" Donnelly looked up at the plane's belly. "Could have been the animal," he said. "Shifting luggage racks." "It sounded deliberate," I said. He didn't argue. The ops supervisor checked her watch. "We need to close this up. Ground control's already asking how long we're freezing the gate." Donnelly's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then frowned. "What?" Dan asked. "Missing person alert updated," Donnelly said. "Spouse says last text from Mercer was at 12:15 a.m. We all looked at each other. 12:15. We'd been on the plane by then. "What did it say?" I asked. Donnelly read from the screen. "They're not hearing me. I'm not in the hold." The air felt thin again. Mia's voice wavered from above. Not in the hold. Where then? Reuben called. Donnelly turned slowly toward the fuselage. The underside of the plane wasn't smooth everywhere. There were access panels, compartments, equipment bays. "Wheel well," he said quietly. My stomach dropped. The A320's main landing gear sat under the wings, retracting into bays that were not meant for people. Tight, mechanical spaces filled with hydraulics and wiring. If he crawled in there, Dan started, he'd be dead, the ops supervisor said flatly. Gear cycles crush. But we just landed, I said. He'd have been alive until touchdown. Donnelly was already moving toward the rear landing gear flashlight beam cutting across the concrete. We followed at a distance, the night suddenly enormous. The wheel well access wasn't designed for casual inspection, required ground clearance and specific procedures. But the gear doors were visible now, closed, sealed. Donnelly shone his light into the small gaps around the door seams. Nothing. Gear hasn't cycled since landing, the ops supervisor said. It's locked. Another vibration buzzed from Reuben's hand. The phone. We all turned. Reuben swallowed and held it out to Donnelly. Another voicemail. 12:19 a.m. We were standing under the wing when it played. This time the voice was weaker, breath shorter. You missed it. I'm not down there. I'm a metallic groan interrupted, like something heavy shifting. Then a whisper. 14. The message cut. The trooper looked at me. Row 14, he said. We ran back toward the aircraft door. Inside, the cabin felt different, smaller, oppressive. Mia stood in the aisle near 14C, arms wrapped around herself. You hear it? She asked. Hear what? And then I did, a faint sound, not banging, not scraping. A low, rhythmic knock, not from below, from inside the cabin. Row 14. The overhead bin above 14C trembled slightly. Once, twice. Donnelly moved first. He stepped into the row and reached for the bin latch. Careful, Dan warned. Donnelly pulled. The bin swung open. A black duffel bag tumbled forward and hit the aisle hard. Mia jumped back. The bag shifted on its own. Something inside moved. Reuben cursed under his breath. Donnelly crouched, flashlight steady. Sir, he called. The bag twitched again. I stepped forward before I could stop myself and grabbed the zipper pull. Dan hissed. Wait, too late. I yanked it open. The smell hit first. Sweat, metal, fear. Inside the duffel, crammed impossibly tight, was a man's arm, bound at the wrist with what looked like seatbelt webbing. The skin was warm. The fingers twitched. Mia made a sound that wasn't quite a scream. Donnelly dropped to his knees. Easy, he said, voice shifting instantly to command mode. Easy. He pulled the zipper wider. The rest of the body unfolded into view in pieces. Navy blazer twisted, gray button-down soaked through with sweat, duct tape at the mouth, partially torn loose. Evan Mercer blinked up at us, pupils blown wide. He sucked in a shaky breath. I'm still here, he rasped. For a split second, relief surged so hard it almost knocked me over. He was alive. And then the reality of what that meant crashed down. He hadn't been alone. Donnelly's hand hovered near his sidearm now, not because of Mercer, but because of the implication. Someone had put him there. Someone had zipped the bag, and unless that person had vanished into thin air, they were still somewhere on this aircraft. The cabin door behind us clicked softly as the jet bridge shifted. The ops supervisor's radio crackled with confused chatter. Donnelly looked up slowly. Lock it down, he said, and the aircraft door sealed shut with a heavy, final thud. Trooper Donnelly didn't draw his gun. Not yet. He kept his hand close to it, elbow tucked, and looked at Dan like Dan had somehow caused the plane door to slam shut. "Who shut that?" he asked. "The ops supervisor, Linda." I'd heard someone call her, stared at the latch like it had betrayed her. It didn't slam. The jet bridge shifted. Sometimes the pressure, Dan's radio squawked, then died into static. "We're in a dead spot," he muttered, pressing the button again. Nothing. The cabin felt sealed now in a way it hadn't earlier. The open gate air was gone. The smell of disinfectant and old coffee sat heavier, like it had nowhere to go. Evan Mercer tried to sit up and immediately hissed through his teeth. His eyes squeezed shut, sweat beading along his hairline. Mia crouched beside him, hands hovering uselessly. "Don't," she said, like she could talk his ribs into behaving. "Can you breathe?" Donnelly asked Evan. Evan nodded once, shallow. His wrists were chafed red, where the seatbelt webbing had been cinched. The duct tape at his mouth hung in a torn strip like a bad joke. He swallowed and rasped, "Water." Reuben was already pulling a half-full water bottle from his cleaning cart, one of ours, cheap plastic, dented. He knelt and held it to Evan's lips. Evan drank like a man trying to prove he was alive. I kept staring at 14C. The belt was still buckled tight, still warm. Like a fingerprint you couldn't wash off. Donnelly followed my gaze. "That seat, warm," I said, voice barely there, jammed, like someone tightened it. Dan's eyes snapped to the buckle too, and I saw something shift in him, his procedural calm cracking around a thought. "Seatbelt webbing," Dan said quietly, glancing at Evan's bound wrists. "Same material." "That's not standard," Mia whispered. "Who carries that? People like us," I thought. People who work planes. Or someone who wanted to look like us. Donnelly lifted Evan's blazer collar gently, careful, like he was peeling back a bandage. "Any other injuries?" Evan's eyes moved, tracking the aisle like he expected something to step out from behind a seat. "Ribs," he said. "Maybe. Head." He stopped and swallowed. "He put me in there." "He?" Donnelly asked. Evan's gaze snapped to Donnelly, fear sharp. "Not crew," he said quickly. "Not you." "That narrows it down," Mia muttered, then immediately looked guilty. Donnelly leaned in. "Describe him." Evan's lips trembled. Smelled like cologne. Too much, like he wanted me to notice. He coughed, winced. He wore gloves, dark. He had an airport vest. My stomach dropped. Mia's eyes flicked to our neon vests, then away like they were suddenly incriminating. "A vest," Dan repeated, voice going flat. Reflective, Evan nodded. He said, "Keep quiet, you'll miss your ride." Like he knew. Evan's eyes watered. He had a radio, or he acted like he did. Reuben sat back on his heels, face pale. "So he can walk right in here." "Or he already is," I said before I could stop myself. The words landed hard. The plane's hum felt louder for a second. Somewhere in the ceiling, an air vent clicked. Donnelly stood slowly, turning his body so he could see both ends of the cabin. His voice stayed controlled. "Nobody moves alone." Linda's radio crackled. A voice from the jet bridge side, muffled through the sealed door, called, "Ops, status." Linda pressed her shoulder mic. "We're inside, doors shut. We have the missing passenger, alive." A beat of silence, then the voice. "Copy, can you open?" Linda tried the handle. It didn't budge, her face tightened. "It's latched from the bridge side." Donnelly's jaw clenched. "Then we're contained, like evidence or prey." He looked at Dan. "Is there another exit?" Dan pointed forward toward the cockpit. "Service door up front, but it opens to the jet bridge too. Same lock." And the overwing exits? Mia asked. Dan shook his head sharply. No, slides aren't armed, but those doors are not meant to be opened at the gate. You pop one, you're deploying evacuation equipment, you're causing injuries, you're setting off alarms. Not unless it's life or death. Donnelly glanced at Evan. Evan's breathing had gone shallow again, each inhale careful. This was turning into life or death, only not in the clean way of a fire drill. In the messy way where the wrong move could kill someone slower than you realized. The phone buzzed in Ruben's hand, like it couldn't stand being ignored. Ruben stared at it with a kind of disgust, then handed it to Donnelly. Another text. From unknown, you already touched the buckle. My skin prickled. Donnelly's gaze went to me. He didn't accuse. He just noted. You did, I nodded, mouth dry. When we found it, the phone buzzed again. From unknown, stay calm. Do what you're told. Mia's voice came out thin. What does he want? Donnelly didn't answer because he didn't know. A click sounded from the front of the cabin, not loud, but distinct, like a latch testing itself. Dan's head snapped toward the cockpit. That's the forward galley panel, he whispered. The service closet, the one with the emergency equipment. Ruben swallowed. We already checked that. We checked it like cleaners, Mia said, not like cops. Donnelly raised a hand, palm out. Lights. Dan looked confused. Kill the cabin lights, Donnelly said. If we can. Dan hesitated. We can dim from the overhead panel in the galley. Do it, Donnelly said. Dan moved forward down the aisle, careful, stepping around the duffel bag, still sprawled in the aisle like a discarded skin. I stayed near row 14 with Mia and Ruben and Linda, because Evan couldn't be moved fast, and he needed someone with him. Also, because my legs felt weirdly heavy, like they didn't believe what was happening. Donnelly crouched beside Evan. Listen, I need you to tell me exactly what he did. Evan's eyes flicked up, trying to focus through pain. He followed me when I got up, he whispered. I went to the back to pee. After we landed, people were standing up. I thought I'd be faster if I went before we got to the gate. His voice cracked. He waited in the galley, like he belonged. He told me to step aside. He had a vest, a badge thing. He said there was a seatbelt issue, and he needed to check something. My stomach twisted because I could see it. Someone in a reflective vest giving a casual instruction. Most people would obey without thinking. Evan swallowed. He pushed me into the rear galley. Not hard at first. Then he hit me. Evan's hand trembled. He said I shouldn't have texted. Donnelly went still. Texted whom? My wife, Evan whispered. I told her something felt off. There was a guy in my row. He kept watching me. He asked weird questions about, like what I do for work. Evan swallowed again. I'm in compliance for a medical supply company. I travel with documents sometimes. Ruben's face tightened. So it's theft. Or worse, Mia said, voice barely above breath. Donnelly's eyes stayed on Evan. Did he take anything? Evan nodded weakly. My carry-on, a black roller. He said he didn't want a scene. He taped me. Then Evan's eyes filled. He put me in the bag. He buckled me first. Tight, like he shuddered. Like he wanted to make sure I couldn't move while he stuffed me. The buckle, the warmth. It wasn't random. It wasn't heat retention. It was a human body pressed against it, not that long ago. The strap cinched tight over a living person. My hands curled into fists, so hard my nails bit. Dan's voice floated from the front, dimming now. The cabin lights dropped to a low glow. Not blackout, but enough to turn the aisle into a tunnel of shadows. Airport beyond the windows became more visible, lights and vehicles sliding by like silent fish. For a few seconds, the plane felt calmer. Like if we made it dim enough, the problem might forget we were here. Then the forward galley door clicked again. And this time, the small service closet door near the forward galley swung outward, slow as a confession. A figure stepped out. Reflective vest, dark hoodie underneath, gloves, a lanyard hanging at the chest with something that could have been a badge at a glance. He held a canister in one gloved hand, not a gun, not a knife. A canister. My brain flashed through possibilities too fast. Cleaning foam, fire suppressant, pepper spray, bear spray, though why would bear spray be on a plane? His face was partly hidden by a medical mask. Eyes only. And those eyes went straight to the cluster of us around row 14. He didn't look surprised. He looked irritated, like we'd complicated his night. Donnelly rose, stepping into the aisle between him and Evan, body angled to shield. "Massachusetts State Police," he said, voice calm. "Drop it. Hands where I can see them." The man's gaze flicked to Donnelly's holster, then to our vests, then to Evan, half in the aisle. He spoke through the mask, voice muffled but steady. "You opened the wrong door," he said. Mia whispered, "Oh my God." Reuben's breathing was loud in the dim. Dan stood near the forward galley, frozen mid-step, his clipboard hanging useless at his side. The man lifted the canister slightly, showing it. "Not a weapon," he said, "just something that makes people behave." Donnelly didn't flinch. "That's a weapon." The man's eyes narrowed. He took one step toward the aisle. Donnelly's hand went near his gun, still not drawn, but ready. "Stop." The man stopped, like he was testing how far he could go. Then he did something that made my gut drop again. He reached up and yanked his lanyard free, tossing the badge toward us. It clattered on the carpet near row 12. A plastic ID holder, printed logo. It looked almost real. Almost. "See," he said, "anyone can make one." And then, like he'd been waiting for that line to land, he raised the canister and sprayed. A white, cold burst blasted down the aisle. Not a fine mist, more like a foamy stream, expanding fast. It hit the carpet and seats and bloomed into a choking cloud. My eyes stung instantly. My throat clamped. I coughed hard, bending forward. "Mace," Mia gasped, voice breaking. But it didn't smell like pepper. It smelled chemical, like an extinguisher, like cleaning agent gone wrong. Donnelly shouted, "Back, back." We stumbled, half blind, retreating toward the rear. Evan wheezed, trying to crawl away, but his wrists were still partly bound. I grabbed the remaining seatbelt, webbing at his wrists, and yanked, fumbling for the buckle release that wouldn't release. My fingers slipped. Everything felt slick with panic. "Cut it," Mia choked. "Knife," I rasped. Reuben tore open a supply pouch on his cart and pulled out a box cutter. We weren't supposed to have them on board, technically. Utility knives were regulated, but cleaners always found ways. For tape, for packaging, for stubborn seatbelt webbing, apparently. He handed it to me, eyes watering. "Here." My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it. I pressed the blade carefully against the strap near Evan's wrist, away from skin and sod. The webbing resisted, thick and strong. Behind us, the foamy cloud spread, rolling along the aisle like low fog. I heard footsteps in it, controlled, not panicked. The man was advancing. He knew we'd back up. He'd planned for it. "Overwing," Dan coughed from somewhere ahead, voice strained. We can open." "No," Linda shouted hoarsely. "You deploy it, you," a metallic clang from the front. Donnelly, I realized, had lunged forward into the cloud. He'd drawn his gun. A shout muffled, harsh, then a thud like bodies hitting seats. The cloud made it hard to see, but I heard Donnelly's voice, strained. "Get him down." Reuben coughed and staggered toward the aisle, but Mia grabbed his arm. "Don't, we can't leave him," Reuben croaked. I finally cut through the webbing and freed Evan's wrists. Evan sagged against the seat, breath ragged. "Can you move?" I demanded. He nodded faintly, more will than strength. Mia and I hooked our arms under his shoulders and hauled him up. His weight was dead heavy, sweat-soaked. Pain made him stiff, but adrenaline kept him upright. We shuffled backward toward the rear galley, toward the only space that felt like cover. Behind us, the struggle up front intensified. A harsh grunt. Donnelly shouted again, "Drop it." A canister clattered on the floor, rolling, tapping against seat legs. Then a sharp, wet cough, human, desperate. Donnelly's voice came again, lower now, like he was wrestling words out. "Handcuffs." Anyone, Dan, choking, stumbled forward with the plastic flex cuffs from the emergency kit, those bright white ties meant for unruly passengers, not criminals with fake badges. He dropped to his knees in the aisle, disappearing into the haze. For a moment, everything went muffled, like my ears had cotton stuffed in them. My vision tunneled. All I could think was, "Don't freeze, don't freeze, don't freeze." This was the flaw. Not fear, fear was normal. It was that old habit of going quiet and hoping someone else handled it. But there wasn't anyone else. Not really. Not without cost. I set Evan down in the rear galley corner, propped against the bulkhead, and grabbed Mia's shoulder. "Stay with him," I rasped. "What are you doing?" she wheezed, eyes red. "I have to." The words didn't come right. I forced them. "I can't miss it again." Mia stared at me like she wanted to argue, but another cough racked her, and she just nodded, furious and terrified. I stumbled forward into the haze. The foam cloud had thinned slightly, drifting toward the rear now, sucked by the cabin airflow. My eyes watered so badly I could barely see outlines, but shapes emerged. Dan on the floor, struggling with flex cuffs, Donnelly pinned low against the aisle, one knee planted, and the man vest and mask, half across two seats, twisting like a trapped animal. The man's gloved hand clawed for something near his waist. Not a gun. A small tool, metal, possibly a cutter. He swung it toward Donnelly's arm. Donnelly grunted, trying to control the wrist. "Now," Donnelly barked at Dan. Dan fumbled the flex cuffs, hands shaking. The man jerked hard, and his elbow slammed into Dan's face. Dan cried out and rolled back, blood immediately bright against his lip. He looked stunned, eyes wide and unfocused. The man surged upright, trying to bolt down the aisle toward us, toward the rear galley, where Evan was. No, not toward us. Toward the only other way off the plane. The rear service door. He knew something about it. Maybe it wasn't latched from the bridge side the way the others were. Maybe he'd planned to leave that way once he had the carry-on. He sprinted. Donnelly lunged and grabbed his vest from behind. The vest tore, reflective strips ripping like paper. The man twisted, elbowing backward. His elbow caught Donnelly's jaw. Donnelly staggered but didn't let go. They crashed into row 14. Right into 14, see the warm buckle. The jammed latch. Their bodies slammed the seat, and the belt strap, still buckled tight, snapped taut across the seat like a tripline. The man's knee hit it. His leg tangled. He went down hard, smashing his shoulder into the aisle armrest. A sharp crack. His scream was involuntary, ugly. He reached for the belt release out of instinct, trying to free the strap that trapped him. It didn't release. Jammed. Warm. A procedural failure turned into a weapon. Donnelly seized the moment. He drove the man's wrist down, pinned it to the carpet, and shouted, "Cuffs." Now, Reuben appeared behind me, eyes streaming, and shoved past with a roll of thick zip ties from the supply cart, industrial ones, meant for bundling trash bags and securing equipment. "I got these," he croaked. We dropped to the floor around the man, fingers clumsy, coughing. The man thrashed, one arm flailing, shoulder already swelling where it had cracked. He tried to kick, but his leg was caught under the belt strap like it wanted revenge. The zip ties cinched tight around his wrists. He spit into his mask, furious, and the mask slipped slightly, revealing the lower half of his face. Clean-shaven, pale, lips trembling with rage and pain, and the smell hit me even through the chemical haze. Cologne. Too much. Sharp and sweet, the button. He saw my recognition, and his eyes widened just for a second. "You don't even know what you touched," he hissed. Donnelly jammed the flex cuffs around the zip ties as backup, hands steady despite the blood at his mouth. Then Donnelly finally exhaled, long and shaky, and sat back on his heels. The man went limp in a way that was more tactical than defeated. "Ops," Donnelly rasped, turning his head slightly. "Get medics. Get a supervisor to open the doors. Now." Linda was already on her radio, voice ragged, coughing between words. Dan sat against a seat base, holding his jaw, blood on his knuckles. His eyes met mine for a second, not blaming, not forgiving, just raw. I realized my hands were trembling so hard I couldn't unclench them. Mia's voice floated from the rear galley, thin with panic. "Evan's fading. He's not doing good." I scrambled up, lungs burning, and ran to the rear. Evan's eyes were half-lidded. His breathing was shallow, a hiss at the edge of each inhale. "Hey," I said, crouching, trying to sound steady. "Stay with me, stay here." His gaze focused on my face with effort. "I thought," he whispered, "I thought I'd die in there." "You didn't," I said, but my voice broke on the last word. He tried to smile and failed. You opened it." I swallowed hard. "Yeah." Outside, the jet bridge latch clanked. Voices rose, more people, more radios, the chaos of authority arriving too late to feel clean. But the emotional cost was already here. Dan's blood in the aisle, Donnelly's swollen jaw, and the way his hand shook when he holstered his gun. Evan's wrists raw, his ribs possibly broken, his eyes carrying a kind of terror that wasn't going to drain out overnight. And me, my hands still smelling faintly of cologne and chemical foam, knowing that if I'd walked off earlier, if I'd decided it was probably fine, that duffel bag would have stayed shut until morning. Your door finally opened, cold air rushing in like a slap. Medics climbed aboard with a stretcher, faces serious. More troopers followed, weapons ready, sweeping the cabin like it was no longer ours. Donnelly pointed from the aisle, voice thick. "Suspect S in 14, restrained." They moved past us, efficient, practiced. No sudden saviors, just the grinding machinery of response, arriving in fragments. As they lifted Evan onto the stretcher, he grabbed my wrist weakly. His fingers were warm. "Human. Don't let them say I wasn't here," he whispered. I swallowed and nodded. "I won't." He let go, and they carried him out. Back at row 14, the suspect lay on his side, wrists bound, shoulder clearly damaged. He stared up at the ceiling, breathing hard through the slipped mask. The jammed seatbelt still trapped his leg. He looked at it with a kind of disbelief, like the smallest flaw in the system had chosen a side. Donnelly caught my eye as he stood, jaw swelling, blood drying at the corner of his mouth. "You did good," he said, and it wasn't praise. It was acknowledgement of the mess we were all standing in. I nodded once, because I didn't trust myself to speak. The central threat was contained. Evan was alive. The man in the vest was in cuffs, but the cabin didn't feel safe again. It felt violated, and I knew I'd hear that low knocking sound in my sleep for a long time. They walked Evan out like he was fragile glass. 2 EMTs guided the stretcher down the aisle, careful around the duffel bag, still sprawled in the carpeted lane, careful around the canister that had rolled under a seat and left a streak of chalky white foam. Evan's eyes stayed open the whole time, fixed on the ceiling panels, as if looking sideways at the plane would make it real again. When they lifted him over the threshold, the cold air from the jet bridge hit the cabin, and the foam smell finally started to thin. Mia followed until the rear galley, then stopped, hands clenched at her sides, like she didn't know where to put them anymore. Her vest was smeared with white residue across the front, and there was a faint red patch at the elbow where she'd scraped herself hauling Evan upright. Dan sat in the aisle near row 10 with his back against a seat base, head tipped forward. An EMT had already checked him, blood pressure cuff, flashlight in the eyes, the quick questions to make sure he knew his name and the year. They'd given him gauze for his lip and an ice pack for his jaw. He held it there like it was the only thing keeping his face attached. Trooper Donnelly stood by row 14, talking low to 2 other state troopers. His jaw was swelling visibly now, making his words thick. He kept one hand on the suspect's cuffs, as if the cuffs might be imaginary if he let go. The suspect lay on his side in the aisle with his wrists zip-tied and flex-cuffed, shoulder pinned awkwardly, mask half off his face. He stopped fighting once the medics and more troopers filled the aircraft. Not piece calculation. His eyes tracked everyone in the cabin with flat attention, like he was memorizing routines. I tried not to meet his gaze again. Linda, the ops supervisor, kept her radio pressed to her shoulder, voice hoarse from coughing. "Yes," she said for the 3rd time, "we've secured the aircraft. No, we're not returning it to service tonight." Her eyes flicked up at the overhead bins, then down at the foam-streaked carpet. "Because there was a criminal assault on board," she added, like she was trying to convince herself as much as whoever was on the other end. Everything after that became paperwork. Not immediately, not in a neat line. It came in waves, questions, pauses, more questions, people with clipboards and badges, stepping on and off the aircraft. The cabin transformed from a place we cleaned to a place they processed. A woman in latex gloves photographed the seatbelt at 14C like it was a wound. She measured the strap length, took close-ups of the buckle face and the jammed release button. She asked me not to touch it again, as if I wanted to. Another tech bagged the button I'd found earlier, the matte one with the faint pattern. He held it by tweezers, dropped it into a clear evidence pouch, sealed it with a strip of tape and a signature. "Where exactly was it?" he asked. "Under the seat," I said and pointed. "Right there, half under the frame." He nodded, impassive, and marked it down. But his eyes flicked to my hands, to the residue under my fingernails, and for a second I felt like I was the problem, not the witness. They took my name, my date of birth, my employee ID. They asked what time I'd boarded, what time we started mid-cabin, whether anyone else besides our crew had entered the aircraft after deplaning, whether I'd seen anyone with a reflective vest besides airport workers. No, I said, and then I hesitated because the truth was uglier. I didn't notice. That was the crack. That was the part that followed me. Donnelly questioned Evan on the jet bridge before they wheeled him away. I watched from the cabin doorway while a paramedic adjusted an oxygen cannula under Evan's nose. Evan's voice was weak, but steady enough to answer questions. Every time his eyes flicked toward the plane, his breathing changed, like his ribs were remembering the duffel. I didn't catch most of it, but I heard the one thing that made the scene shift from awful to terrifying in a different way. He knew my name, Evan said. Donnelly leaned closer. He said it. Evan nodded once, like he'd read it somewhere. Donnelly's face tightened. He asked another question I didn't hear, and Evan's mouth moved again. Then the paramedic shook her head gently, and they rolled Evan toward the terminal. Mia watched him go, jaw trembling. When she turned back toward the cabin, her eyes were bright and angry in the same breath. He knew his name, she whispered. So he planned it. Dan, still holding the ice pack, muttered, or he saw the boarding pass. Mia shook her head hard. Not like that. Evan said he knew. Reuben stood near the forward galley with his arms folded tight across his chest, as if hugging himself. His eyes kept darting toward the closets and panels we'd checked earlier, as if expecting something else to swing open. This is why I hate night turns, he said, voice flat. Because raccoons, Dan tried. Reuben didn't smile. The suspect was walked off last. 2 troopers hauled him up by the elbows. His shoulder made him wince, but he didn't stumble. He moved like someone who'd already pictured this part. As they guided him down the aisle, his gaze slid over us again, me, Mia, Reuben, Dan, pausing a fraction too long on our vests, our radios, our tired faces. He spoke as he passed row 14. Not loud, not for the troopers, just enough for me. You touched it, he said, and the corner of his mouth twitched like he'd told a private joke. Donnelly shoved him forward. Keep walking. The suspect didn't resist. He just looked pleased that he'd left a line behind him. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt thick with foam dust and something worse. When they were gone, the plane felt emptier than it ever had, even with half the cabin still filled with people in uniforms. The hum of the APU outside sounded like a distant engine refusing to turn off. The evidence techs stayed for another hour. They sealed the duffel in a large plastic bag. They photographed the zipper and the interior seams, the sweat stains, the strip of duct tape still stuck to the lining. They swabbed the buckle at 14C. They asked Mia where she'd found the phone, and Reuben showed them the seat pocket in front of 14C again and again, as if repetition could make it make sense. They took the phone too. Before they did, Donnelly held it for a moment and scrolled through the lock screen notifications with his thumb. The device kept flickering between no service and a single bar, like it couldn't decide which reality it belonged to. You said it texted you, he said to me. It did, I answered. Did you reply? No. He looked at me for a long beat. Good. He didn't say why. He didn't have to, because that phone had been our rope in the dark, and ropes could be pulled from either end. Eventually, Linda told us we were done. Go, she said, voice spent. You're not cleaning this aircraft tonight. Nobody's cleaning it tonight. Dan tried to stand and winced, one hand going to his jaw. An EMT insisted he ride to the hospital for imaging. Dan refused once, then paused, then nodded on the second ask. That was Dan, stubborn until the right kind of authority arrived. Mia offered to go with him, then changed her mind midway through the sentence. I should call my sister, she said instead, as if she didn't trust herself not to fall apart unless someone else's voice anchored her. Reuben went quiet, the way he did when he was thinking about money. "Do we still get paid?" he asked Linda, and he looked ashamed the moment the words left his mouth. Linda didn't judge him. "Yeah," she said. "Yeah, you'll get paid. And HR will talk to you. HR, counseling, statements, the long tail of consequences stretching into daylight. We walked off the aircraft as a group anyway, even though nobody told us to. The jet bridge felt like a tunnel out of a fever. At the gate, the terminal was half asleep. Shops shuttered. The glossy floor reflecting the harsh overhead lights. A few passengers slept slumped in chairs, their carry-ons clutched to their chests like life vests. None of them looked up when we passed with our vests smeared white and our faces raw from coughing. Ordinary life was stubborn like that. It kept going, even when you were carrying something heavy inside you. Outside security, a state trooper took our final statements one by one. He had a tablet and a tired face. When it was my turn, he asked, "Anything else you noticed? Any details that seemed off before you found the bag?" I hesitated. This was the moment I kept replaying in my head already, the point where I could either stick to the clean facts or admit the part that made me feel stupid. I said, "The belt was warm." He nodded like he'd heard it 5 times. "And the buckle wouldn't release," I added. He looked up. "That's unusual. I thought maybe it was jammed, but it was clean." I swallowed. It didn't look like normal wear. The trooper typed, eyes on his screen. "Anything else?" I thought of the raccoon, the false panic, the relief that turned into a deeper dread. I thought of the suspect's cologne, sharp enough to cut through disinfectant, and the way Evan had said he knew my name. Then I thought of the texts. "Stay calm. Do what you're told. They're closing it. You already touched the buckle." It wasn't supernatural. It wasn't a ghost in the metal. It was a human voice reaching through technology, manipulating timing and fear. Something about it still scraped at the back of my mind. "What?" the trooper prompted gently. "I found a button," I said. "Smelled like cologne." He nodded again, almost bored now. "Logged," I waited. The question in my head pressed forward. "Did you find out how he texted?" The phone said no service. The trooper didn't answer right away. He chose his words carefully, like he'd been coached. "Could be Wi-Fi calling," he said. "Could be cached messages. Could be a device nearby. We'll sort it out." Nearby. The plane had been sealed. The jet bridge had been dark. He thanked me and moved on. We were released sometime after 2. The employee shuttle was gone. The break room lights had been turned down. The airport at that hour had a soft, exhausted quiet, like even the machines were tired. Linda arranged a ride-share voucher for Mia and me. Reuben drove himself because he didn't want to talk. In the rideshare, Mia sat in the back seat and stared out the window at the runway lights, her knees bouncing. "You think he was alone?" she asked after a long silence. "I don't know," I said. "That's not comforting." "No," I agreed. She rubbed her eyes with the heel of her hand. "I keep thinking about how normal he looked," she said. "Reflective vest, mask, badge, like you don't question it. You move out of the way." I didn't answer because I could feel the same thoughts circling my own chest. How easy it had been to blend in. How much we relied on clothing and routine and assumptions to tell us who belonged. Mia's voice turned smaller. "He could have walked right past me in the terminal." "He probably did," I said, and immediately regretted it. She let out a shaky laugh that wasn't laughter. got home, my apartment smelled like stale cooking oil and laundry detergent. Familiar, safe. I stood in the doorway too long, listening to nothing but the refrigerator hum and a distant car passing on the street. I washed my hands 3 times. The foam residue was gone after the first scrub. The second was habit. The third was something else. I couldn't shake the feeling that my palms still remembered the warmth of that buckle. I sat at my kitchen table and opened my phone. I had 3 missed calls from a number I didn't recognize. Probably spam. Probably. My thumb hovered over the call history, and my stomach tightened in a reflexive way that made me angry. I deleted the calls without listening to the voicemail. Then I thought of Evan whispering, "Don't let them say I wasn't here." So I opened my notes app and wrote down everything I could remember in blunt, ugly bullet points, like I was afraid memory would smooth it out into something easier. Warm buckle, jammed latch, phone buzz in seat pocket, missing person alert, I'm still here, texts, foam cloud, vest, cologne, button, row 14. When I was done, my hands stopped shaking for a moment. I went to bed and didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the overhead bins swinging open, the duffel shifting, the twitch of fingers in darkness. Around 4, I got up and stood by the window. Boston was quiet in a pre-dawn way that felt like a lie. My phone buzzed once on the table behind me. Just one vibration. A notification. Unknown number. One new message. My throat tightened. I turned slowly, like turning fast would make it worse. The preview showed only a few words. You missed one thing. My hand hovered over the screen, heart thudding. I didn't open it. I stared until the display dimmed. Then I slid the phone face down and backed away from it, as if distance could change what it meant. Outside, a plane passed overhead, low, roaring, routine, and the sound made my chest ache in a way I couldn't explain to anyone who hadn't been inside that cabin. Life would go on. Shifts would be posted. Planes would land and empty and fill again. But some part of me would always hear, under the vacuum's whine and the cartwheels, a soft knock from somewhere it shouldn't be. And I would never look at a buckled seatbelt the same way. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is, I'm a roadside assistance worker. One car is always broken at the same mile. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The mile marker was wrong. Not wrong like somebody stole it or graffitied it. Wrong like the reflective numbers were turned just enough that my headlights caught them differently. And for half a second, my brain read 117 instead of 171. And then the angle shifted, and it fixed itself. A cheap trick of light, explainable, and still it put a small hitch in my breathing like I'd swallowed a crumb the wrong way. I eased the van onto the shoulder anyway, because the call pinged again. Disabled vehicle, same location, repeat I-84E MM 171 vehicle. 2012, Honda Civic member. AH notes, won't start, hazard lights on. Caller requests jump. My dashboard clock glowed 2, 8:13 a.m. The heater hummed, blowing air that smelled faintly of warm dust, and the peppermint gum I'd been chewing to stay alert. Somewhere in the back, a metal toolbox gave a gentle rattle each time the wind shoved at the van. Phone sat in the cradle, tethered to the dispatch app. The little map dot for the disabled vehicle was pinned like a thumbtack at the same spot I'd been to twice this month. Same mile, same shoulder, different car each time, technically. Different member names. Always won't start, always hazards on, always that specific stretch where the road bowed a little, and the pines pressed close enough to make the shoulder feel narrower than it was. You can tell yourself patterns are everywhere if you go looking for them. Still, I tapped the screen with my thumb and the app refreshed. The notes didn't change. They never did. I read AH again, like the initials might jog something in my memory. They didn't. The van idled with a low, steady vibration through the seat. Outside, the highway made that constant, distant rush, tires on asphalt, and the occasional heavier whoosh when a semi passed, pushing air that rocked my side mirror. The sky was ink black above the tree line. No moon that I could see, just a few pale stars that looked like they'd been punched through. I turned on my work light and checked the shoulder before I stepped out. Habit. Cars rush by faster at night because drivers assume nobody's out here. The light washed the gravel in harsh white, made every little pebble glitter. My reflection jumped in the side window. A man in a navy jacket with a stitched company logo, eyes shadowed, hair flattened by a beanie I never remembered putting on. My name is Evan Hollies, and at that moment, my everyday motive was simple. Get the Civic started, get back to the depot, clock out, go home, and sleep for 4 hours before my phone buzzed again. The private fear I didn't say out loud was also simple. That I'd miss something obvious one night, an oncoming car, a bad jack point, a customer stepping into traffic, and it would be my fault in a way you can't wash off. I killed the radio. The silence inside the van wasn't dramatic, just the steady tick of cooling plastic and the faint hiss of airflow. I liked the radio most nights, but not when I was arriving at a scene that felt too familiar. I grabbed my flashlight, my jump pack, and the reflective vest from the passenger seat. Vest on first. Always. I'd learned the hard way after a near miss on Route 9 2 winters ago. A pickup went by so close, it tugged my jacket sleeve. The driver never even hit the brakes. The cold slapped me as soon as I stepped out. Not the biting kind, but the damp kind that crawls up your pants legs and makes your fingers stiff without you noticing. My boots crunched on the gravel shoulder. The air smelled like wet pine and the faint tang of exhaust. Up ahead, maybe 100 yards, a set of hazard lights blinked on and off, slow and patient. Each flash lit the nearest trees for a split second, like a camera strobe catching trunks and branches, and then letting them fall back into black. I walked toward it, keeping my body angled toward the road so I could see approaching headlights. The reflective vest flared bright in my own flashlight beam. There was a steady rhythm to my steps, and I tried to let that rhythm smooth the small hitch in my chest. A Civic sat half on the shoulder, half in the thin strip of grass beyond the gravel. Its hazards clicked like a metronome, a sound you only notice when you're close enough to hear the relay behind the dash. Tick, tick, tick. The driver's window was down an inch. Not enough for conversation, just enough for a line of cold air to creep into the cabin. was the first small thing that felt off. People roll windows down when they want to talk or when they're panicking and need air. They don't usually stop at an inch. Slowed as I approached, and I kept my flashlight low, not shining it directly into the cabin. Another habit. You can spook someone with a bright beam in the face, and a spooked person makes bad decisions near traffic. "Hey," I called, voice raised just enough to carry over the highway noise. "Roadside. Evan, you the member?" Nothing. The hazard lights blinked again, washing the inside of the car in amber. I saw a silhouette in the driver's seat, shoulders hunched forward like they were leaning on the steering wheel. I couldn't see a face. I stopped a few feet from the driver's door and angled my body so I could step back quickly if needed. The beam of my flashlight caught the Honda emblem, the dull sheen of the hood, and then slid up to the windshield. The glass was fogged on the inside. Not fully, just a thin film, like someone had been breathing steadily for a while in a cold cabin. "Hello," I tried again. "It's Evan. You called for a jump." The window inched down another fraction with a soft electric whir. A woman's voice came out, quiet and hoarse. "Yeah, sorry. I didn't know if you'd come." It was a normal thing to say. People say all kinds of normal things at 2 in the morning when they're stranded on a highway shoulder. But something about the way she said "come" landed strange, like she was talking about an appointment rather than a rescue. "I'm here," I said. "Are you okay? Any injuries? Anyone else with you?" "No," a pause. "Just me." "All right. What's your name?" Another pause, long enough that I could hear the hazards click twice. "Allie." I made a mental note, Allie. That could fit AH if dispatch had gotten it wrong, or if the system had pulled initials from somewhere else. People fat finger names all the time. "Okay, Allie," I said. "Can you pop the hood for me? There should be a lever down by your left knee." The silhouette shifted. The window went down a little more, enough that I could see part of her face when the hazards blinked. Pale skin, hair pulled back, eyes reflecting light like an animal S for a second. She looked young or exhausted. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference in a flashing amber wash. "I can't," she said. "Can't reach it." "I can, her breath came out in a thin little laugh that didn't sound amused. "I don't want to get out." "That's fine," I said quickly. "You can stay in the car. Just pull the lever. I'll do the rest." The door locks clicked. Not a big deal. People lock their doors when a stranger approaches. I wore a vest and a logo, and still, a van on the shoulder at 2 a.m. isn't comforting. I respected it, but the click happened after I'd already introduced myself, after she'd already cracked the window. "Okay," she said, and her hand moved somewhere below the dash. A soft clunk came from under the hood, release engaged. I walked to the front of the car and found the latch under the hood lip. My fingers fumbled a little in the cold. The hood lifted with a squeak, and a rush of colder air poured up from the engine bay. No smell of gasoline, no obvious smoke, just the muted scent of oil and road grime. I set my flashlight on the edge of the engine bay, beam angled down. I pulled the jump pack from my bag. The Civic's battery looked stock, terminals a little crusted with white corrosion. I'd seen worse. Corrosion can stop a start. So can a loose terminal. So can a dead battery because someone sat with hazards on for too long waiting for help. All explainable. I reached for the positive terminal. My glove brushed something and made a light metallic tap. There was a small object wedged behind the battery, a coin, I thought at first, until I nudged it and it rolled slightly. It wasn't a coin. was a little plastic tag, like the kind you get from a hotel keycard sleeve or a gym locker, except it had a number printed on it in black. 171. I stared at it for a second longer than I meant to. It could have fallen out of her glove box, could have come from anywhere. People collect junk in their cars, the way the ocean collects driftwood. Still, the number sat there like it was placed on purpose, tucked where it wouldn't rattle around, where you'd only see it if you opened the hood. I picked it up between two fingers. It was cold and slightly sticky, like it had been handled with sweaty hands. The printing was worn at the edges. Behind me, on the shoulder, a semi roared past, the air pushing at my back hard enough that my jacket pressed against my spine. The hood shuddered on its hinges. I put the tag down on the radiator support, not in my pocket. Not mine. Don't take things. Another habit. Evan, Allie called from inside the car. The window was open a little more now. Her voice sounded thin, like she was trying not to let it shake. Are we safe here? We're okay, I said, and I meant it in the basic practical sense. I was between her and traffic. My van was behind her with its own hazards on. I had cones in the back if I needed them. I'd done this 1,000 times. But the question felt bigger than that, and I didn't like how easily my mind followed it. We're on the shoulder, I added, as if that answered the larger thing. Try not to step out. I'll get you going. I clipped the jump pack onto the battery terminals. The clamps bit into metal with a solid click. The pack beeped once, then twice, indicating it was sending power. I leaned closer, eyes scanning for something obvious. A loose ground strap, a chewed wire, anything that explained won't start. The engine bay looked normal, dirty, but normal. I shut the hood gently, leaving it unlatched for the moment in case I needed to adjust the clamps. I walked back to the driver's window, keeping my flashlight pointed down. All right, I said. I'm going to have you try to start it. Foot on the brake, turn the key. If it doesn't catch, stop and tell me what it does. Don't keep cranking. Her face was closer now, visible in the spill of my van's lights. Allie Hart, I guessed Hart for the H that would make sense. She was maybe late 20s, early 30s. Her eyes were red-rimmed like she'd been driving for a long time or crying earlier and didn't want to admit it. There was a faint mark on her left wrist, like a pressure bruise from a tight watch band or a grip. Okay, she said. Her hand shook as it moved to the ignition. She took a breath, held it, turned the key. The starter clicked once, then nothing. No crank, no effort, just a dead, flat refusal. That's, I said, and I stopped myself from saying weird. Okay, try again once. She did, click, silence. I looked past her shoulder at the dash. A couple of lights glowed dimly. Not fully dead, but weak. Battery's low, I said. The jump pack should help. Let me check the clamps. I walked back to the hood. My boots slid a little on the gravel, and I caught myself. The shoulder here sloped toward the trees just enough that everything felt like it wanted to drift away from the road. I lifted the hood. The clamps were still attached. The jump pack display was lit. It shouldn't be doing this. Then I saw it. The negative clamp wasn't on the battery terminal anymore. It was still clipped, but to nothing. It hung there, jaws open, as if it had been carefully removed and placed back in position to look right at a glance. My first thought was simple. I hadn't clipped it properly. My second thought came right after. I had heard the click. I had felt the bite. I was careful about this because I like living. I stared at the clamp for a long second, the highway noise filling my ears like water. My flashlight beam wobbled slightly, because my hand wasn't as steady as I wanted. Behind me, Allie spoke again, louder. "Evan." I reattached the clamp deliberately. Metal on metal. Solid. I tugged it to make sure. It held. I closed the hood and turned back toward her. Hazard lights blinked, and for a split second her face looked older, strained, like her skin was pulled tight over bone. "I can call state police to sit with us while we get you moving," I said, because that was a sensible option. Because I was suddenly aware of how alone we were on a dark stretch of interstate with trees pressed close and no exits nearby. Her eyes flicked past me toward my van, toward the darkness behind it, toward the mile marker I couldn't see from here, but felt like I could. "No," she said quickly. Too quickly. "Please don't." That should have been my cue to slow down, to ask why, to be gentle. But my brain was doing its own inventory now. Repeat location, wrong mile marker angle, plastic tag with 171, clamp mysteriously off, a caller who didn't want police. Explainable. Individually. Together, they sat wrong. A semi passed again, closer this time, and the air shoved my vest against my chest. The sound faded, leaving behind the ticking hazards, and underneath that, something else. A faint, rhythmic thump coming from the trees, not like footsteps, more like a car door closing far away, or a trunk, or maybe just my jump pack bumping the frame in the wind. I couldn't place it, and that bothered me more than if I could. Allie watched me like she was waiting for me to make the decision for both of us. "Here's what we can do," I said. My voice came out calmer than I felt. "Option 1, we keep working the start issue right here. I'll troubleshoot battery, starter, maybe a terminal cleaning. Option 2, I tow you to the next service area. It's safer, more light, more people." She swallowed. Do you have to hook it up here?" "Yes," I said. "I have to get the flatbed positioned. I'll set cones. It'll take 10 minutes. Her eyes went to the trees again. The hazards blinked. Tick. Or I added, because the thought had been sitting in my mind since dispatch. "We can back your car up to my van, and I can tow it with the wheel lift quick and get us off this shoulder faster. It's not ideal, but it's faster." She hesitated like she was weighing something I didn't know about. Then she said softly, "Which one gets us away from this mile the fastest?" And that was the choice. Not if we fixed the car, not how, but whether we stayed here long enough to do it properly, or made a faster, riskier move to get off this stretch of road mile marker 171 before whatever was making the night feel slightly misaligned had time to become something else. I looked at my van. I looked at her Civic. I looked at the dark line of pines and the shoulder that seemed to narrow as my eyes adjusted. I could call for a tow truck. I could try to tow her myself. I could call police, even if she didn't want it. In the space between the hazard ticks, I realized the most honest thing was also the simplest. I didn't like being here anymore. I had to decide what mattered more, procedure or leaving. "I can hook you up quick and drag you off this shoulder," I said, "but I need you in neutral and I need the steering unlocked. You'll have to trust me." Allie looked at the trees again, then at the mile marker behind us, barely visible in the wash of my van's hazards, then back at me. "Do it," she said, "please." That decided it. I moved fast because that's what you do when you choose speed over procedure. I jogged back to the van, popped the side compartment, and pulled out the wheel lift arms. Metal clanked against metal, louder than it needed to be. My breath came out in short white bursts. The cold had sharpened while we talked, or maybe I'd just noticed it more. As I positioned the lift behind the Civic's front wheels, I did the mental checklist automatically. Parking brake off, car in neutral, steering unlocked. I leaned toward her window. Foot on the brake, shift to neutral. She did it without arguing. Now turn the key one click forward so the steering unlocks. Don't try to start it. Her hand hovered. She looked unsure for a second, like she was trying to remember how. Just accessory, I said. First click. She did. The dash lights glowed faintly again. Weak, but enough. Good. I dropped to a knee to slide the lift arms under the tires. Gravel bit through my jeans. A semi blew past, and the wind shoved at me hard enough that my shoulder thudded against the Civic's bumper. My flashlight rolled in a small arc before I caught it. "You okay?" she called. "Yeah," I said, too quickly. My heart was pounding harder than it should have been. This is what I'd been afraid of for years, not ghosts, not conspiracies. Just making the wrong call in the dark. Choosing speed when I should have chosen safety. Getting someone hurt because I didn't want to admit I felt off. The arms locked into place with a solid click. I raised the hydraulic lever, lifting the front wheels clear of the pavement. The car shifted slightly, suspension creaking. Allie flinched at the sound. "It's fine," I said, "normal." I climbed back into my van and pulled it forward slowly, dragging the Civic into alignment. The connection held. No grinding. No slipping. I grabbed the radio mic from the dash. "Dispatch, Unit 14, I said. "I've got a disabled Civic at MM 171 eastbound, attempting quick wheel lift to clear shoulder, requesting standby in case of secondary." There was a burst of static, then a voice I recognized. "Unit 14, this is Carla," she said. Carla Nguyen, mid-40s, night dispatcher out of the Newburgh office. She'd been at it long enough that nothing rattled her voice. "Copy. You're the third call at that marker this month." "I know," I said, a pause. "Member name, Allie Hart." I watched Allie in my side mirror. She was gripping the steering wheel even though the car was lifted. Her knuckles were pale. Carla came back. "We don't have an Allie Hart at that location." My mouth went dry. "What?" "The ticket says AH, but the registered member is Andrew Holloway. Male, 42. I looked at the Civic again. Looked at the silhouette inside. "Maybe spouse," I said. "Or he used her phone." Another pause, longer this time. I could picture Carla scanning the notes, the address, the call log. "The callback number on file goes to prepaid line," she said, "not associated with the membership." A semi roared past. I didn't take my eyes off the mirror. "Carla," I said quietly. "Did the member request a jump?" "Affirmative. Won't start. Hazards on. Same as the last two at that mile." My grip tightened on the mic. "Last two," I said. "Handled one of them, remember? Different vehicle. Pickup, same complaint." I did remember. A red F-150, middle-aged guy who barely looked at me. His battery had tested fine. He refused a tow and insisted he'd figure it out. I chalked it up to pride. "What about the other?" I asked. "Sedan, female caller. That one got towed to a shop in Middletown." Shop said nothing was wrong with it. I swallowed. "Carla, the registered member for this Civic is male, 42. But there's a woman in the driver's seat." Static crackled again. "Unit 14, Carla said carefully. "If the driver doesn't match the membership and the callback is prepaid, I recommend contacting state police. I can patch them." In my mirror, Allie was watching me watch her. "Hold," I said into the mic, then lowered it. I stepped out of the van and walked back toward the Civic. The connection between the vehicles creaked softly as I moved. My boots crunched. I stopped by her window. "Allie," I said, keeping my voice even. "Quick question, who's Andrew Holloway?" Her face went still. "I don't know," she said. "That's the name on the membership." "I used his card," she said quickly. "It's my boss S. He lets us." "What kind of boss lets you use his roadside membership at 2 a.m? She didn't answer that. The thumping sound came again from the trees, faint, irregular, like something heavy being shifted and set down. I turned my head toward the dark line of pines. My flashlight beam barely reached the first row. After that, it was just black. "Is someone else here?" I asked. "No," she said too fast. "You sure?" "Yes." I held her gaze for a long second. Her pupils were wide, not just from the dark. "I need you to be honest with me," I said, "because if there's more going on, I need to know." Her lips parted, closed. She glanced past me again, not at the road this time, but further down the shoulder eastbound, where the curve swallowed the highway into darkness. Then she said, barely audible, "They do like when I stay too long." A car passed. The wind swallowed the rest of her words. "Who?" I said. She shook her head sharply, like she'd said too much. "Never mind, just go." My brain tried to put that into a normal box. Ex-boyfriend, stalker, bad breakup. Human explanations exist for everything. They just don't always line up cleanly. "Are you in trouble?" I asked. "No, Allie, no," she said again, louder this time, and there was an edge in it. "I just need to get off this mile." Behind us, headlights appeared in the distance. Not a semi this time, a smaller vehicle. It wasn't in the right lane like most traffic. It drifted slightly toward the shoulder before correcting. I felt my shoulders tighten. "Okay," I said. "I'm going to pull forward slow. Once we're moving, don't touch the wheel. Just let it follow." I walked back to the van and climbed in. I picked up the mic again. "Carla," I said, "stand by on state police. I'm clearing the shoulder now." "Copy," she said. "Call if you need." I eased the van forward. The Civic rolled behind me smoothly, front wheels suspended. The connection felt solid. The headlights behind us grew brighter. They didn't pass. Instead, they slowed. My stomach dipped. A dark SUV, maybe a Chevy, merged fully onto the shoulder about 50 yards back. Its hazards were off. Its lights stayed on high beam, washing the rear of the Civic in harsh white. I tapped the brakes lightly to signal I saw them. No response. They stayed there, engine idling, too close. I grabbed the mic again. "Carla, I've got a vehicle pulling onto the shoulder behind my disabled. Description, dark SUV, late model, no hazards, sitting behind us." "Copy. You want state?" I hesitated for half a second too long. In that half second, the SUV's driver door opened. A figure stepped out. Male, tall, hood up. He didn't wave, didn't call out. He just started walking toward us. My heart thudded hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I stepped out of the van again, positioning myself between the SUV and the Civic. "Evening," I called, forcing my voice to carry. "You need assistance?" The man didn't answer right away. He walked with slow, deliberate steps. Gravel crunched under his boots. He was maybe mid-30s, broad shoulders, hands visible empty. "I think that's my car," he said finally, nodding toward the Civic. "Your car," I said. "Yeah, she okay?" I glanced back at Allie. She had gone rigid in the driver's seat. Her hands gripped the wheel so tight her forearms trembled. "She said she's alone," I said. The man's eyes flicked past me to her. His jaw tightened just slightly. "She gets confused," he said. "Long day." That wasn't an answer. It was a narrative. "I'll need ID," I said. He gave a short laugh that didn't reach his eyes. You a cop? No, I said, but I'm responsible for who I tow. Behind me, I heard Allie whisper something. It took a second to register. Don't, she said, please don't. The man's gaze sharpened. Look, he said, stepping closer. It's 2 a.m. We had an argument. She stormed off. Car died. I followed. End of story. That's not the membership name, I said. He paused just for a fraction of a second. What name you got? He asked. Andrew Holloway. His mouth twitched. That's me. ID, I repeated. He took another step forward instead. The thumping sound from the trees came again. Louder this time, closer, like something heavy shifting weight. I didn't look away from him. I'm going to call state police, I said evenly, just to clear this up. Allie made a small choking sound. The man's expression changed. The friendliness dropped. You don't need to do that, he said quietly. I think I do. He glanced back at his SUV, then at the curve in the highway where the next set of headlights was still far off. Then he did something small but decisive. He turned slightly, as if to walk back to his vehicle. Relief flickered through me, and then he pivoted sharply and lunged toward the Civic's driver door. I moved without thinking. I grabbed his jacket at the shoulder and yanked. He stumbled back, surprised more than hurt. He was heavier than me, stronger. My boots slid on the gravel and I barely kept my balance. Get back, I shouted. Allie screamed, not loud, more like air forced out of her. The man shoved me hard in the chest. I stumbled, hit the edge of my van, pain shooting up my spine. Stay out of it, he snapped. I reached for the mic clipped at my shoulder, but he saw the motion. He grabbed my wrist, twisted. Pain flared sharp and bright. I heard something pop, not a break, but close enough to scare me. Let go, I said through clenched teeth. He glanced toward the trees again. For a split second, his attention shifted. I followed his gaze this time. In the darkness beyond the first line of pines, I saw the outline of another vehicle, parked nose in among the trees, engine off, no lights. I hadn't noticed it before. It was positioned perfectly to watch the shoulder without being seen from the highway. My stomach dropped. This wasn't random. The man shoved me again, harder. I hit the gravel, palms scraping raw. My flashlight skittered away, beams spinning uselessly. He yanked open the Civic's driver door. Allie, he said, voice low and controlled now. Get out. She shook her head violently. I'm calling the police, I shouted, fumbling for my radio. He turned toward me, fury finally visible. You don't understand, he said. You're making this worse. From the trees, a car door slammed. Not echo, not imagination, real. And suddenly, the choice wasn't about procedure or speed anymore. It was about whether I could keep her in the car long enough to get us moving again, because now there were more than one of them, and we were still at mile marker 171, half hooked to my van, with nowhere to go but forward into the dark curve of highway. And my wrist was already swelling. The second car door slammed in the trees, and that was the sound that made it real. Not the shouting, not the shove. That clean, mechanical thunk of a door closing somewhere off the shoulder where there shouldn't be a car at all. I pushed myself up on my good hand. My right wrist flared hot and useless when I tried to put weight on it. Not broken, I told myself. Just sprained. You can work with a sprain. The man, Andrew, if that was even his name, had one hand on Allie's door, the other braced on the roof. He wasn't dragging her out. Not yet. He was leaning in close, saying something low and urgent that I couldn't hear over the highway. The SUV behind us idled, headlights on high beam. The glare washed everything in harsh white, flattening shadows. Beyond it, 50 yards into the trees, I could now see the faint outline of another vehicle. Dark sedan. No lights. Parked nose in between two pines, angled just enough to watch the shoulder. We were positioned like this, my van at the front, nose eastbound, partially on the shoulder. The Civic hooked to my wheel lift, front wheels off the ground, rear wheels still on asphalt. The SUV behind the Civic, blocking the shoulder. And off to the right, beyond the gravel strip, a shallow slope into trees where the hidden sedan waited, boxed in. "Carla," I barked into the mic clipped to my vest. My fingers fumbled because my right hand didn't want to close properly. "State police." Now, static. Then her voice, sharper than before. "Unit 14, what's your status?" "Attempted interference." Multiple subjects. MM 171 eastbound. Concealed vehicle off shoulder. Copy. Troopers en route from exit 15. ETA 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 8 minutes might as well be a year at 2 in the morning with two unknown men and a woman who looked like she might bolt at any second. The man stepped back from Allie's door and turned toward me again. "You just made this complicated," he said. "You're the one grabbing doors," I shot back, trying to keep my voice level. From the trees, a second figure emerged, shorter, bulkier, wearing a dark jacket. He didn't rush. He walked with the same deliberate pace as the first. They weren't panicked. That scared me more than if they had been. "Allie," I said, keeping my eyes on the men, "lock your doors. Don't open it for anyone but me." She nodded rapidly. The door shut. I heard the locks click. Andrew glanced at the second man, and then at the Civic's rear wheels still on the pavement. "You planning to tow it like that?" he asked. "Yep, with her inside. Yep." He gave a tight smile. "That's not procedure. Neither is whatever you're doing." He took a step toward me. My brain ran options fast. We were hooked up. If I jumped in the van and floored it, I could drag the Civic forward. But the rear wheels were still on the ground. Without brake lights or power steering, she could fishtail. And the SUV behind us was close enough that if I hesitated, they could block us entirely. Still, forward was the only open direction. Attempt 1, get moving. I backed toward my driver's door slowly, not turning my back on them. My right wrist throbbed with each pulse of my heart. "I'm leaving," I said. "You can explain it to troopers." Andrew's jaw tightened at that. I slid into the van, slammed the door, and threw it into drive. My foot hovered over the gas for a split second. Then the SUV behind us surged forward and tapped the rear of the Civic. Not hard, not enough to cause visible damage, just enough to press the Civic's rear bumper into my wheel lift. Metal groaned. The Civic rocked slightly. "Don't," I muttered. I eased forward anyway. The connection strained. I felt it through the steering wheel. The SUV kept pressure on the Civic, pushing gently, keeping us pinned. I laid on the horn. The sound blasted across the highway and into the trees, shrill and desperate. A few cars in the far lane slowed slightly, then kept going. No one stopped. The second man moved closer to the SUV's driver door. I killed the horn. My ears rang. This wasn't a random roadside argument. They were coordinating. One pushing from behind. One watching the trees. One engaging me. I couldn't brute force it. Not without risking the Civic snapping loose and rolling. Attempt 1 failed. I grabbed the mic again. "They're blocking my exit," I said. "SUV pushing disabled." "Troopers are 4 minutes out," Carla replied. "Stay in your vehicle if possible. if possible. Andrew walked up to my window and rapped his knuckles on the glass. "Turn it off," he said calmly. "No," he leaned down, trying to see into the van. "You think you're helping her? I know I am." He straightened and stepped back, hands raised slightly, like he was de-escalating. "Okay," he said. "Okay, let's reset." The second man moved back toward the trees, halfway between the SUV and the hidden sedan. Andrew spread his hands. "You want ID? Fine, I'll get it." He turned and walked to the SUV. For a second, I thought this was it, misdirection. He'd get something from the glove box, show me a license, buy time until police arrived. He opened the SUV's rear door, not the driver's. My pulse spiked. He reached inside and pulled something out, long, black. My breath caught. It looked like a rifle. I froze. The world narrowed to the shape in his hands and the way he carried it. Then he flipped it casually, and I saw the orange tip at the barrel. Not a rifle, a tire iron, long, black, heavy. My brain had filled in the rest. He didn't charge. He didn't swing. He walked toward the rear of the Civic and knelt. "What are you doing?" I shouted through the glass. "Fixing it," he said. He wedged the tire iron under the Civic's rear bumper and pried at something near the toe point. Metal screeched. I realized what he was doing a half-second too late. He wasn't attacking me. He was trying to disconnect the Civic from my wheel lift. If he could drop it back onto its front wheels, they could box me in completely. I threw the van into park and jumped out again. "Back off," I yelled, running toward him. My right hand was useless, so I grabbed his shoulder with my left and tried to pull him away. He twisted, elbow catching my ribs. Pain shot through my side. The second man moved fast now, coming in from my right. I barely had time to turn before he slammed into me. We went down together in the gravel. My chin hit hard. I tasted blood. Somewhere above us, Allie was screaming. The tire iron clanged against asphalt. I rolled, trying to get my feet under me. My wrist screamed when I pushed off the ground. The second man pinned my arm briefly, then let go as headlights approached in the far lane. He didn't want to be seen wrestling me. That was useful. I scrambled up and staggered toward the van again. Attempt 2, stall and expose them. I grabbed my flashlight off the gravel and aimed it straight at the tree line. The beam cut through branches and bark. The hidden sedan was clearer now. Older model, dark blue, New York plates, engine off, but windows slightly cracked. I swept the beam across it deliberately, holding it there long enough that any passing driver might notice. "License plate," I shouted into the mic. "I've got a secondary vehicle off the shoulder." "Blue sedan, New York," Andrew lunged and knocked the flashlight from my hand again. It tumbled into the grass. "Stop it," he hissed. "Why are you here?" I demanded. He didn't answer that. Instead, he looked at Allie. "Tell him," he said. She shook her head violently. The second man moved toward the Civic's rear wheel now, crouching low. I saw his hands near the tire. He wasn't trying to disconnect it anymore. He was reaching for something under the rear axle. There was a small black box there. I hadn't noticed it before. It was strapped up tight against the frame rail. "Evan," Allie shouted, too late. The second man yanked the box free and threw it toward the trees. It hit a trunk with a dull plastic crack. For a second, nothing happened. Then a thin wail started, high-pitched, electronic, an alarm, not from the Civic, from the woods. I spun toward the tree line. The sound was coming from deeper in. Not the sedan. Further, another vehicle, hidden further back. The wail grew louder, then abruptly cut off. Andrew stared at the second man. "You idiot," he snapped. The second man shrugged. It was going to go anyway. That wasn't for me. That was internal. New fact, the box under the Civic wasn't factory. It had been attached intentionally, and it triggered something in the woods. A tracker, a sensor, a signal device. Allie's breathing was ragged now. "They're watching," she whispered. "Who?" I demanded. She looked at Andrew. Andrew looked at the trees. The second man was backing away slowly toward the hidden sedan. I heard another sound then, low, distant, but distinct. Sirens, faint, troopers. Andrew heard them too. His expression changed again. Calculation. "We're leaving," he said to the second man. Without, the second man started. Yes, they moved fast now. Not toward me, toward the trees. I blinked. They weren't trying to grab Allie anymore. They were retreating. The SUV engine revved. Andrew ran to it, jumped in. The second man dove into the blue sedan. The SUV reversed hard, tires spitting gravel, then swerved back onto the highway. The sedan followed, headlights snapping on as it burst from the tree line. Two vehicles merged into traffic and disappeared eastbound. Just like that. The sirens grew louder. Relief washed over me so fast it made my knees weak. I staggered back to the Civic. "Allie," I said, breathing hard. "They're gone." She didn't answer. Her head was tilted slightly forward, chin almost touching her chest. "Allie." Opened the driver's door. She slumped sideways. There was a small red dot blinking under her collarbone. My stomach flipped. I leaned closer. Not red, green. A tiny LED pulsing, embedded in a small adhesive patch stuck to her skin. "What is this?" I whispered. Her eyes fluttered open briefly. "I told you," she said faintly. "They do like when I stay too long." The sirens were close now, maybe a minute out. I reached toward the patch with my left hand. It wasn't just a patch. It was wired. Thin filament wires ran under the fabric of her shirt, disappearing downward. Not a bomb. Not wires like that. Medical, monitoring. My brain connected dots in a rush. The box under the axle, the alarm in the woods, the prepaid phone, the repeated breakdowns. Different cars. Same mile. This wasn't random roadside trouble. This was a drop point, or a handoff, or a pickup, and I had just interfered with it. "Allie," I said urgently. "What's under your shirt?" She swallowed. "They can see," she whispered. "See what?" "Everything." The sirens were on top of us now, red and blue light washing the trees. I turned toward the highway and saw something that made my blood feel thin. A third vehicle had just pulled onto the shoulder behind my van. Not the SUV, not the sedan. A white cargo van. No lights, no markings. It hadn't come from behind us. It had come from the westbound lanes, crossed the median through a maintenance cut, and rolled silently up behind my vehicle. Point of no return. Because if the first two were retreating from police, this one was. It had just arrived, and the trooper cruisers were still at least 20 seconds out. Enough time for something fast. Enough time for something irreversible. I was standing between Allie and that van, and my wrist was barely functional. The white cargo van stopped behind mine with a soft crunch of gravel, like it had all the time in the world. No hazards, no headlights, just a dark rectangle in my rearview world. I heard the state trooper sirens close enough now that the sound had texture Doppler shifts, the alternating wail bouncing off the trees. Red and blue light strobed faintly through the pines, still not quite on us. 20 seconds, maybe less. That should have been comforting. It was, because the cargo van had taken the maintenance cut through the median like it had done it before, like it knew where the gap was, like it was counting on those 20 seconds. My right wrist throbbed in a deep, wet way that made my hand feel disconnected from the rest of my arm. I flexed my fingers anyway. They barely listened. Allie was slumped in the Civic with her door open, chin tipped down, breathing shallow. The little green lead on her chest kept pulsing. "Stay with me," I said, more to keep her eyes open than anything else. Her gaze slid toward the cargo van, unfocused, but aware enough to register danger. Her lips moved. "Don't let them," the van's side door handle clicked. A man stepped out. Not Andrew, not the second guy. This one was older, late 40s maybe, stocky, close-cropped hair under a baseball cap. He wore a dark hoodie and work gloves, like a guy you'd see loading drywall at a home improvement store. Nothing theatrical, nothing villain. That's what made my skin crawl, the normality. The way his movements said task, routine. Done this before. He didn't walk toward me right away. Looked at my van, then the Civic on the lift, then the open driver door. He took in the scene like a mechanic looking at a broken engine. Then he lifted his hand and pointed at Allie like he was calling dibs on a pallet. "Ma'am," he called, voice calm. "Time to come with me." Allie made a small sound, not a word. Her fingers tightened weakly on the edge of the seat. "No," I said. The man's eyes moved to me for the first time. He smiled slightly, patient. "Roadside, right," he said. "You did your job." "Appreciate it." "I'm not done," I said, and my voice surprised me. It came out low and steady, like my body had chosen a tone for survival. He glanced toward the trees where the trooper lights were approaching. He heard the sirens too. "Yeah," he said. "That's why we're moving." He took 2 steps toward the Civic. I stepped between him and Allie. My reflective vest caught the distant strobes and flashed like a target. "Back up," I said. "Police are coming." He stopped just short of arm's reach and looked at my injured wrist. He'd noticed it immediately. People like him always do. "You want to be a hero," he said, almost kindly. "But you don't know what you're holding." Behind him, the cargo van's side door slid wider. Another figure inside. I could see a sleeve, a knee, someone ready to hop out. The trap tightened in my chest. Improvisation. That was all I had. I turned my head slightly without taking my eyes off the man in front of me. "Allie," I said quietly, "can you move your legs? Can you sit up?" Her breathing hitched. She tried, her shoulders barely lifted. "I'm tired," she whispered. Of course she was. Whatever they'd put on her, the wired patch, the box under the axle, it wasn't for her comfort. The man took another step forward. His gloved hands opened, palms up, as if he was about to help her down from the seat. My left hand closed around the metal clipboard I kept clipped inside my vest. Hard plastic. Not a weapon, but solid. And then I remembered the 171 tag sitting on the Civic's radiator support, still under the unlatched hood. The marker, the number, the thing that shouldn't matter and yet kept showing up like a fingerprint. I backed 1 step toward the front of the Civic, forcing the man to follow if he wanted Allie. "Stay right there," he warned. "Or what?" I said. His expression flattened. "Or I put you on the ground." His partner, whoever was inside the cargo van, shifted. I heard a shoe scrape. The sirens surged closer. The trooper cruisers were seconds away from cresting the curve. I could see the red-blue flashes now between the trunks, strobing the tree line like lightning. The older man's attention flicked toward the highway again. Just a glance, but it was enough. I pivoted to the Civic's front, yanked the hood up, and grabbed the jump pack clamps still attached to the battery. I ripped the negative clamp free and slapped it against the hood latch metal. Bright sparks snapped, sharp and loud. The jump pack beeped angrily. The smell of ozone and burnt metal popped into the cold air. It wasn't elegant. It was desperate. It was noise. The older man flinched back a half step, instinctively. His partner paused. I leaned in and shoved the positive clamp onto the metal too, bridging contact again. More sparks. A crackle like a welder. The jump pack screamed a warning tone. I wasn't trying to start a fire. I was trying to create a distraction big enough that the next 10 seconds weren't theirs. "Evan," Allie rasped. "I know," I said through my teeth, and I slammed the hood down hard. The older man recovered fast. He lunged. I tried to backpedal, and my boots slid on gravel. He grabbed my vest and yanked me forward. Pain spiked through my ribs where the earlier elbow had landed. I slammed the clipboard into his forearm with my good hand. Not letting go, then drove his shoulder into my chest. The world tilted. My back hit the Civic's bumper. My lungs emptied in a woof. His face was close. I could smell stale coffee and mint gum on his breath, a normal smell on a violent man. "Stop," he said, not angry, just annoyed. "Stop making it harder." My right wrist was useless, but my left hand still worked. I reached past him toward the Civic's wheel lift controls on my van, mounted near the rear. A lever and release. Too far. He saw the movement and twisted my injured wrist anyway, catching it like a handle. White pain burst behind my eyes. I cried out before I could stop myself. "Okay," he said softly. "Okay, you're done." From the cargo van, the second person jumped down and started toward Allie's open door. I couldn't let that happen. My brain grabbed the only lever left, the vehicle itself. I stomped the hydraulic release pedal at the wheel lift, awkward angle, but I felt it under my boot. The mechanism hissed. The Civic's front end dropped suddenly. Not to the ground, just enough to shift weight hard. Allie screamed as the car lurched. The second person stumbled, grabbing the door frame. The older man's grip loosened for a fraction of a second as he compensated for the shifting vehicle. That fraction was everything. I ripped free, stumbled toward Allie's door, and slammed it shut. Lock button. Click. "Stay inside," I yelled. The second person, now close enough for me to see, was a woman, early 30s, hair pulled tight, wearing a dark jacket and latex gloves. Not for cleanliness, for not leaving prints. She slammed her palm against the window once hard, and her eyes flashed with rage. The older man grabbed my collar again and hauled me back. "You can't keep her," he said, voice low now. "You don't even know what she did." "Doesn't matter," I wheezed. The first trooper cruiser appeared around the curve, tires humming loud on the asphalt, spotlight sweeping the shoulder. For a second, the light hit all of us, my vest, my van, the Civic mid-drop, the cargo van behind with its door open. Everything froze under that beam like a photograph. The trooper's siren cut off. Then the loudspeaker barked. "State police, hands where I can't see them." The older man didn't hesitate. He shoved me hard toward the gravel and sprinted for the cargo van. The woman ran too. I hit the ground on my shoulder. My ribs screamed. Gravel bit into my cheek. My mouth tasted blood again. The cargo van's engine revved. Tires spun. The trooper cruiser swerved, trying to angle its front end to block the shoulder. The cargo van jerked forward and clipped the cruiser's front bumper. Metal shrieked. Sparks flew. The cargo van bounced, corrected, and then shot forward along the shoulder, squeezing past in a gap that felt impossible, but wasn't. The The trooper jumped out, hand on his belt, shouting. Another cruiser screamed around the curve behind him, lights blazing. Everything became pure motion. I forced myself up on my knees. My right hand dangled uselessly. My left hand pushed against the gravel, burning. Allie pounded on her window from inside, frantic. The cargo van swerved onto the highway, cutting in front of an oncoming sedan. Tires screeched. Horns blared. The sedan fishtailed, but stayed upright. No crash, barely. Our go van kept going. The second trooper cruiser chased, sirens screaming back on, disappearing eastbound. For a brief lull, the shoulder went quiet except for the tick of hazards and my own ragged breathing. The first trooper ran toward me. He was young, late 20s, clean-shaven, eyes wide with adrenaline. Trooper Mason Greer, male, 28, state police. His name tag flashed in the strobes when he got close. "Sir, are you injured?" he demanded. "Wrist," I panted. "Ribs. They tried to take her." He looked at the Civic. "Ma'am, are you hurt?" Allie didn't answer. She was shaking, forehead pressed to the steering wheel. "Trooper," I said, fighting for breath. "There's another vehicle in the trees, blue sedan, New York plates. It came out earlier, took off." Greer's gaze flicked to the tree line. His jaw tightened. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, possible secondary vehicle in woods at MM 171, eastbound shoulder. Request additional units. EMS for one male, with injury, possible female in distress." Then he looked back at me, scanning my face like he was trying to decide if I was coherent. "Can you stand?" he asked. "I can," I lied. He helped me up anyway, firm hand under my elbow. I hated needing it. My flaw, the fear of being the guy who misses something, was now tangled with the fact that I'd made calls tonight that could have gotten us killed. Procedure had been a lifeline, and I'd cut it because my gut had screamed. Allie unlocked the Civic door only after Greer ordered her to. She moved like her joints were full of sand. When she stepped onto the shoulder, her knees buckled. Greer caught her. Up close, I saw how pale she was. Sweat beaded at her hairline despite the cold. The wired patch on her chest pulsed green steadily. "What is that?" Greer demanded. Allie shook her head. Her lips moved without sound. I reached with my left hand and carefully pulled the collar of her shirt aside just enough to see. Thin wires ran down under the fabric, taped to her skin. "It's not a bomb," I said quickly, because the trooper's posture had changed. "It looks like a monitor, medical or tracking." Allie flinched at the word tracking. Greer's eyes hardened. "Ma'am, I need you to talk to me. Are you being held against your will?" Allie stared at the tree line, breathing shallow. Her eyes were glassy. "They're not supposed to lose me," she whispered. Greer's grip tightened. "Who?" she swallowed. "I don't know their names." Almost laughed at that. Not because it was funny, because it was the most horrifyingly believable thing in the world. People get moved around by strangers whose names they never learn. An EMS unit arrived within minutes, lights flashing, engine rumbling. Paramedic Leela Grant, female, 35, and EMT Jonah Pierce, male, 23, hustled over with a bag and a folded stretcher, faces tight with focus. Leela took one look at my wrist, the swelling already ballooning, and shook her head. "Sit," she ordered. "I'm fine," I started. She cut me off with a look that said she didn't have time for my pride. Jonah guided me to the bumper of my van. When I sat, pain radiated through my ribs, and my vision went sparkly at the edges. Shock, adrenaline bleeding off. Leela moved to Allie next, gloved hands gentle but quick. "Any chest pain?" she asked. Allie shook her head faintly. "Any drugs?" Leela asked, blunt. Anything you took tonight. Allie's eyes flicked to me. Shame flashed across her face. Leela read it and softened her tone just a notch. I'm not judging. I need to know what might be in your system. Allie whispered. They said it was vitamins. Leela paused, looked at the patch again. Okay, she said. We're going to get you to hospital. Greer stepped aside to radio again, voice low but urgent. I watched the interstate beyond them. Cars still moved, slowed by the lights, drivers craning their necks. Life continuing. And then I noticed something that made my stomach clench all over again. The mile marker. In the flashing lights, it read clearly 171. But beneath it, beneath the main reflective panel, was a smaller, newer-looking sticker. White background, black numbers. 171 again. A duplicate number, slightly crooked, like someone had replaced it or reinforced it. Like they needed this mile to be unmissable. I pointed with my good hand. Trooper, I said hoarsely. Look at the marker. Greer followed my gesture. He narrowed his eyes, then walked over, flashlight beam steady. He crouched, examined it, then stood and looked back at me. You saying it's been altered? He asked. I'm saying I've been called here too many times, I said. And I found a plastic tag under her hood that said 171. Greer's face tightened. He called another trooper over who had arrived and was scanning the tree line. They exchanged a quick look that was pure police shorthand, bigger than tonight. Leela and Jonah loaded Allie onto the stretcher. Allie's hand reached out weakly, grabbed my sleeve. Evan, she whispered. I leaned in, my ribs protesting. They'll come back, she said, and her voice wasn't dramatic. It was matter of fact, like someone telling you it might rain. Greer heard it. He stiffened. We're taking you into protective custody, he said, and it sounded like a promise and a threat at once. Allie's eyes filled with tears. She squeezed my sleeve harder. I didn't want, she started, and then her breath hitched and she stopped, as if finishing the sentence would get her killed. The EMS doors closed. The ambulance pulled away, siren low, heading westbound toward the nearest hospital. Greer turned back to me. Sir, you're going too. Wrist looks bad, and I need a statement. I wanted to argue, to stay, to keep control of the scene the way I always tried to. But I couldn't even twist my hand properly. My chest hurt when I breathed. Cost. That was the only honest currency in a night like this. As Jonah wrapped my wrist and Leela checked my pupils, I watched the troopers walk toward the tree line with flashlights, stepping carefully down the slope, searching for more vehicles, more devices, more signs. In the strobing light, the trees looked ordinary, just trunks and needles and shadow. And that was the worst part, because nothing about them needed to be supernatural for my body to learn a new fear, that a place can be used, marked, repeated, turned into a routine. Mile 171 wasn't haunted. It was operational. When Greer helped me into the back of the second ambulance, my phone buzzed once in my pocket, one last ugly little vibration. A new dispatch notification. Disabled vehicle, repeat location I-84E MM 171 vehicle. Unknown caller. Unknown notes. Won't start. Hazards on. I stared at the screen until the paramedic gently took the phone from my good hand and set it aside like it was hot. Greer saw it. His face went still. Turn that off, he said quietly. Not to me, to himself maybe, to the night. Outside, the trooper lights kept flashing. Inside, my wrist throbbed in time with my heartbeat, and I realized that whatever they'd interrupted tonight, it wasn't over just because one cargo van got away. The conflict at the shoulder was resolved, but the mile was still there, waiting. They reset my wrist under fluorescent lights that made everything look flatter than it was, not broken. Severe sprain with ligament strain, the ER doctor said, tapping at an X-ray clipped to a backlit screen. You're lucky, lucky. The word didn't sit right, but I nodded anyway. They wrapped it in a rigid brace and gave me something for the pain that made the edges of the room go soft. My ribs weren't cracked, just badly bruised. I'd feel it for weeks every time I laughed or coughed. State police didn't wait long before sending someone to sit with me. Trooper Mason Greer showed up again, uniform crisp despite the gravel scuffs on his boots. He didn't look as young now. The adrenaline had burned off, leaving something more deliberate in his eyes. He closed the curtain around my ER bay and set a small digital recorder on the tray table. I need to go through it from the top, he said. So I did. I told him about the repeat dispatch note, about the plastic 171 tag under the hood, about the mismatched membership name and prepaid callback number, the concealed sedan in the trees, the black box strapped under the Civic's axle, the alarm it triggered, the white cargo van crossing the median through the maintenance cut, the man with mint gum breath, the woman in latex gloves, the green LED pulsing under Allie's collarbone. Greer didn't interrupt much, just asked for specifics. Exact position of the sedan in the tree line. Nose in, about 20 yards off the shoulder, maybe more, between two pines. License plate, New York, didn't catch the full number. Description of the older male, I gave it to him. Height, build, the way he moved, the normal details. He wrote them down like they mattered. When I finished, he leaned back slightly. We found the box, he said. My head snapped up. In the woods, he clarified. The one you said was under the rear axle. It's not commercial, custom casing. Contained a GPS unit and a short-range radio transmitter. My stomach turned over slowly. Tracking the car, I asked. Looks that way, he said. Activated when removed. Likely triggered something else deeper in the woods. We found tire tracks further back, areas being canvassed. And the mile marker, I said. He nodded once. The lower sticker wasn't official. Not installed by DOT. Someone added it. Probably recently. Why? I asked. Greer's jaw shifted slightly. Same reason you mark a trail in the woods, he said, so the right people don't miss it. The room went quiet for a moment, except for the low hum of hospital equipment and the murmur of voices from other bays. What about Allie? I asked. He didn't answer immediately. She's stable, he said finally. Device on her chest was a subdermal glucose monitor, modified with an additional transmitter. She had minor incisions made under the adhesive to seat the wiring. I closed my eyes briefly. They drugged her, I asked. Low-dose sedatives mixed with supplements, according to TalkScreen, he said. Not enough to knock her out. Enough to keep her compliant, foggy. And she doesn't know their names. She knows some things, Greer said carefully, but not everything. And she's not in a position to give a full statement yet. That tracked. The way she'd looked at the trees. The way she'd said they're not supposed to lose me. What was she to them? I asked. Greer's expression flattened. We're working that angle, which meant either they didn't know yet, or they did and couldn't say. He stood and switched off the recorder. You deviated from standard procedure, he said, not accusing, just stating. I know. You should have called for backup sooner. I know. He studied me for a moment, like he was weighing something. You also kept her from getting dragged into that van, he said. That's in your favor. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. After he left, I lay there staring at the ceiling tiles. Tiny perforations in neat grids, ordinary, predictable. I thought about the maintenance cut in the median, about how a vehicle could cross over if it knew exactly where the gap was. I thought about the repeated calls, different vehicles, same mile. I thought about the way the SUV had pressed gently against the Civic, not slamming, just controlling. Operational. That word wouldn't leave me alone. They discharged me just before sunrise with a brace, a sling, and a stack of paperwork. Leela, the paramedic, popped her head in before I left. "Try to actually rest," she said. "I will," I lied. Outside, the hospital parking lot smelled like damp asphalt and early morning coffee drifting from the entrance. The sky was turning pale gray, almost peaceful. Greer was waiting by my van when I got back to the impound lot where they'd towed it overnight for processing. The Civic was gone, taken as evidence. My van had a small dent on the rear bumper from where the cargo van clipped it. Paint scraped, nothing catastrophic. "You're off rotation for a few days," Greer said. "Your company's aware." "Great," I said. My voice sounded flat to my own ears. He watched me for a second. "We've put in a request for traffic cameras along that stretch," he said, "and we're reviewing past roadside calls at that marker. You weren't the only one." "How many?" I asked. Hesitated. "Enough," I swallowed. "You think it's trafficking?" I said quietly. He didn't confirm it, didn't deny it. "We think it's organized," he said. "We think it's been happening longer than we realized. Your call forced it into the open." That should have felt like a victory. It didn't. "Will they come back?" I asked. Greer looked toward the east in the direction of the highway. "They lost vehicles, lost equipment. That's not cheap," he said. "People like that adjust. He left it there. I went home to my apartment in Newburgh and tried to sleep. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the horn blaring, felt the sudden drop of the Civic when I hit the hydraulic release, smelled the mint gum on that man's breath. I lay on my back because my ribs hurt too much to turn. The sling pulled at my shoulder. The brace made my hand feel like it belonged to someone else. At 10:17 a.m., my phone buzzed. Dispatch. I stared at it for a full 10 seconds before answering. "Unit 14, Carla said, voice quieter than usual. "You okay?" Define okay. A small exhale on her end. "We pulled call logs for the last 6 months at MM 171, and 5 different breakdowns, different cars, different member names, 3 prepaid callback numbers, 2 valid members who later claimed they never made the call." I sat up too fast. My ribs protested. "They never made the call. Not according to them," she said. "One guy was out of state that night." My stomach went cold. "So someone's spoofing member accounts," I said. "Looks like it. And the most recent one, the one that pinged while I was in the ambulance." There was a pause. "Canceled," she said. "No answer on callback. Vehicle not located when we sent another unit." Of course. I walked to my kitchen window and looked out at the street below. A garbage truck rumbled past. A woman walked a dog. The world moved in ordinary rhythms. "You think I should refuse calls to that mile?" I asked. Carla didn't answer right away. "I think," she said slowly, "you're on medical leave for a few days. After that, we'll see." We hung up. I made coffee one-handed, spilled some, cleaned it up slowly, sat at the table and tried to convince myself that this was over, that law enforcement would dig into it, that they'd pull camera footage from nearby exits, that they'd trace prepaid numbers, that they'd find the cargo van. that the operation would shift or collapse. I wanted to believe that. 2 days later, Greer called. They found the blue sedan abandoned near a rest stop about 30 miles east, he said. Plates stolen, wiped down, no prints, and the cargo van still looking. And Allie, he hesitated. She's in protective custody, he said. Transferred to another facility, under a different name. Is she safe? As safe as we can make her. That was the most honest answer I could expect. A week later, I drove, not for work, just to see if I could. The brace made gripping the steering wheel awkward. My ribs ached when I checked my blind spot. I told myself I was just going to the grocery store. Instead, my tires found I-84 eastbound. I don't remember deciding. The road was bright in daylight, traffic steady. The trees looked smaller without the dark pressing in. When the mile markers started counting up, my pulse did too. I slowed slightly without meaning to. It looked like any other stretch of highway. Shoulder, guardrail, pines. The maintenance cut in the median was visible now in full daylight, a gap in the barrier, marked with orange reflectors. The official mile marker stood upright, reflective panel clean. The lower sticker was gone, removed. Nothing beneath it now. No sign it had ever been there. I kept driving, didn't stop, didn't even glance at the shoulder longer than necessary. But as I passed, I noticed something small. A black SUV parked legally at the next exit ramp, hazard lights blinking. A man standing beside it on his phone, probably a flat tire, probably nothing. Still, my hands tightened on the wheel, because the pattern doesn't announce itself. It blends in. At home that night, I put my phone face down on the table. I didn't turn off notifications. I just let them sit. At 2:13 a.m., almost exactly a week later, it buzzed once. Not dispatch. A text from an unknown number. No message body, just 3 numbers. I stared at it until the screen went dark. Then I locked the phone and set it back down carefully, like it might explode if I handled it wrong. I didn't reply. Outside, a car passed on the street below, tires humming on asphalt. Ordinary, mostly. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I found an old chat log where I warned myself. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that didn't fit was the timestamp. Not in a dramatic, end of the world way. In the boring, office it way. The kind of wrong that makes you squint and lean closer because your brain assumes you messed up. I had my laptop open on the coffee table, balanced on a stack of mail I'd been pretending didn't exist. The living room still smelled faintly like the microwaved popcorn I'd burned an hour earlier. Outside, rain ticked against the fire escape in thin, impatient taps. Somewhere down the hall, a neighbor's bass thumped in slow, metronomic pulses, distant enough to be annoying, not loud enough to complain about. On my screen was an export file I didn't remember making. Chat backup 2016-11. JSON, I've been searching for old tax stuff, W2 PDFs from the year I moved cities, when Windows decided to help by showing me a folder called Archive. I hadn't touched it in years. Inside were the usual ghosts: a resume with an outdated email address, a half-finished budget spreadsheet, photos of a couch I never bought. And then this. I clicked it, expecting junk data. The file opened in a plain text viewer first, a wall of braces and brackets. I switched over to a free JSON viewer online, one of those sketchy sites that tries to sell you a password manager, and pasted a small chunk. The viewer formatted it into something almost readable. Chat transcripts, each entry with a date, a sender name, a message. The top entry displayed clean and neat, as if it had been waiting years just to be understood. 2016 11/302 1709 sender. Evan message. Don't answer her. If you see this, don't answer her. My throat tightened in a way that felt stupid, like I was reacting to a horror movie jump cut. It was a sentence, a dumb sentence. I was alone in my apartment in Pittsburgh with a laptop and burnt popcorn. There was nothing here to be afraid of, but it was my name, not a username I used everywhere, not some handle I'd forgotten. My actual first name, the one only friends and family used, spelled right. The way it was written, no punctuation, except that one period, all lowercase, urgent but not theatrical, felt weirdly familiar. Like hearing your own voice on a voicemail and hating the sound. I scrolled. More messages appeared, all from Evan, all within a 10-minute window. She's going to say it's an emergency. She'll use your mom's name. Don't get in the car if you already did. Leave your phone in the cup holder. Leave it. I let out a little laugh, sharp and involuntary. It wasn't funny, exactly. It was my body trying to decide whether to file this under annoying or dangerous. Okay, I said out loud to the empty room. What is this? I'd been up too long. That part was true. I'd spent the day staring at monitors in a windowless office, then came home and stared at a different monitor, doom scrolling until my eyes felt gritty. I had a deadline at work I was pretending didn't exist. I had a mother I hadn't called back in 4 days. My brain was a junk drawer. Still, you don't find a chat log where you warn yourself. My phone buzzed on the couch cushion beside me, face down. I glanced at it without thinking, expecting a Slack notification from my team in Seattle forgetting time zones existed. No Slack, just a text preview. Unknown number. Hey Evan, it's me. Call me when you see this. My skin didn't prickle. I didn't hear violins. The rain kept tapping the fire escape. The neighbor's bass kept thumping like a slow heart. But my mouth went dry in a very practical way, like I'd been running and didn't realize it. Unknown numbers text all the time. Delivery people, clinics, someone's kid with the wrong digit. Scams that start casual so you'll answer. I flipped the phone over and stared at the screen. The number had a local area code, 412. I'd had my Pittsburgh number long enough that it didn't even register as local anymore. It was just normal. I tapped the message to open it. My thumb hovered over the reply box, stupidly considering polite options. Sorry, who is this? As if manners mattered to unknown numbers. Then I looked back at my laptop screen. Don't answer her. I swallowed. Maybe I de-exported an old chat backup from a different app years ago, and it had nothing to do with me now. Maybe the sender field defaulted to Evan because of how the file was structured. Maybe her was some random customer service rep. Maybe I made this as a joke in college. But the text was from now, and it addressed me by name. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, it's important. I set the phone down like it was hot. Not dramatic, just I didn't want it in my hand. I leaned closer to the laptop and scrolled until my eyes caught on another line that punched through the rest. She will sound like Claire. It won't be her, Claire. I hadn't heard that name out loud in years. The sound of it in my head had edges. I sat back, the couch springs complaining. In the kitchen, my refrigerator clicked and hummed louder for a moment, like it was taking a breath. A siren wailed somewhere distant and then faded, swallowed by wet streets and city blocks. My finger traced the trackpad, scrolling further down, faster. The transcript entries ended abruptly, mid-thought, like someone had slammed a laptop shut. Last message. If you're reading this, you still have time. Do not. And then nothing. I stared at the cutoff dash, my eyes hunting for a continuation that wasn't there. The file had more data, but the conversation ended there. It didn't read like a prank, not like the way my friends and I used to prank each other, with obvious punchlines and excessive setup. It read like someone typing with shaky hands and too little time. My phone buzzed again, longer this time, a call. The unknown number. The screen lit up in the dim room, casting pale blue on my knuckles. I didn't pick up. It went to voicemail. The phone stopped buzzing and lay still. For a few seconds, there was only rain, bass, and the faint vent hiss of my heating system. Then another vibration. Another call, same number. I watched it ring out again. My heart was beating faster, but it wasn't panic. It was irritation mixed with something I didn't want to name. A sense that I was being tugged by a string someone else held. Finally, the phone stopped. A voicemail icon appeared. I didn't tap it. I stared at it until the screen dimmed. When it went dark, my face was reflected faintly in the black glass. I looked tired, older than I felt. The overhead light in the hall outside my apartment door buzzed in that cheap fluorescent way, a sound you don't notice until you're trying to listen for something else. I reached for the laptop again, the safer object, the one that couldn't ring at me. I clicked into the file's metadata. Creation date, November 3rd, 2016. That tracked. Modification date, January 14th, 2026. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I'd been in the office, drowning in tickets. I hadn't been digging through archives. I hadn't touched a JSON file in a decade. I was sure of that in the way you're sure you didn't suddenly decide to paint your ceiling at 2 a.m. I opened the folder view and stared at the file list. There were other exports too, similar names, dates in 2016. But only this one had a recent modification, like it had been opened, edited, touched. I tried to remember January 14th. It was a Thursday. I'd been late to a meeting. I'd spilled coffee on my shirt and blamed the lid. I'd gotten a message from my mom I hadn't answered. I couldn't connect any of it to this. My phone buzzed again. A new text. Unknown number, Evan, please. I don't have much time. I stared at the words until they blurred. The sentence wasn't threatening. It didn't demand money. It didn't include a link. It didn't ask me to verify my bank account or click a secure portal. It sounded like a person. And the file on my laptop, my name, the warnings, the mention of Claire, had threaded itself into the moment so cleanly that my brain couldn't separate them anymore. My private fear, the one I tried not to say out loud, wasn't ghosts or demons or government conspiracies. It was that I was easy to steer. That when someone asked for help, when someone sounded desperate, I folded. I showed up. I fixed things. I answered calls in the middle of the night and then resented myself later for doing it. It was a flaw disguised as decency, and I'd been living with it long enough to know how it usually ended, me exhausted, someone else relieved, and the quiet, sour feeling that I'd been used. I picked up the phone again and opened the contact info. No name, no carrier label, just the number and the options to block or add. My thumb hovered over block this caller. On the laptop, the last message stared back at me in its clean little box. If you're reading this, you still have time. Time for what? My mind slid against my will toward the only Claire I knew. Claire Lawson. The Claire who had once been my friend and then, quietly and thoroughly, stopped being one. No explosion. No betrayal with a capital B, just a series of small, rational choices that led to me not being invited, not being told, not being included. And then the last time I saw her in a hospital hallway in Cleveland, her hair unwashed and her eyes fixed somewhere beyond my shoulder, saying, "You always want to be the guy who helps," like it was an accusation. I hadn't thought about that in years. Not because it didn't matter, because it still did. My laptop pinged softly, an email notification. I ignored it. The phone buzzed again with another call. This time, I didn't let it ring out. I swiped it away, not answering, just dismissing, like deleting an alarm. The immediate silence felt like relief. Then I realized something else, the file's date. 2016, 11/3, the same as tonight's date. Month and day, not year, obviously, but still. A coincidence, a dumb coincidence. The kind of pattern the brain loves to chew on. I shut the laptop halfway, then opened it again. My hands didn't know what to do. I needed an anchor, a person. Someone to say, "That's weird," in a normal voice, so my nervous system would stop treating this like a threat. I thought of my mom, then immediately didn't. If the text was a scam and I was already spiraling, involving my mother was the worst possible move. I thought of my coworker Jenna, but she was the kind of person who would turn this into a workplace meme, and I wasn't ready to be laughed at. There was only one person I trusted with something that sounded crazy without making it worse. I opened my contacts and found Maya Kendall. My thumb hovered over her name. Maya was the friend who didn't sugarcoat. The friend who told you when you were being paranoid and when you were being careless. She lived 10 minutes away in a small row house in Bloomfield, and she had a terrible habit of picking up calls even when she was busy, like she believed ignoring someone was a moral failure, which made me pause, because that was my habit too, in a different costume. I stared at her contact card. If I called her, I was making this real. I was taking something that could still be a weird coincidence, a scam text, an old file, and dragging another person into it. If I didn't call her, I'd be alone with it, with my own brain, with a chat log that used my name and told me not to answer. The unknown number texted again. Unknown number. If you can hear my voice, you'll believe me. Please. I set the phone down slowly and looked at the laptop again, at the chopped off warning, at the lowercase urgency that felt like it came from my own chest. I had two obvious options, and both of them felt wrong in different ways. Option 1, block the number, close the laptop, go to bed, and pretend none of this happened. Let the rain and the neighbor's bass lull me into normalcy. Option 2, call Maya, show her the file, tell her about the texts, and admit out loud that something about this scared me in a way I couldn't justify. I reached toward the phone again. The hallway light buzzed. The refrigerator hummed. Outside, a car hissed through wet pavement, tires whispering, and then it was gone. My finger stopped just above Maya's name, not yet touching, waiting for my brain to decide which version of myself I was going to be tonight. I didn't call Maya. I wish I could say that was a rational decision. It was. It was pride. I told myself I didn't need to drag someone else into a weird coincidence, that I was 32 years old and fully capable of handling a wrong number scam. That calling Maya at 10:47 p.m. because of a JSON file and an anxious imagination would cement something about me I didn't want cemented. Instead, I tapped the voicemail icon. It took a second to load. The screen displayed one new message. The rain outside had slowed to a thin mist. I could hear cars passing more clearly now. The slick tires sound sharper on wet pavement. I hit play and put the phone to my ear. There was breathing at first, not theatrical, just the sound of someone trying to steady themselves. Then a woman's voice. "Evan, it's a swallow. It's Claire. I know this is weird. I know we haven't talked, but I need you to listen to me, please." I sat very still. It sounded like her. Not perfectly. Voices change. It had been almost 8 years. But the cadence was there, the way she clipped the ends of words when she was trying not to cry. "You're going to think this is a mistake," she continued. "It's not. I'm at St. Vincent's. I don't have much time before a muffled interruption, like someone speaking near her, but not directly to the phone. Just don't ignore this, please." The message ended there. 31 seconds, no threats, no demand for money, no robotic pauses that screamed voice synthesizer. St. Vincent S. There was a St. Vincent hospital in Erie, one in Cleveland, a dozen across the country. Pittsburgh had a St. Clair, not a St. Vincent. I knew that much. I lowered the phone slowly. The chat log flickered at the edge of my vision. "She'll use your mom's name. Don't get in the car if you already did. Leave your phone in the cup holder." My phone buzzed again immediately after the voicemail ended. "Unknown number. I'm at St. Vincent's in Erie. They won't let me leave. Please come." Erie was 2 hours north. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my browser and typed, "Claire Lawson, Erie." Too many results. Lawyers, realtors. A Claire Lawson who won a baking contest in 2019. Nothing helpful. I searched her old social media. Most of it was private now. The last public post I could see was from 2018. A photo of Lake Erie with the caption, "Sometimes you start over." That was the year she'd left Cleveland. I hadn't known where she went. My phone vibrated again, this time with a photo message. My chest tightened as the image loaded. It was a hospital wristband, white plastic, slightly blurry. The name printed in block letters, LAWSON-CLAR, a barcode beneath it. The hospital logo partly visible on the left edge. The photo wasn't professional. It looked like someone had held the phone awkwardly over their own arm. The lighting was fluorescent and unflattering. It could be real. It could be staged. My brain kept flipping between those two like a malfunctioning light switch. I checked the image details. Sent just now. No obvious metadata available in the messages preview. I zoomed in on the wristband. The date line was too blurry to read clearly, but it didn't look obviously fake. No typos. No weird font. My phone buzzed again. "Unknown number, Evan. I know you don't owe me anything. I know that. But I don't know who else to call." That line line landed harder than the others, because it was exactly what Claire would say. She had a way of framing requests as acknowledgments, making you feel like you were already generous just by listening. I stood up from the couch without meaning to. The room felt smaller suddenly. The popcorn smell had gone stale, like old cardboard. The rain had stopped completely now. I could hear a distant train horn, low and mournful. I walked into the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water. My hands weren't shaking. That almost made it worse. It felt deliberate, this calm. I set the glass down and looked at myself in the dark microwave door. "You don't know it's her," I said quietly. The chat log was still open on the coffee table. Don't answer her. But I had answered in a way. I'd listened. I called the number back. It rang once, twice. Then it clicked. "Hello," her voice came immediately, breathless. Evan, there it was again. That familiarity. That specific rasp she got when she'd been crying. "Claire." My voice sounded flatter than I expected. "Yes. Oh my God, thank you. I wasn't sure you'd," a shaky exhale. "I'm so sorry to do this." "Why eerie?" I asked. Not hello, not how are you, straight to it. "I moved here in 2019. I thought you knew." A pause. "You didn't." "No." Another pause. I could hear hospital noise in the background, a monitor beeping somewhere, a rolling cart squeaking faintly. "What's going on?" I asked. "They admitted me this afternoon," she said. I had an episode. They think it's stress-related, but they won't discharge me until someone picks me up." "That's not how that works," I said automatically. "They can't hold you unless they think I'm a danger to myself," she cut in. "I'm not. I swear I'm not. But they're being cautious." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "And you want me to drive 2 hours to sign you out?" "Yes." Silence stretched between us, thin and tight. "You have family," I said. "Friends." "My mom's in Arizona." "My dad won't answer." Her voice cracked slightly on that last word. "I called 2 friends. They're out of town. I'm running out of options." The hospital beep in the background continued at steady intervals. It sounded real, too real to fake over a phone. "Why me?" I asked. Another pause, longer this time. "Because you always show up." There it was, the private fear I never said out loud. I turned and looked at the laptop again from across the room. The glow of the screen cast a pale square on the ceiling. "You haven't talked to me in years," I said. "I know, and that's on me. I handled things badly," a shaky inhale. "But that doesn't change who you are." I let out a short breath through my nose, not quite a laugh. "Claire, if this is some kind of..." "It's not," she said sharply. "You can call the hospital, ask for me. Ask if I'm admitted." That gave me pause. "Which St. Vincent S?" I asked. "St. Vincent Hospital, Erie, West 12th Street." Specific. I opened my laptop and typed it in. It existed. Of course it did. "You're in the emergency department?" I asked. "Psych intake," she said quietly. "They moved me upstairs an hour ago." I paced back into the living room. My socked feet made soft friction sounds on the hardwood. "Why didn't you call someone closer?" I asked again, circling the same doubt. "Because I don't trust anyone here." "And you trust me," I said. "Yes." The word came too fast. My eyes drifted back to the chat log. The lowercase warnings. The abrupt ending. "Don't get in the car." My car was parked on the street outside. A gray 2015 Honda Civic with a slow oil leak I kept meaning to fix. 2 hours to Erie on I-79. Dark highway, late night. "I have work in the morning," I said weakly. "Please," she said. The way she said it wasn't manipulative. It was tired. I walked to the window and looked down at the street. The pavement shone under the streetlight. My car was there, undisturbed. Said they won't discharge you without someone picking you up, I said. That means paperwork. ID. They'll need proof I know you. I have my driver's license, she said. You have yours. It'll be fine. It might be, or it might not. I pulled the phone away from my ear. Hold on, I said. I'm going to call the hospital to confirm. Okay, she said quickly. Just don't hang up on me. Call from another phone if you can, I frowned. I only have one phone, a beat. Right, sorry. I hung up anyway. The line went dead with a soft click. Immediately, my phone buzzed with a text. Unknown number. Please don't change your mind. I ignored it and dialed the main number for St. Vincent Hospital in Erie. It rang twice before an automated system picked up. I navigated through options, pressed 0 twice to bypass menus. Finally, a human voice answered. St. Vincent Hospital operator, how may I direct your call? Hi, I said, trying to keep my voice level. Calling to confirm whether a patient is admitted. Claire Lawson. One moment. Keyboard clicking on the other end. I'm sorry, sir. I can neither confirm nor deny the presence of a patient due to privacy laws. Right, I said. Of course. Is there a way for a patient to request a discharge pickup? If a patient wishes to be discharged into the care of a responsible party, they can provide that party's name. The receiving individual would need to present identification at the time of discharge. So that's a thing, I said. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I hung up. It didn't confirm she was there. It didn't deny it. It just made everything murkier. My phone buzzed again. Claire, I let it ring twice before answering. Well, she asked. They wouldn't confirm, I said. HIPAA, of course. The frustration in her voice sounded genuine. I closed my eyes. This was how it always went. A problem, a person, me in the middle of it. You understand how this looks, I said. I do, she said softly. If you don't want to come, just say it. I won't beg. But she already had. I looked at the laptop one more time. If you're reading this, you still have time. Time for what? To not get in the car? Or to get in it before something worse happened? Fine, I said finally. I'll come. There was a small, shaky sound on the other end of the line. Relief. Thank you, she said. I'll stay by the nurse's station. I hung up and stood there for a full 10 seconds, phone in hand, feeling the weight of the decision settle. Then I moved. I grabbed my jacket from the chair, my keys from the bowl by the door. I hesitated, then went back and snapped a photo of the chat log on my laptop screen, just in case. I emailed it to myself. As I was sliding my shoes on, my phone buzzed again. Another text. Unknown number. If you're driving, leave your phone in the cup holder. Don't take it inside. My stomach dropped in a slow, unpleasant way. I hadn't told her I was leaving yet. I looked at the message, then at my locked front door. The hallway light outside flickered once, then steadied. I picked up my keys anyway. If this was manipulation, I'd face it in person. If it wasn't, I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, pulling it shut behind me. My phone buzzed once more in my hand as I walked toward the stairwell. I didn't look at the screen. The stairwell in my building always smells faintly like damp concrete and old detergent. It hit me as soon as the door shut behind me, the sound echoing up the narrow shaft. I checked my phone. Unknown number. You're making a mistake. The message had come in less than 10 seconds after I stepped into the hallway. I hadn't replied to anything since saying I'd come. I stared at the text, then at the signal bars in the top right corner. Full. LTE. No weird glitches. No sign I was being tracked in some cinematic way. People guess. That's what I told myself. If Claire assumed I'd come, she could assume I'd leave soon after the call. The text timing might just be coincidence. Still, my skin felt too tight. I went down the stairs instead of taking the elevator. I didn't want to stand in a metal box tonight. Outside, the air was colder than I expected. The rain had left a thin sheen on everything: sidewalk, car roofs, the metal railings along the steps. The streetlight near my Honda buzzed softly, drawing moths in tight spirals. I unlocked the car. The interior smelled like old coffee and the faint metallic tang of motor oil. I slid into the driver's seat and shut the door, sealing myself into a smaller version of my apartment. My phone buzzed again before I even started the engine. Unknown number. If you're in the car, leave the phone in the cup holder. Don't carry it inside. I looked at the cup holder between the seats. There was a crumpled receipt and a single quarter in it. The chat log line replayed in my head. If you already did, leave your phone in the cup holder. Leave it. I hadn't told Claire I was in the car. I hadn't told anyone. I opened the phone's location settings. Everything looked normal. Location services on, sure, but nothing out of the ordinary. I scrolled through recently installed apps. Nothing new. Then I saw something I hadn't noticed before. In my Bluetooth connections list, there was a device labeled Civic 2015. Connected. That was normal. It was my car's system. Under it, though, was a small info icon showing recent connection history. It had connected automatically at 11:14 p.m. That meant my phone had pinged as soon as I got in. If someone had access to my iCloud account, they could see device connections. If someone had access to my email, they could see login alerts. The chat file had been modified 2 weeks ago. I felt something shift in my chest. Not fear, focus. I didn't respond to the text. Instead, I opened my banking app. Nothing strange. I opened my email. No suspicious login alerts. Then I checked my iCloud devices list, my iPhone, my MacBook, and a third device. MacBook Pro 2015. I didn't own a 2015 MacBook Pro. I stared at the screen until my eyes hurt. The device had last accessed my account on January 14th. The same day the chat log was modified. My stomach twisted. I tapped into the device details. Location, last seen near Cleveland, OH. My mouth went dry. Cleveland. That's where Claire and I had last seen each other. The hospital hallway. The unfinished conversation. This could be coincidence. It could be someone who'd hacked my account from anywhere and masked the location. But it felt personal in a way I didn't like. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, Evan, answer me. I didn't. Instead, I changed my iCloud password right there in the driver's seat, my thumbs moving fast and clumsy. I logged out of all other sessions. The phantom MacBook disappeared from the device list. Another text came in immediately. Unknown number. What did you just do? My breath caught. It could be a bluff. It had to be a bluff. Unless whoever was texting me had access to something more immediate: screen mirroring, spyware, something I'd accidentally installed. My pulse was high enough now that I could feel it in my fingertips. I didn't start the car. Instead, I locked the doors and called Maya. She picked up on the third ring. Hey, she said, voice groggy. You okay? Maya, I said. My voice came out tighter than I intended. I need you to listen without interrupting for like 2 minutes. That woke her up. Okay. I summarized, chat log, the texts, the hospital, the unknown MacBook in Cleveland. There was a long pause on the other end. "Where are you right now?" she asked. "In my car, still in Pittsburgh." "Yes, good, stay there." I was about to drive to Erie. "Don't," she said immediately. "At least not yet." She sent a hospital wristband photo. "That's not hard to fake," Maya said. "And if someone has access to your account, this could be social engineering. They know your history. They know you knew someone named Claire." "They'd have to know a lot," I said. "Yeah," she replied. "Which is exactly why you don't drive 2 hours in the middle of the night alone." I rubbed my forehead against the steering wheel, the leather cool against my skin. "She sounded like her," I said quietly. "People can sound like people," Maya said, "especially if they're motivated." I looked at the hospital address again on my laptop memory. West 12th Street, Erie. Off I-79 North. "Okay," I said. "What do you suggest?" "First," she said, "we confirm she's actually there." I called the operator. "Not enough. Call the emergency department directly. Ask for psych intake. If they won't confirm, ask if you can leave your name for a patient to call back." That was smarter than what I'd done. "And second," I asked. "Second, if you do decide to go, I'm coming with you. You have work tomorrow." "So do you," she shot back. There was a softness under her bluntness that steadied me. "Okay," I said. "All the ER." I hung up and dialed the hospital again, navigating the automated menu to reach the emergency department. After several rings, a tired male voice answered. "St. Vincent ER." "Hi," I said. "I'm trying to reach a patient who may have been admitted upstairs. Claire Lawson. Psych intake." There was keyboard tapping. "I can't confirm admission," he said. "But if she's here and able, I can pass along your name." "Please," I said. "Tell her Evan called." "Last name," I gave it. "Okay," he said. "If she's here and allowed to use the phone, she'll call you back." That was something. I ended the call and leaned back in the seat. For a moment, nothing happened. The street was quiet. A car drove past slowly, headlights sweeping across my windshield and then gone. My phone buzzed, a call, not from the unknown number, from a blocked ID. I hesitated, then answered. "Hello." There was a faint hum, then a woman's voice. "Evan," it was Claire again. "Did they tell you I called?" I asked immediately. "Yes," she said. "A nurse came in and said someone named Evan was trying to reach me." My chest tightened. That meant she was actually there, or someone had coordinated very quickly. "I'm here," she said. "Psych intake, 3rd floor. They won't let me leave alone." "Describe the room," I said. "What? Describe it." A pause. "White walls, 2 chairs bolted to the floor. There's a TV mounted in the corner with no remote. It's on mute." I imagined it. "Anything else?" "There's a window, but it doesn't open. It looks out over a parking lot. I can see a Walgreens sign." I pulled up Google Maps and zoomed into St. Vincent Hospital in Erie. There was, in fact, a Walgreens across the street. My stomach dropped. "You see the Walgreens on West 12th?" I asked. "Yes," it fit. Maya's voice echoed in my head. "People can sound like people." "Why didn't you call someone in Erie?" I asked again. "I told you," she said, frustration creeping in. "I don't trust anyone here." "Why?" Silence. "Because someone's been watching me," she said quietly. There it was, the line that tilted everything. "How?" I asked. "My accounts," she said. "Files I don't remember creating. Messages sent from my email that I didn't write." The air left my lungs in a slow exhale. "That's not funny," I said. "I'm not joking," she replied. The parallel was too clean. "You think someone hacked you?" I said. "Yes." "And you think they're here?" "I don't know," she said. "I just know things have been wrong for weeks." And today I had a panic attack in the grocery store, and they called an ambulance. A grocery store, public, real. I pinched the bridge of my nose again. I changed my password tonight, I said slowly. There was a device in my account from Cleveland. Cleveland, she repeated. Yes, that's where she stopped. I know. Silence. Then, you have to come, she said. Before I could answer, the call cut out. No warning, no goodbye, just dead air. I looked at the signal bars. Still full. I tried calling back, straight to voicemail. My heart thudded. Then, from the sidewalk outside my car window, a loud knock. I jerked violently, my shoulders slamming into the door. A figure stood in the beam of the streetlight, hood up, face obscured. They knocked again, louder. Hey, a male voice called. You good in there? My pulse was in my throat. The figure stepped closer to the window. It was my downstairs neighbor, Carlos, late 20s, gym hoodie, probably just coming back from a late shift. He squinted in at me. You've been sitting here 10 minutes with the engine off, he said. Everything okay? I exhaled shakily and rolled the window down a crack. Yeah, I said, just on the phone. He looked at me for a second longer, then nodded. All right, man, thought maybe your car died or something. No, I said, I'm good. He walked off toward the building entrance. My hands were shaking now. The knock had been explainable, completely normal. But it had snapped something inside me. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, you called the ER. That was smart. I stared at the message. That wasn't a guess. That was specific. I hadn't told Claire I'd called the ER, unless she'd been in the room when the nurse relayed my name, unless she'd assumed, unless I dialed Maya again. She answered immediately. I'm coming down, she said. I'm not letting you drive alone. I think she's actually there, I said. Maybe, Maya replied. Or maybe someone's coordinating. Either way, this is bigger than a simple pickup. My iCloud got accessed from Cleveland, I said, on January 14th. And January 14th is when the chat file was modified. There was a pause. Where are you? She asked. Outside my building. Stay there, I'm grabbing my keys. I don't want to drag you into, you already did, she said. 10 minutes. I ended the call. The point of no return wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a cliff or a gunshot. It was the moment I realized that whether this was manipulation or a genuine crisis, someone had threaded themselves into both my past and my present. If Claire was really in that hospital and I didn't go, I'd never forgive myself. If she wasn't, then someone had engineered this with knowledge of my history, my devices, and my weaknesses. Either way, retreating to my apartment and pretending none of it existed wasn't an option anymore. I started the engine. The Honda coughed once, then settled into a low idle. Headlights cut across the wet street. Maya's front door opened down the block, and she jogged toward my car, pulling her jacket tighter around her. As she slid into the passenger seat, she looked at me, eyes sharp. Okay, she said, we're doing this together. I pulled away from the curb and turned toward the ramp that would take us to I-79 North. 2 hours to Erie. No more half measures. The highway north felt longer than it should have. I-79 was mostly empty at that hour. Occasional semis. The dull red taillights of cars heading the opposite direction. The wet pavement reflecting our headlights back at us in smeared streaks. Maya didn't talk much for the first half hour. She had my laptop open on her knees, scrolling through the screenshot I'd emailed myself. The truncated message sat there like an unfinished sentence in a suicide note. If you're reading this, you still have time. Do not what? She muttered. My phone buzzed again in the cup holder. I hadn't planned to leave it there. But when we'd merged onto the highway, I'd placed it down without thinking. Like muscle memory, Maya noticed. "You put it there on purpose?" she asked. "No," I said. "It just felt easier." The phone lit up again. Unknown number, good. My stomach flipped. Maya leaned closer, reading over my shoulder. "They're tracking something," she said. "Either your location or your behavior." I logged everything out. That doesn't mean there isn't something else. The road signs ticked by: Cranberry Township, Zelianople, Portersville. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, exit at 116 instead of 119. Construction ahead. I checked the GPS. We were still over an hour from Eerie. "There is no construction listed," Maya said, looking at her own phone. We drove in silence for another few miles. Then traffic slowed unexpectedly. Orange cones, flashing arrows, construction. "Jesus," Maya whispered. The sign ahead read, "Right lane closed, use exit 116. My throat tightened. It could be coincidence. It could be someone listening to police radio traffic. It could be a live traffic app or someone physically ahead of us. "Don't take 116, Maya said immediately. "If I don't, we'll sit in this line for 40 minutes. Better than being funneled." The cones forced the lane tighter. A pickup truck cut in front of us. I flicked my blinker on and stayed in the main flow, ignoring the flashing arrow that tried to shepherd us off at 116. My phone buzzed again. "Unknown number, you're stubborn. That's new." "Okay," Maya said. "That's not traffic prediction. That's behavioral." I swallowed. "Or they're just guessing I resist." "Stop rationalizing," she snapped. The construction slowed us, but it didn't trap us. After 10 tense minutes, we cleared the cones and the highway opened again. The exit numbers ticked upward. My hands were starting to ache from gripping the wheel. At mile marker 108, my engine light flicked on, a small amber glow on the dashboard. I felt a surge of anger so sharp it almost made me laugh. "Of course," I muttered. Maya looked at the dash. "Your oil leak, probably." The car didn't feel different yet. No shuddering, no loss of power. "Next rest area," she said. "We check it." My phone buzzed again. "Unknown number, don't stop." I didn't respond. We passed a sign for a rest area 2 miles ahead. I took it anyway. The lot was mostly empty. A couple of trucks idling. A sedan parked near the building. I pulled into a space under a flickering light. The engine idled unevenly now. I popped the hood. Cold air hit my face as I stepped out. The hood release lever felt stiff in my fingers. When I lifted it, a thin smell of hot oil drifted up. "Damn it," I muttered. The dipstick confirmed it. Low. Not bone dry, but low enough to trigger the light. "Do you have spare oil?" Maya asked. "No," she exhaled slowly. The rest stop building glowed sterile white in the distance. A vending machine hummed through the glass doors. My phone buzzed again in the cup holder. I didn't look at it. "We can buy oil inside," Maya said. "Maybe," I replied, "if they sell it." We walked toward the building together. Halfway there, I stopped. "What if this is the trap?" I said quietly. Maya looked at me. "You think someone else waiting in there?" "I don't know." "Then we don't split up." Inside, the rest area smelled like industrial cleaner and stale coffee. A middle-aged man in a janitor's vest pushed a mop bucket across the tile. He glanced at us without interest. There was a small convenience section near the entrance. Windshield fluid, snacks, no motor oil. "Of course," I muttered again. My phone buzzed. Maya pulled it out of the cup holder this time. "You said leave it," she said. "That's what they wanted." She held it up. "Unknown number. If the oil light is on, it's because I told you not to stop in 2016. My chest constricted. What? Maya whispered. I grabbed the phone. The message continued. You ran it low before. Same mistake. Same place. The rest stop sign outside read, Moraine State Park Rest Area. I froze. Moraine State Park. In 2016, November 3rd, I'd driven north after a fight. I'd left Cleveland late and taken I-79 toward Pittsburgh. I'd stopped at Moraine because my engine light had come on. I hadn't remembered that until now. Memory has weight. It presses down when it decides to return. I'd been on the phone that night, angry, distracted, with Claire. I'd almost run the car dry. You didn't tell me that, Maya said. I didn't remember, I replied. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. You got back on the road too fast that night. Maya looked at me, eyes wide. Okay, she said slowly. Either this person has access to your entire life history, or I do, I said. We stared at each other. The janitor glanced over again, irritated by our standing in the doorway. We need oil, Maya said. There was a gas station a mile south, according to her phone. We drive slow, she said. No sudden acceleration. My car started again, but the idle was rough. We limped the mile to the gas station. It was one of those all-night places with fluorescent lights too bright for the hour. A single clerk behind bulletproof glass. A security camera dome over every pump. I pulled into a spot near the entrance. Before we got out, my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. You won't make it to Eerie if you keep repeating yourself. Maya took the phone from me. Stop reading them, she said. It's working. Inside, we bought 2 quarts of oil and a cheap funnel. Back at the car, my hands were unsteady as I poured it in. Some spilled onto the engine casing, burning off with a faint smoke. The act of doing something practical steadied me. Maya leaned against the car. Think, she said. What happened in 2016? I drove north after Claire and I fought, I said slowly. She was in Cleveland. I left. I was angry. And I almost didn't make it home. The memory sharpened. I'd been distracted. I'd been texting at a red light. I'd missed a merge and overcorrected. There had been a truck, a screech, a guardrail. The car had spun but not flipped. No one died, but it had been close. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, you're about to do it again. Maya's face changed. Evan, she said carefully. Did you tell Claire you were leaving that night? Yes. And she tried to stop you. I nodded slowly. She said I was making a mistake. The words echoed. You think, Maya started. I don't know what I think, I snapped. We got back in the car. The engine light flickered, then stayed off. As we pulled back onto the highway, my phone buzzed again. Unknown number, last chance to turn around. The sign for Eerie appeared in the distance. 25 miles. Claire called, I answered. Where are you? She asked immediately. Near McKean, I said, a pause. Okay, she said, good. Her voice sounded thinner now. I need you to tell me something, I said. What? On November 3rd, 2016. Did we talk while I was driving? Silence, then. Yes. And did you tell me not to leave? Yes, she whispered. You were furious. And did I almost crash? Her breath caught. Yes. The memory slotted into place. After the near accident, I'd pulled over, shaken. I'd texted myself a note to remember. Something about not driving angry, about not answering certain calls. I'd used an old messaging app that synced across devices. I'd forgotten about it. Until now. Claire, I said slowly. Do you ever have access to my old MacBook? A long pause. Yes. After we stopped talking, another pause. Yes, the word landed heavy. I logged into it once, she said quickly. After we split, I didn't mean to snoop. I just wanted to see if you were okay. And January 14th, I asked. She inhaled sharply. I tried to log in again, she admitted. I thought maybe there were messages I missed. You modified the file, Maya said under her breath. I didn't mean to, Claire said. I just opened it. My head felt like it was full of static. And the texts, I asked. I'm texting you, she said. From the hospital. My phone buzzed in my hand. Unknown number, you still think it's her? I looked at Claire's contact on the screen. Her number was different from the unknown one. Claire, I said slowly. What number are you calling from? She read it off. It wasn't the 412 number. My skin prickled. There's another number texting me, I said. Silence on the other end. Evan, she said carefully. I'm not texting you from any other number. Maya's knuckles were white on her knees. The exit for West 12th Street approached. St. Vincent Hospital signage visible in the distance. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number, if you go inside, leave the phone in the cup holder. The hospital loomed ahead, bright, ordinary. We turned into the entrance. Stay with me, Maya said. I am, I replied. We parked under the emergency awning. My phone buzzed one last time. Unknown number. You didn't listen in 2016. At least listen now. My hand hovered over the cup holder. Claire's voice crackled through the speaker. Are you here? She asked. Yes, I said. I looked at Maya. If I left the phone, I lost whatever trace we had. If I brought it in, I ignored the only consistent warning in both timelines. Leave it, Maya said softly. If someone's tracking it, we don't bring it inside. The point of no return wasn't getting on the highway. It was this. I set the phone in the cup holder. We stepped out of the car and walked toward the hospital doors. Behind us, in the windshield's reflection, my phone lit up again. We didn't see what it said. Inside, the ER waiting room was quiet. A nurse at the desk looked up. Can I help you? I'm here for Claire Lawson, I said. The nurse checked the computer. She's upstairs, she said. Psych intake. I'll call down. Minutes later, Claire appeared at the end of the hallway, escorted by a nurse. She looked smaller than I remembered. Pale, exhausted, but real, very real. She saw me and stopped. You came, she said. The central threat wasn't a masked man in the parking lot. It wasn't a sniper or a cult or a shadowy hacker waiting in the stairwell. It was the accumulation of old mistakes, unsecured accounts, shared passwords, and unresolved anger. Someone had accessed my old synced messages. Someone had been nudging, maybe not to kill me, maybe just to see if I'd still respond. Claire looked at Maya, then back at me. I didn't send those other texts, she said quietly. I know, I replied. The cost wasn't physical. It was the realization that parts of my past were still reachable, still usable, still capable of steering me. And somewhere in the hospital parking lot, in the cup holder of my car, my phone vibrated again in the dark. The nurse didn't let us linger in the hallway. She's cleared for discharge, she said, her tone brisk, but not unkind. You'll need to sign here. Maya took the clipboard from her before I could. I watched Claire instead. Up close, the fluorescent light was cruel. There were faint half-moons under her eyes, the kind you get from weeks of bad sleep. Her hospital wristband matched the photo she'd sent earlier down to the barcode. You look the same, she said quietly. That's not true, I replied. She almost smiled. The paperwork took 20 minutes. Liability forms. Emergency contact updates. A discharge summary that used clinical phrases like acute stress reaction and recommend outpatient follow-up within 72 hours. No one mentioned hackers. No one mentioned anonymous texts. This was what grounded reality looks like. Clipboards, ballpoint pens, the hum of overhead lights. When we stepped back outside under the emergency awning, the air felt sharper, colder than when we'd arrived. My car was still there. I felt something in my chest unclench when I saw it intact. We approached slowly, instinctively scanning the lot. There were other cars, a security SUV idling near the entrance, a couple smoking near the sidewalk. Normal, too normal. I opened the driver's side door and leaned in. The phone was in the cup holder where I'd left it. Screen dark. I picked it up. No new notifications visible on the lock screen. My pulse ticked up. I unlocked it. No unread messages. The last one from the unknown number read, "You didn't listen in 2016. At least listen now." Time stamped 22 minutes ago. Nothing after that. I opened the message thread and scrolled up. The earlier texts were still there. The traffic prediction, the oil warning, the references to Moraine State Park. But something felt off. "Do you see this?" I asked Maya. She leaned in. "See what?" I held up the phone. The thread showed as having 12 messages total, but I remembered more. At least 15. The one about calling the ER. The one that said, "What did you just do?" They were gone, deleted. I hadn't deleted them. Maya took the phone from me and scrolled herself. "Could it be a glitch?" she asked. "Maybe." The word felt thin. Claire stood on the passenger side of the car, hugging herself. "Can we go?" she asked softly. Her voice wasn't manipulative now. It was exhausted. "Yes," I said. We drove out of the hospital lot without incident. Claire sat in the back seat, Maya in front. I kept checking the rearview mirror, not for tail, but to make sure Claire was still there. She was. 10 minutes into the drive south, she spoke. "I didn't mean to log into your account," she said. Maya glanced back at her. "You guessed his password?" she asked bluntly. Claire winced slightly. "It wasn't guessing," she said. "You never changed it." That landed. "After we stopped talking, I checked once," she continued. "I saw that message thread, the one where you wrote to yourself." "You read it?" I asked. "Just the top," she said quickly. "It scared me." "Why?" "Because it sounded like you were trying to stop yourself from something." I tightened my grip on the wheel. "I forgot about it," I said. "I didn't," she replied. Silence filled the car. The highway south felt different now. The tension had shifted. Less sharp, more dull. "Why log in again in January?" Maya asked. Claire hesitated. "I'd been getting weird login alerts," she said. "Devices I didn't recognize." I panicked. I thought maybe someone had accessed both our accounts before. "And instead of telling him, you just checked," Maya pressed. "Yes." It wasn't a good answer, but it was human. "Did you change anything?" I asked. "I opened the file," she said. "That's all. I didn't edit it." "But it shows modified on January 14th, I said. "I don't know why." We drove in silence for a while. Around mile marker 95, my phone buzzed again. I flinched despite myself. Unknown number. One new message. I didn't open it immediately. Maya looked at me. "Open it," she said. I did. It wasn't text. It was a screenshot of my iCloud device list from earlier tonight. The Phantom MacBook Pro 2015 visible. Time stamped 11:08 p.m. You logged out too late, the message beneath it read. My mouth went dry. "That's impossible," Maya said. "You logged out before we left Pittsburgh." The timestamp on the screenshot matched that window, which meant whoever sent it had access to my account before I changed the password and had taken evidence. My phone buzzed again. Another message. You keep leaving doors open. Claire made a small sound in the back seat. Is it them? She asked. Yes, I said. I tried calling the number. It rang once. Then an automated voice. The number you have dialed is not in service. Burner phone. I checked the message details. Sent via standard SMS. No name. No carrier ID. Just a 412 area code. Could it still be you? Maya asked Claire carefully. Claire shook her head. I don't even know how to fake half of this, she said. I'm barely functional. That part was true. Her hands were trembling slightly in the back seat. I pulled off at the next rest stop. Not Moraine this time. A smaller one near Slippery Rock. We sat in the car, engine idling. I'm reporting it, I said. To who? Maya asked. The police, the FBI, someone. And tell them what? She asked. That someone accessed your iCloud and texted you cryptic messages. Yes, she studied my face. Okay, she said finally. Then we do it. Inside the rest stop, the fluorescent lights buzzed again. I called the non-emergency number for Allegheny County once we were back in Pittsburgh. The officer who came to my apartment an hour later was named Officer Daniel Ruiz, 41, male, calm, professional, slightly tired eyes. He sat at my kitchen table and listened without interrupting. He took notes. Any financial losses? He asked. No. Threats of physical harm? Not explicitly. He nodded slowly. This is likely a case of account compromise and harassment, he said. We can file a report, but unless there's an identifiable suspect or financial crime, there's limited action we can take. That was what I expected. He suggested freezing my credit, running antivirus scans, contacting my carrier about a possible SIM swap. He didn't laugh. He didn't dismiss it. He didn't make it dramatic either. When he left, the apartment felt smaller. Claire sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket I'd pulled from the hall closet. Maya stood by the window. Where are you staying? She asked Claire. I can't go back to my apartment tonight, Claire said. I don't feel safe. That was honest. You can stay here, I said before thinking it through. Maya's eyes flicked to mine. You sure? She asked quietly. No. Yes, I said anyway. It felt like stepping back into an old pattern. But this time, I wasn't alone in it. Maya stayed too, 3 of us in the living room. No one sleeping much. At 3:14 a.m., my phone buzzed one last time. I didn't jump this time. I opened it slowly. Unknown number. You were supposed to remember the rest. Attached beneath it was a text file. I hesitated. Don't, Maya said softly. I have to, I replied. I opened the file. It was the original chat log from 2016. Complete. The final line was no longer cut off. If you're reading this, you still have time. Do not answer when she calls. Do not drive angry. Pull over. Breathe. You almost died tonight. My vision blurred slightly. That was it. No grand conspiracy. No mastermind with a knife in the dark. Just me. 8 years ago. Trying to stop myself from repeating a mistake. The unknown texter had taken that file, trimmed it, weaponized it. They'd known just enough about my history to press the right buttons. But the full message stripped it of mystique. It wasn't prophecy. It was caution. I set the phone down on the coffee table. The 3 of us sat there in the dim light. I'm changing everything, I said quietly. Passwords, emails, phone number. Maya nodded. Claire looked at me with something like regret. I'm sorry, she said, for all of it. I know, I replied. The sun came up pale and indifferent. Ordinary light through ordinary windows. Officer Ruiz's card sat on the counter. My car was still parked outside. The world had not ended, but something had shifted. Later that week, I replaced my phone. I set up two-factor authentication on every account I had. I filed reports with Apple and my carrier. The unknown number never texted again. Claire started therapy in Erie. We didn't become what we once were. We didn't try, but we spoke, carefully. Maya remained blunt and present. Life reassembled itself. Almost. 2 weeks later, I opened my iCloud device list again out of habit, just to check. There were only 2 devices listed, mine, and one labeled MacBook Pro 2015 last accessed, today, location unknown. I stared at it for a long time. Then I closed the laptop. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare.